I take 20 seconds to do some side things, that's fine. It's not the end of the world. We have 20 hours in front of us. It's not a 30-minute meeting that I need to get to the end of the world. And I just demoed this. You have an emoji of bored emoji. Please use that when you get bored, but just don't use that because you want to tease me. Because I'm an emotional person, I get emotionally touched very, very quickly. I'm just joking. In an emotional way. All right, so I have something new for you guys this time. It is this QR code. If you scan this QR code, what you will find is an amazing love board, a dashboard, or whatever you call it. It's just like, let me check if I can show you what it is. I'm gonna put it back to see if you guys can get it. Well, the recordings are there. You can get it from the, let me pull it back. So it's just like a shared board. Try to use it responsibly. It's just something that you guys can write something about, whatever you like, a feedback, a something. I went first and I wrote, I love you all, Amal. Write something, put your name, don't put your name, but just something that we can share with each other, okay? One more thing that, well, I will come to that at the end of the presentation in just a minute. So this is the QR code for those who didn't scan for the Google Docs shared board. You can share stuff. You can share it one more time, last time, and then we go on. Okay, then let's talk a little bit about myself. I'm not narcissistic, although it sounds in all the pictures and everything, it seems to be like that. I try to be as humble, as lowball as possible, but you're gonna listen to me for the next 20 hours, or maybe 19 and a half hours now. If you don't know my name, if you just know my name, you don't know my story, it's going to be boring for you. You need to first personally connect with me. If you can't connect with me, then you can't go very long. I believe in this proverb, African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go together, if you want to go far, go together. And I want to go far, and I want to share my personal stories with you. And therefore, you need to know me, and you need to know who am I. Therefore, I'm talking about myself, but I'm not selfish. I'm no one near selfish. So let's go. My name is Emil Sire. I'm originally from Afghanistan. I grew up in Pakistan. I speak 5 languages, human languages, and I speak at least 20 programming languages. And I also speak the management language. And I'm on a mission to democratize AI education for one reason, because I was too young, like literally 12, 11 years old or something. And I was working in the shop of my father. And my brother, Mahmoud, this is a picture that speaks 1,000 words. This is Mahmoud, my older brother. This is me as a Persian, Afghan Persian. Yes, we drink green tea and we love it and it's nice. Try it. It's better than coffee. But I love coffee as well. So, and that's Walid, now an IT administrator living somewhere near to Silicon Valley, working in a farm, in a server farm, taking care of servers. And Mahmoud and I are based in Berlin. What you see in this picture, which resonates so much with me, and I think it resonates with that 16-year-old kid somewhere in a village of Afghanistan, India, Pakistan, or wherever this content can reach, is that me in 2001. So I was born, maybe it was 2002, let's give it some discount, in 1986. That was exactly 16-year-old. But what am I surrounded with? I'm surrounded with a wall that's not painted because we didn't have that much money. We were living as a refugee in Afghanistan. I am surrounded with a chair that has a welding on it. We didn't have money to buy another chair, and we we welded that chair. But what you see is I'm surrounded with a Visual Basic 6 book. This is a technology that is like a long time ago. It used to be the React of the world and the AI agent of the world and so on. And the computers, like literally I remember. So it's very, very hard to let this kind of content go away and keep it with yourself, because we're so selfish and we want to pay 200 euros for a course, a month-long course, and I want it not to be recorded. I'm sorry, we will record the hell out of this thing, because I come from there and I non-stop work since then. And I heard everyone and I did everything during that time, and it is so emotional to me, and I cannot contain this information. I lost a great opportunity recently as a work or as a job, because they didn't want me to record things. I said no. And there are a lot of emotional things in the background going on, and this face of me that you see here, it's very hard to be here. So please listen to me for the next 20 hours. Your life will change. You'll be able to build products. Because I built companies before. I migrated to Germany through a scholarship called DAAD for doing a master's in AI in 2015. And when I was doing my master's, I was challenged with this question, whether I'm going to drop out of the university and pursue this startup in 2016, or I'll continue and change my visa and so on with my startup or with my education. And I chose the startup route. For the past 9 years, I've worked as an agency owner, as a freelancer. I made a few million euros. I'm super proud of that. But what really resonated with me is the amount of knowledge I gained from all these companies with whom I worked. For example, this one. It's a $300 million company, $300 million funded company. And I was hired as one of the very early stage, very early tech hires, maybe third or fourth person in the tech team. And I was the director of engineering, and I was managing 2 teams. And I made some profits for my agency from that. And I brought forward all those profits to my company called VoiceKit, which I founded in 2023 and 2024 with my co-founder. If you know this picture, David Hasselhoff, the talking car, I was building literally the talking car. Therefore, the name of the company was called KIT, like the Knight Riders, the Night Industry 2000 or something like that. It was a voice app that kind of later on got out of the car, went into this Her 2013 movie thing. You can check a lot of information about that company, a lot of demo videos here. You can watch me giving the talk there, the demo there, the talk in London, chatbot summit, and so on and so forth. Basically, this was the hype of our startup time. But through all of that hype, we found something amazing. We needed something like this. Like literally everything you see inside this orange box is a technology that either I had to build or I had to buy. And I went to Bits and Pretzels, this this conference in Munich. And I got to know that I will have to pay 50,000 euros as an annual fee to our Make.conf conference. And I just Googled what's the alternative to that, and I found n8n, and I have been using n8n since 2023. And I love this platform. My content is exclusively for this platform, and I believe it's gonna change the way software is built. Anyways, startups comes and go, but the mission is still the same. I'm becoming from this founder to educator, and I'm bringing this AI education to the world from all my learnings through VoiceKit times and through the other companies that I've built with an entrepreneurial touch to this. All right, it's a series of workshops. It's happening every month. The first one happened on 15th of March. We built a voice AI agent using n8n and VAPI. We give it the talking personality and Google Docs as a tool, as a first tool. You could talk, and then save it in Google Docs. It happened. And then on 17th of May, we went all, and 120 people showed up there. You'll see some pictures in a minute. And then a Gmail inbox was born with some vibe coding touch. This was the time when I announced my vibe coding crash course. You can find it on my YouTube. Then on 21st of June, we added Perplexity search so that you could search things like what's happening in Berlin today. And it could tell you today in Berlin there is a cool 100% or maybe 99% live session going on about AI agents. And then it's happening again today. This time, since it's a special edition, it's the fourth one. So every quarter of the year, we will do something special. This time is that special one. We're doing it 2 days instead of one. And we're building a full-fledged app, not just one skill set to Samantha. And Samantha is this voice AI agent that I couldn't build from my AI agent startup, VoiceKit. Now I'm trying to build it with the whole community around it. And the next one is going to happen on 30th of August. And we're going to build something amazing this time. We're going to build another problem that I personally want to solve for myself, which is knowing people. I really love people. I really want to connect with people. And on 30th of August, what we are going to do is we're going to build a little web application that sits on your phone as a PWA, progressive web app. You store it as an app, basically. We're not touching React Native yet. We're still staying in React.js. Today, you'll see a lot of React.js. And since I love people and I want to connect with people, when I want to talk to them, I want to talk to their face and look at their eyes and have that human connection. But I don't want to get distracted at the same time to know where they come from, which languages they speak, which company they work for, how much is the company worth or did a fundraising, or how old is that company, from how many years is he or she that I'm right now talking to has been working in that company. And I'm going to equip you guys and myself with that piece of software. So on 30th of August, we're going to build a tiny little dashboard, intelligent dashboard, connected to your LinkedIn. So you go to your I don't have it right now, but it's in the back of my phone. I usually have this somehow done in a manner that you can't see it. Never mind. You can't see it, but it's a small QR code. I stick it on the back of my phone. So what I want to do is, and you guys can also follow that, is connect with your friends or with your people that you see in a meetup through LinkedIn. This AI automation that we will do on 30th of August, we'll go and connect with the person. We'll go and scrape all the information from LinkedIn about them. And then we'll create a very tiny little dashboard, very big fonts, very big information that you know, and that dashboard is all you know. Like how many years is that person working in that company? Where is he from? Which language does he speak? And so on. Like all the tiny little details that you can configure by yourself. So that when you connect with someone next time in a meetup, you quickly have a sneak peek to that dashboard that was generated by this AI agent that we'll build on 30th of August. That will provide you all of that cool like insights about a person, all based on their LinkedIn profile. So with that, this is a few more pictures, and you can scan this QR code where you can find all the recordings, all the content that you need. It's just a Google Docs until now because I'm really, really super busy to do a web page for this. Right now you can get the Google Docs. We'll get more later. And I go the extra mile. I really go the extra mile. I go and build a full-fledged tutorial series for every single month of my workshops. And these are bite-sized series, like 5 minutes to 10 minutes long. And I record my sessions. Today, I'm not recording the room too much because we have only 5 people. But when we have like those 70, 100 people in the room, we record them. And usually we get a lot of registrations. Look at that, 470 people. Today we got 780 or something. And what we are trying to do is, during these workshop series, which now started as a kind of a movement, everybody wants to have their own Samantha, we want to also have a lot of fun in person. So if you're in Berlin, please connect with me and please talk about Samantha. Please, let's schedule the 30th of August in person and let's make that the big one so that we have this in-person connection again. This was the last one that had 120 people and we had a lot of fun. And Rakesh, my friend who is moderating it, really knows how to keep the momentum going on in the room. And we miss him today. And look who's there. Yeah. Alan, thank you so much for coming back. And I like your t-shirts. What does your t-shirt say there? Secret AI agent. So we have a lot of fun. We learn and we implement it in real world scenarios. This young lady, I really respect her grit. Being a beauty salon owner, built an AI agent integrated with Telegram that does her inventory. And the stories goes on and on and on, and I cannot keep up the names and I cannot keep up the applications, but it's really interesting what happens. Like literally Daniel yesterday was giving his vibe-coded presentation in AI Builders. He built 2 tools, which is a tool for tracking the shadow of the sun, the shadow of the buildings that sun is generating in a given time and moment. Because he is a film director and he shoots videos and he wants to know when that shadow is going to cross the street so that he can take that video properly. He showed it last night. You can find it on my YouTube channel. In 20 minutes long, he did a demo. You watch it. And he built another one, vibe-coded, that gives you real-time data of the BVG, the BVG Open API data that shows you the real-time data movement of the trains. It's so powerful, 2 pieces of application that he built. And guess what? He doesn't have a computer science degree. He's a film director. He's a creative person. And yet he built those 2 applications. And yesterday in AI Builders, he demoed that. So this is so powerful. Like what I'm doing is, thank you. This is extremely powerful what I'm doing. Like I'm spreading AI education. This wouldn't be possible without Ethos's support. Ethos Station is a sub-community inside CIC Berlin. Wouldn't be possible without CIC Berlin support with all these beautiful chairs, beautiful tables, beautiful everything. And most often they support with pizzas and drinks and everything. This drink, I just got it from the tap, so it's not from CIC. But I really love this vibe coming back to Berlin. And since my wife and I bought some property and we're building a house, and this is our new nest for our 2 little birds, I'm not going anywhere. This is my city, this is my country. I'm from Afghanistan and I'm from Germany. and I'm from Pakistan, and I'm from India, and I'm from everywhere in the world, and I'm gonna make Berlin the new city that has a lot of stories to tell. And CIC is making it possible with their place. And obviously, without n8n love, this wouldn't be possible. This logo is so lovely. I met Janu Bauze in person a couple of times now, and he showed me this logo where he hired someone from Fiverr to build it maybe in $30 or something, and the logo didn't change. And I love producing content for n8n so much. And something big is happening right now. It's being baked in the baking, and something really big news is coming out very, very soon. Something to do with n8n, something to do with me. Stay tuned what's happening. In a couple of weeks, we'll do the launch, and you'll see. I have a humble request, guys. Let me see how many are you there. I know 5 of us are here, but you are 73 people right now. 73 people, man. That's a lot of people. If whatever I told you can resonate a little bit with that content, I have one request from you. Please take a picture of your laptop, a nice background. Please do some content marketing. That takes me a long way. Like, just take a picture, put it there on the world, subscribe to my YouTube channel, put a LinkedIn post with emilsire.com/life, something like this, wait, let me use VibeStage. This is also a VibeStage thing. So share this link. Share this link and let people join this live session. Not now, later on, but if they are subscribed, they will. But at least give me some love on LinkedIn. If you don't tag me on LinkedIn, LinkedIn will not know that I'm producing this much content. Despite being so busy with multiple businesses in Germany, that means a lot of paperwork, 2 kids, small kids, and a lot of headaches, and I'm still producing this much content. It would be a shame if it is contained with me. Please do a LinkedIn post and share it to the world so that they can know that I am a Mr. Nobody from Afghanistan, living and growing my kids in Germany for the past 10 years now. Now Germany is my new home, and I want to build the city much, much better than it was before 2021 when it started declining. And we need to regain that momentum that we had at some point in time in Berlin. And I want to be a small contributor of this thing. Alrighty, with that being said, we're done. Let's go. Okay, so this is the QR code for joining the 30th of August session. So if you want to join the next the next workshop, a day-long workshop where we build this tiny little dashboard, this is the QR code. You can scan that. And there is one more thing coming, which I will talk about later. Once it's about this paid package that I have. Remind me, guys, to talk about that. I have a paid package. I feel so bad about sharing it right now. It's a little bit marketing, sales. I don't want to do sales now. Alrighty, let's go. Pardon? School? Oh yeah, school. Oh, I almost forgot. Thank you. Thank you for mentioning. So guys, I was told that I should create a school community. And I always postponed it. I couldn't. Therefore, I'm going to do this in front of you guys. So I have filled the form. If I didn't close it, yes, I did close it. Let's go and build a school community together. And I want you guys to come and join me. Because in there, it will be a free school community. It will have a paid tier, but I would like to see you guys coming there. And I just registered my school community. Okay, now I got myself into trouble. Where can I do the verification? You guys will see some emails. That was a bad idea. Okay, I'll do the verification. I'm not going to open my mailbox because it will do this thing. you will find me on the school very soon. And then please join my school community. I was procrastinating this, and I'm procrastinating Instagram and TikTok, but I'm very soon going there because I captured some shorts last night. And I'm going to capture some shorts during the break here. Speaking of the break, how do we do breaks? We don't do breaks. That's the thing. We only do 4-hour stops because in those 4-hour stops, the software that I'm using, one of the pieces of software that is like delivering this to you guys right now, it's called Riverside. It has a 4-hour limit. If it had a 10-hour limit, we would go 10 hours nonstop. But every 4 hours, we'll do a break. But between that time, if you want to do a break, please feel free to do the break. And between every single round of the implementation, we'll do these breaks. So I will put a timer on my screen. You will know that in the next 15 minutes, we'll see again. In the next 15 minutes, we'll see again. So during those times, you can do your bio breaks and so on. I'm also drinking water, so you can get your breaks, but we're not taking a break. It's nonstop 10 hours going in one go, but there's like one glitch every 4 hours, or at least one time in between 4 hours. So it started at 9 o'clock. We're running for 48 minutes. Can someone please put a timer for 3 hours? Just a timer for 3 hours so that we know when it hits, so that I can restart the... I think Google also does that. Yeah, there's a tab running in the background. We'll do that. All right. So let's start. We set the stage. Now, let's start the whole process. How will we be able to communicate if we do not organize it properly? This is the organization piece of thing. So I'm gonna share, this is an extremely important QR code. I showed you guys a lot of QR codes, but this, if you miss this QR code, you miss the whole show. Because this QR code takes you to a Notion page. Let me see if that is the right QR code. Just a second. It is the right. Could you open it without any incognito? Can open it? Yes, this is the right QR code. So this QR code has our whole plan for the next 19 hours. It's a Notion page. It has everything we need to go through. All right? So there are some useful links. A link to connect with me. A link to subscribe to my YouTube channel. Please do that. A link to my website. A link to the workshops Luma page, the current workshops Luma page. A link to the workshop series info page that we saw, this one. I'll come to the questions in just a minute. I see that there are some questions going on. And then a link to register for the next workshop, the 30th of August. I can see 10 people already registered. Wow, cool. This is happening. Hey, it's happening in person in Berlin. So if you are in Berlin, well, let me paraphrase. It's happening in person in Berlin and live stream. Live stream is first and then in person is happening anyways. So join anyways if you can join in person in Berlin or online. And then you get this link of upcoming vibe coding hackathon that I didn't talk about yet. We're putting a hackathon together on 6th of September. This hackathon is big. So the hackathon is gonna, let me put back that QR code so that you guys can scan that QR code and I will talk about the hackathon. So the hackathon is gonna be for one day, 12 hours nonstop, and we will build something for a real world scenario. It's a little bit advanced. If you want to apply, please make sure that you apply when you know that you're an expert in n8n, in full stack web development, and you know how to solve really complex challenges. Because we'll open 5 tracks. We will open 5 tracks of this hackathon. The first 2 tracks we already have. One is multi-tenant architecture for n8n. It's a very big challenge. Like when our big organizations, enterprises, they go and they build something on n8n, they want to have this multi-tenancy or multi-tenant architecture in place. We will do something with that. So you need to know Docker, you need to know Kubernetes, you need to know, you must have done some DevOps engineering and some, I don't know, multi-tenant architectures before, so that we can kind of like wire things around n8n and see how we can solve the multi-tenant architecture challenge. The second one is, well, one more thing about the first one. You need to be full stack engineer, knowing full stack web development. Then you will be a great participant in this hackathon. The second challenge that we will try to solve in this hackathon is text to prompt. We will try to find out which model works better, that I call Samantha, I talk to the microphone, or I type text, and that text is turned into n8n workflow. So that means you need to know a lot about n8n. You need to know a lot about web development. You need to know a lot about, I don't know, TypeScript, Python, Whisper, whatever comes in the tech stack, Supabase and everything. So you need to be an expert web developer / DevOps engineer / everything with tens of years of experience in order to join this hackathon. But that's contradictory to what I'm trying to do. I'm democratizing everything. I would let others not join this hackathon? No, open source do not work like that. 120,000 plus stars on n8n. GitHub could not work like that if GitHub would only allow people submitting pull requests that they have 23 years of experience under their belt. Anyone can join this hackathon, and anyone can join it from anywhere in the world. And I'm working on a prize on it, on a cash prize. And I wish that winner is somewhere out of Germany, somewhere in India, in Pakistan, so that I can wire in Western Union or bank transfer that money, and that money changes this. I don't know exactly how much is it. It's going to be at least 1,000 euros, but it can be probably more. I'm talking to sponsors to see how much can we park for this money. And imagine if I send $1,000 or euros to a 16-year-old kid in a remote village in India. That's my dream. And that 16-year-old needs to prove that he can earn it through that hackathon. So this hackathon is coming, and it's going to be an amazing hackathon. So don't forget to scan this QR code, because you're going to miss on a lot of cool content coming in the next 19 hours. Alrighty, so the hackathon is out, and then I do a cohort. Again, sales. Let's talk about this cohort, this paid 1 month long cohort or bootcamp that I do later on. I don't want to sell it right now. I want to first deliver the value. If you stick together with me for at least a couple of more hours, then I'll talk about my paid hackathon. And I see still people are not dropping. That's okay. And let's go to the actual business. Okay, I will maintain this. So that's the Vibe stage, basically this remote controller that you can send me Vibe things and ask questions and so on. So I will explain this board, and I'll come to the questions that are submitted so far, and then we'll start the actual show. So we will have like a Kanban moving things around. So we did the demo, wonderful. We did the introduction, wonderful. I have to do something, and I have to do this without her knowing. She doesn't know it. I owe an apology to my wife, because she's an amazing woman. This gratitude goes to her, because this workshop wouldn't have happened without my amazing wife, Surya. Thank you for always standing by me, believing in me, and giving me the space to build this whole thing and teach. and she is a strong
One
Afghan.
thing that Udacity did for me, I had a final projects that I did with Udacity to show they really have the experience, the knowledge, and that is the output of them. These 3 projects really helped me with finding a job in a very well-known company. I built a very good portfolio, and yeah, it was a great experience. In Afghanistan, I did a bachelor's degree in Afghanistan. I worked more than 5 years in 2 different ministries as an admin and finance officer. I was active in my career. In Afghanistan, society is very close, as I said, for women, but in Germany, I found it different. When I moved to Germany, I needed to boost my career in finance, and for that, I needed at least 2 or 3 years to do it again. At the beginning, I wanted to do my master with my child, but I found it very hard because I found out that it's not easy to take your child in a kita because you have to wait until you have a place for him. That was a bit challenging for me because I wanted to be a worker woman. I just wanted to be active, not sitting at home and just take caring of your child. My husband asked me, why you are disappointed? You are a mother, you have a hard work spirit, and you can do it from your small laptop. When I evaluate finance with software development, I found that technology is better because technology was pretty much demanded and you can do this job from anywhere. Changing my career from finance to technology, at the beginning it was very hard to enter in technology because I didn't know how can I learn software development. I was lost. I didn't know if I could do it or not because when you want to start everything from beginning, it is your first step. I already plan to learn JavaScript and a framework like React that is very famous and boost my knowledge with React and JavaScript, especially, and also Redux. I Googled a lot and I came up with Udacity. It has a clear curriculum and it gives you a clear map, what you want and what we have. I have done the React Nano degree program and I had a great experience with my mentor. Having a mentor keep you on your schedule. He was very helpful for me. He gave me a lot of advice how to deal with a problem and how to find the solution. In other platforms, I never had the opportunity to work with a mentor. For now, the plan is to be 100% confident on my coding skill. I'm actively learning. Technology updates very rapidly. After 1 month, you see that a new version of something is coming in the market and you have to be always update. At the beginning, it is very hard. There's always frustration, there's always disappointment, but don't be disappointed because everything is hard. I remember those days that my son was crying beside me and I was trying to learn something to find out how things work, but now it's my experience. Never give up. Just keep the hard work and learn anything bit by bit. One day you will be the master of it.
All right, so let's get to the business. Basics of ElevenLabs. If I speak one more sentence, I'm gonna burst. So you guys need me more. I was enough. She said it all in that 3 years old video that I could find on the internet about her career starting. and she works now at SAP as a very good software engineer for the past 5 years. And I'm super proud of her. She's an amazing, amazing, strong Afghan woman that I know. I'm so lucky. Okay, basics of ElevenLabs. What we are going to do, you have this link with you. And whatever I do here on this board, you see it on your side. So how does it work? I open it, I put something here, you get it on your side. So let's quickly check that. I'm putting here ASDF, and I will go here into this link in incognito mode to see if you can actually see it. You open that, you see ASDF. Why? Because we will need to share code and so on. So when I get to, for example, rag and gist, we will share these codes. And then you will go and click that little copy button and paste that code on your system. So one more time, guys, one more time. This QR code, this link, this Notion page is the core of everything. If you miss that, you can't follow the instructions. So please go ahead and make sure that you have scanned and you have access to this QR code, to this Notion page. Okay. So let's go to ElevenLabs. What is ElevenLabs? It's just a nice little European company. It's based out of Prague, and they're building a platform where you can create voice AI platforms. Like, it's a suite of tools together that you can build voice AI applications. With this, you can build voice AI applications. And today we're going to build this. We're going to use this. I will be using ExcaliDraw for my drawing, and I will be doing a lot of these little quick ExcaliDraw things. And what this brings is going to be in this diagram that I will explain right after the first round of our actual hands-on session. Sorry for the first hour of listening. Now it's the hour of hands-on. Right from the next steps that I'm going to do, you're going to do it. And before I set this together, I would like to explain how you can follow. So don't worry if you didn't sign up for ElevenLabs. I didn't do any prerequisites for this because last time I did prerequisites, this is what happens. Like, I send a list of things that sign up here, download this, download that, do this. From 100 people, 90 people do it, and 10 people don't. And that contradicts with my philosophy of do not leave anyone behind. And therefore, I said, no, I'm going to do the signups and everything together with the whole community so that everyone takes the baby steps with me together. So let's go to the ElevenLabs website, and then let's go sign up. So I'll give you guys 5 minutes to sign up. This is very important, guys, that you should have a credit card with you. I see 77 people online. I I don't know if you don't have a credit card. If you don't, then you will face a lot of blockers because we will need these API keys. And I really wanted to share the API keys, but since it's out open to the internet for the next 48 hours, it might be used unethically. But still, if you don't have a credit card and still you need, please reach out to me on LinkedIn. I will send you an API key there. And you need to explain why. I don't want to see like you're the CEO and co-founder of a big company and you're reaching out to me asking for an API key. I will not send you. If you're a 16-year-old kid in a remote village of India, yes, I will send you an API key. Okay, so let me quickly see. Meanwhile, Alan, can you please skim through the list on that side, and I will see the questions here and try to tidy it up. Meanwhile, people are signing up for. So we have 3 minutes left to the thing, but I will try to resume early, and I will try to answer these questions in the meantime. So would there be an SMS as well? Yes, SMS works, but in this demo, no. What kind of problem are we solving? This was explained in the start. We're trying to solve the memory extension of names. I love meeting people in person and talk to them and use their first names. And I want to put that into a RAG system and then pull it back when I meet the person 6 months later and I don't remember their name, but I remember a common thing that we did together. And I want to ask my AI agent that, do you remember that thing that I did with that in that place? What was the person that I met? And then it can show you. Yes, it can support any language. You can change it to Spanish, you can change it to German, Urdu, Hindi, Persian, anything. If this person who said, can I join you live tomorrow, if you mean in person here in this room, yes, you are welcome to join. Reach out to me on LinkedIn or on WhatsApp. You'll know the next steps. Somebody is from New York City. Thank you so much. I'd love to see more people. No, this is not a local setup. Somebody is asking if we're going to use n8n local setup. No, it's not. We will try to do that. I'll see if during the breaks, if I can. My content right now do not have like a self-hosted n8n setup, but I'll see if I can fetch that in during my lunch break. There's a question for Alan. Where can I get the secret AI agent t-shirt from? It was a self-printed, self-designed. Yeah, self-designed. And can you share the link to the docs in the chat? That was a very good point. I don't know why I forgot about that. I already did share the links on the YouTube chat, so you can find it from there. Good. Well, I could share this as this link on the Google Docs as well, but I want to keep the Google Docs as a little bit tidier so that it's general purpose and it can be used for other purposes. Oh, the other camera is cut from the left, I think. Some camera is cut from the left. So perhaps this camera it is. Oh yeah, this camera is cut from the left. Can somebody please fix that? Oh, Vibe Stage is working very well. It's solving actual real problems. It keeps turning. Yeah, do we not have tape here somewhere? Turn it more, like literally the whole, yeah, like that. A lot more. No, turn the whole, yeah. No, turn the whole stand. Yeah. Keep turning it until its neck is broken. It's an automatic thing that it follows one face. I think it is stuck to Christina's face because she's sitting in the middle. Yeah, now Ellen is gone. Yeah, there we go. Wonderful. Thank you. Do we capture you? Your face is not captured. It's okay. Yeah, we will. Thank you. That's good. All right, then. This timer has a problem. I need to vibe code a timer for us. All right, there was a few more questions before we go on. Can we use timer? You vibe coded. Somebody actually remembers I vibe coded a timer. That's so motivating. Yes, we can use my timer. That's a good point. For the next round, I will use my timer. We are anyways done. Please share the link here. I will add a link feature in Vibe Stage. This is not yet there, but I will. Please post the link to the chat. Did that? Can you? Okay, I will use both QR code and link. I will do the self-hosted then. More people are asking. Somebody was asking which plan of ElevenLabs I recommend. I don't know. I went with whatever it was. I don't remember which one was it. I think the normal ones. Yeah, get whatever you like. I think I'm on this one. I don't remember. Okay, so I believe everyone did actually register for their n8n, sorry, ElevenLabs. Yeah, get whatever you like. Okay, that's working fine. 75 people. That's nice. So now, no, that's fine. That's fine. Oh, you mean this view? Yeah, makes sense. That's fine. This is okay. Because it cannot, it's only like a vertical view. Sometimes when I want to put this big screen, that's important that it should work in this screen. And I think in this one, it works, or it moved again. No, it works. It works. That's fine. Okay, so since we all have this one, and we want to go through the basics, super basics of ElevenLabs, I'm going to leave code, leave notes, leave whatever here. You'll get it, so you don't need to worry about note taking. You're getting the video recording, you're getting this note taking, you'll get a lot of vibe and fun very soon. Okay, so as a whole, this is an amazing platform. I have been running my, don't need to write Persian now. Here, I have been running this button for 6-7 months now. It's a button that is literally talking to you, and it sounds like me, my voice clone. Okay, it might be mute. It's not. Something wrong with the internet. For whatever reason, it's not working right now. But, or maybe I ran out of credit. Everyone talked to it. Whatever. So I have been using ElevenLabs for quite a bit now. Not only during the past 6-7 months for my workshops, but also during the time when I was doing VoiceKit. It's an amazing platform. It has a lot of features. And recently they added this thing called tools, and that brought me from Vappy to ElevenLabs. I was on Vappy. All my other workshops were on Vappy. Vappy is another company similar to ElevenLabs, and I started using ElevenLabs for my tutorial series, about which I did not talk a single minute. I should have talked about that. You guys are going to get an amazing tutorial series very, very soon because it's being uploaded right now. Like the upload happened, finished literally this morning. So one of good reasons to subscribe to my YouTube. Thank you so much. We got like 40 subscriptions in one go. So here you can see the lecture number 57 was uploaded this morning, and every single one of them, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 11 minutes, 22 minutes, 3 minutes, 11 minutes, 7 minutes. And we are building an amazing piece of technology. Like, if I give you guys a quick sneak preview of what we're building, you will be stunned. So this is 100% live vibe coded. Why live? Because it's under the recording of the entire course, and you will get to know how to build this. What we're going to build today, this is the supporting material for that. And this has Supabase integration. This has everything that we need to do, like sign in, log in, and everything. It has a dashboard like this. It has a voice AI agent that calls your customers, do lead management. It has a lot of features, but look at that beautiful piece of technology. Like literally you can build a Kanban like that. And this is something that's coming. Like literally a part of this thing, as a part of this entire journey, is to kind of educate and show people how to build cool things. And this is that one cool thing that you will learn how to build. And I believe without having this kind of high quality material on the internet, we cannot learn from those 10-15 minute long, super highly curated and 10-minute tutorial. There's like 5 edits in between. You cannot learn from that. You can learn from this hardcore, really real world examples. And this course is going to be that one for you guys. And it's just not the first course. There are 3 more courses already available for free. All of my content until now is for free, until somebody told me there is a thing called school.com. So that is one course. That's another course. That's another course. And this is another course. So all of these courses are already there for free. You can learn everything from that. And this new course coming very soon in here. And then you can learn from that as well. Back to ElevenLabs. So ElevenLabs allows you to build AI agents. So let's start the 1, 2, 3 steps. So I will always do 1, 2, 3, 1 minute pause, 1, 2, 3, 1 minute pause, 1, 2, 3, 1 minute pause. If you are stuck, you go to vibe stage and then you put, let's choose an emoji to signal the thing about stuck, or just write stuck here. Just write stuck, submit, and then I will get this hand gesture, and then I'll go here and I'll see a lot of stuck coming in here, and then I'll know that, okay, I need to do something about people doing this. cuckoo.team. Thank you. Cool. Okay. What? Bad UX or what? Oh, I see what it does. So I need a 5-minute long, then I put the 5-minute, or I just click on the 5. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna use this then. Okay, so one more time, you need to type here stuck if you get stuck, because we are getting into the 1, 2, 3 step. And if you're stuck in anywhere, then you're going to miss the entire chain of next steps. Yes, I recommend ElevenLabs over VAPI for the following reasons. ElevenLabs has a nicer voice cloning technology. It's a bigger company. It's more mature. It has a lot of promises down the road. But at the same time, I'm also not denying VAPI, because VAPI is a Silicon Valley based company with that much capital, risk capital. They can change over the next 6 months. And ElevenLabs is based out of Poland. So therefore, keep an eye on both of them. They both are good in different areas, but they're like similar in 80% or so. Okay, step number 1 to 3 is starting right now. Step number 1, go and click on AI agents. Step number 2, click on new agent. Step number 3, click on agent, blank agent. And then give your agent a name and click on create. So I want everyone to be on this page. Let's see if everyone is on this page. I'm waiting for the vibe stage stuck message. If anyone is stuck, Or everybody's on this page? Everybody's on this page. Let me see if is there anybody online. Nobody is online. Sorry, nobody is stuck. Okay, the voice is working. We have 71 people. We dropped 6 people. 6 people missed out to build nice products. Okay, GDPR. Somebody is typing GDPR there. I don't know. What GDPR? What about DSGVO? Okay. We can have a legal conversation later. I used to do EUAI Act a lot in my presentations, but I think a lot of people already know it, and ChatGPT knows it a lot, so I stopped doing that. Okay, dokie. So now let's go to the step 1, 2, 3. I'm in ElevenLabs and I'm on this screen. What I would like to do is in the first message box, I'd like to write, hello, Amal. How can I help you today? And then in the next message, that's it, just that much, and then click on Test AI Agent. And then click on Call.
Hello, how can I help you today?
What can you do for me?
I can provide helpful and informative responses to your questions. I can also help clarify your tasks by asking questions to ensure I understand your needs completely. What are you hoping I can assist you with today?
Do you have access to the internet?
As a large language model, I don't have direct access to the internet in the way a web browser does.
So what I've done there, you can also try and go, let's go for like a 2-minute long thing. Like try it out for 1 minute or 2 minutes, let's say. The reason I ask you to try it is because I want to explain something in that concept in the whiteboard. Try to talk to your AI agents and see how it works. And let me see if somebody got stuck. 1 or 2 done.
I'm in this part now.
Yeah. Click on Test AI Agent.
Test?
Yeah. And then click on Call. And then give permission to the microphone.
Hey there, thanks for taking this moment for yourself. Let's begin by
Talk.
introducing ourselves. I'm Joe, what's your name?
You can talk to her.
Hi, I'm Christina.
I'm here whenever you're ready. Would you like to tell me your name, or would you like to jump right into a mindfulness exercise?
Yeah, we can do exercise.
It's not talking back. Can I see?
Hey there,
No,
thanks
because
for
I
taking this moment
didn't
for yourself.
Okay.
pay.
Let's begin by introducing ourselves.
Hi, Alan.
I'm Joe, what's your name?
I didn't need to
How's
pay.
your AI agent doing, Alan?
Mine is doing quite good, yeah.
Secret AI agent. Can I see your t-shirt again?
Hello, how can I help you today?
Look at that. Okay, so maybe we can resume now. Okay, so what you guys have just seen is something that at VoiceKit, when I was doing this company, took me 6 months to build, and it took you guys 3 seconds to build. Like literally click, 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 and then you got it out of the box. In VoiceKit, we spent like 6 months building something that you'll see in just a minute. These 4 little boxes. I will put some arrows in between and explain what do they mean. So an ASR, automatic speech recognition, sends something. What is that something? It's text. It's the transcript. And then an LLM, be ChatGPT, Gemini, or whatever, will take that text, makes sense of that, and then takes that text and then sends it to this other engine that's called TTS, text to speech. So ASR is automatic speech recognition. LLM is large language model, and TTS is text to speech model. So these 3 little pieces of work, when they come together, and this is also text, like literally we send text there, and this is also text that comes here. It all comes when we talk to the microphone, and then let's say this is the microphone. The moment you talk to the microphone, that microphone information is sent to a model called ASR, and then you hear it back on a loudspeaker. Maybe I can just move this thing here. And then you hear it back on a loudspeaker from the TTS using the same technology called TTS, text to speech. So now this whole life cycle took, I don't know, like 500 milliseconds or something. And it took us forever, like to get there. Like 500 milliseconds was our dream come true latency in VoiceKit. But what you did right now is a piece of technology that's now available for everyone. We started at VoiceKit with 9 seconds, like literally 9 seconds. You would say, "Hi, how are you?" You would wait for 9 seconds for this entire route to finish, and then you hear it back. So this entire thing took 9 seconds. And look what we have today. We have literally 500 milliseconds, 700 milliseconds, 1 second, and therefore it feels so real. And I think you need to use this technology. Although we did in VoiceKit start with 9 seconds, we took it to 500 milliseconds, but we ran out of money and we had to shut down the company and liquidate the company. But you guys now have this technology off the shelf. You need to make a good use of it. And that good use of it is happening today, and it has happened 3 times in the past 3 months or 4 months, and it's going to happen for the rest of the year. If you cannot benefit from this, what can you benefit from? Come on, like Netflix movies. You watch that. I watch that as well. But let's get this thing to work, okay? Now, in order for this to work, it has to have certain things with it. Like it should have something to work with. It can't just work by itself, because this is what happens. If I talk to it,
Hello, how can I help you today?
can you please remind me about this person I met who was my first subscriber? I don't remember his name. Can you please tell me what was his name?
I can certainly try to help you with that. To look up this information, I'll need a bit more context. Could you tell me where you might have recorded this subscriber's name?
You see that? It doesn't know it. The reason it doesn't know it is because it's just ChatGPT sitting behind, or in this case, I think it's Gemini or something. It's just that model. If I go back here, this one that I just showed, the LM here is Gemini 2.0 Flash. So it doesn't know about the person that I met. It doesn't know about that context. And we're going to put that context to this. But if I go to the other AI agent that I demoed this morning, if I click on that and I talk.
Hello, Amal. How can I help you today?
Can you remind me about this girl I met in AI Builders meetup? I don't remember her name. We kind of like played with this pad and ball game that we vibe coded. Can you remind me what's her name?
Yes, I can help with that. You met Christina Ceriso at the AI Builders meetup, and you both played the pad and ball game that you vibe coded.
So the reason it knows that is that context that we build around it. And we're going to build that today and tomorrow in this workshop. So let's get to that. There is no sound. That is very good to know, because then I can fix that context that we built. Please tell me, what was his name? Okay, so this microphone should go in this. Okay, hold on. It's doing background noise cancellation.
Hello, Amal. How can I help you today?
Can you tell me what's the date today?
I am sorry, I do.
Okay, let's check this out now. Okay, so this microphone should go in this. Okay, hold on. It's doing background noise cancellation. Can you tell me what's the date today? Okay, that didn't work. I'm gonna go near to the microphone, to the loudspeaker then.
Hello, Amal. How can I help you today?
This was the same case with the video that I played for my wife. Okay, that didn't work. I'm gonna go near to the microphone, to the loudspeaker then. I have another idea. Okay, that worked, but I'll keep this one in background noise. The video that I played for this my wife. Extra one. And this extra one is now near to the loudspeaker. I will click on the call.
Hello, Amal. How can I help you today?
Another idea. Okay, that worked, but I'll keep this one in background noise.
Is there anything specific you would like assistance with?
Okay.
Perhaps you would like me to recall information about someone you've met?
Okay, now let's go to check this one.
Hello.
So still background noise cancellation. Yeah, still not happening. Near to the loudspeaker. Sometimes too good is not too good. I don't want you guys to hear my keyboard typing, otherwise it will be annoying. I turn off the background noise cancellation. Now let's see.
Hello, Amal. How can I help you today?
I don't want you guys to hear my keyboard typing, otherwise it will be annoying. I turn off the background noise cancellation. Now let's see. What to do? It's a Riverside problem. Riverside has to pick this microphone, otherwise you guys can't hear this high quality microphone. Let me think. Tech issues always happens. Let me think. Okay, we don't need the voice of this in order to work, because we can go in the last conversation and see the transcript, and I will make my points when the bot speaks out something back. And we will need to just do small triggers. This is like literally the 5% of the entire content, or maybe 2% of the entire content. So it's not going to be a big deal if you don't hear the voice of the AI agent. And for the next ones, I will make sure that you guys hear that. Right now, the tech check. Also, in the lunch break, I will try to do something. Okay, so let me check the health of the current stream. 72 people. Next ones. Okay, all good. Let's go back to our business. So if I explain a few more things here, very important things, is that when this 500 milliseconds happens, how do you know when to talk again? Like, how does the AI agent know when to talk again? That's a part of this. Like, this is literally the turn detection. Like, when the AI agent knows when it's my turn to talk, is by itself a big piece of technology. And this comes off the shelf. Like, literally, when the microphone is in the listening mode the whole time, and when it's called utterance turn detection, or it's something that listens to the microphone, not only to the microphone, but also to the context of what's being said on the microphone. And that's important. And that comes off, all of them comes, like literally this entire box comes to you in one package, and that's called ElevenLabs. Well, obviously with a lot of tooling around it, but this at least being the very, very basic part of it. Alrighty, so let's go to our plan. Let's see what is there. Everything I do, I take a screenshot like this. I go to this thing, I put it there, so that you guys get it later on, okay? And the basics of that and everything was covered. And since it's gonna be timestamp, I will put it, let's say 10:30-ish. So because it's a huge, long video, let's take a timestamp of that topic when we discussed it. So we are done with the basics of it. We're not finished with everything about ElevenLabs. Let's do a quick round of tour of everything in n8n. We'll come back to all of those menus in just a minute. In just a minute means like later on when we actually build the tool integrations and so on. So let me give a quick overview. And here you have like the two big products of ElevenLabs, the creative platform and the conversational AI. And here you see all the homepage information, like all the statistics of your current credits and so on. And in the agents, you see the list of all your AI agents. You can create a new AI agent. You can go to the playground. In knowledge base, you can upload documents, bigger documents. You can actually build your own little RAG, Retrieval-Augmented generation. Inside here, you can add that. You can add a URL and it can fetch it for you. You can create text by putting there like that. So this will be used in the knowledge base of your agents that you'll see later on. This is a part where we will do more. It's called tool integration. We'll come in just a minute on explaining what is an AI agent and why a tool is an important piece of it. But this integration happens here, like the tool integration happens here. Voices, these are the list of all the voices that you can find. You can mouse over and then like
अरे नहीं यार, कोई बात नहीं हुई. चल, अब बैठ के बातें करते हैं.
For those of you who speaks Hindi, that's so cool. Like literally Hiram left the room. He's from India. He speaks Hindi language. Which native language do you speak?
Spanish.
Spanish. Let's find a Spanish. Do you see a Spanish? Here, Spanish. So,
Hola, soy Nora, una voz latina entrenada para sonar natural, cercana y profesional.
was it good?
Yeah.
From 1 to 10, what is the score that you'll get?
The voice?
Yeah, the quality of the voice, the Spanish.
Nice.
Hola, soy Nora.
It's
Una-
like cartoon, but sweet.
Yeah. How many square? Like from 1 to 10? Like 7?
I say 8.
8? Okay, nice. So it has a lot of languages and a lot of voice samples you can choose from. And then the evaluations of your calls. Once you do a call, and then you can go there and then open it, and then you can listen to it.
Hello, Emma.
And then you can see the transcript, you can see all the client data and so on happening there. So thank you. So it's just a platform where you get everything baked in one platform. And also there are a lot of integrations that you can pull in here. You can put them, and then you can do your MCP integrations. This is very important. Like this box can take you to the world. It's the MCP integration or the MCP server integrations of this. And then this is what we will be doing during this course, to put this voice AI agent behind a phone number. Why behind a phone number? Because it's more handy. I see Christina in the next meetup. I want to pull my phone, call Samantha, and say like, "Hey Samantha, I met this." Now maybe next time I will prompt it like, "I met this Spanish girl who lives in Berlin," something like that I can remember, you know. And then I met this Spanish girl in AI builders, and we build this pattern ball, and then it will know more. Because its phone number is handy, and I can do a phone call, or I can even do a text chat. So that's coming. That's next. And then you can do outbound calls, which is one of the things that we did for the course, for the crash course that's soon to be announced, and the settings. So that's a quick overview of all the menus and everything that you have here. So let's go to the next step, which is actually going to build something with Samantha, this Samantha that we built. So we are going to do the following things. Let's go here and explain the plan that we have next for this. There is another plan. Before going here, I have another plan for you guys. Basics of AI agents. You need to know what is the basics of AI agents. Like, what do you exactly mean? What is an AI agent? Otherwise, you would be just talking like everyone else. I think the basics of ElevenLabs is enough. We'll come back to ElevenLabs a lot, back and forth. But what is the basics of AI agents? That's important. If you talk about the fact, like, what is an AI agent, you can talk about a lot of different scenarios, but what is very, very important is these three things. Intelligence, or an LLM. It should have an LLM integration, so it has some intelligence. It should have tools, and it should have memory. These are the three basic parts of this. So why do we need this? And how is that going to go with that agency if you have these three parts? I can explain it on a quick n8n diagram. So if you go to n8n, this is not yet the n8n basics happening. Don't go to n8n yet, but I'm just explaining, and then the 1, 2, 3 steps will start in just a minute. And you try to put like a diagram, and then you go to AI agents. You will see these three little dots as well in here, like these three little features that I just explained. Chat model, memory, and tool. So these are the three basic elements of any AI agent that you will be building. Chat model, because you need a sort of intelligence. You need to talk to it, chat to it. It needs to understand and pick the right context, understand, make sense of the environment around it. Memory, because you need to be sure that it remembers things, like it remembered Christina's name and the instances that like we met where, and then I can search it later. Tool, because it should be able to store things in somewhere. I should have a feature where I can call Samantha and I say that, hey, I met Christina, and then the blah 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 blah, and then this piece of blah 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 needs to be stored somewhere for that memory to store, and it needs to compose an email and it needs to do certain activities. Therefore, tools integration is important. So basically, your Google, your calendar, your Gmail, and so on should be able to be connected to this AI agent. With that being said, I'd like to see what else can I add on this AI agent. Let me see if there are questions coming. So somebody was stuck. We'll go and do that one more time. Okay, this is from the before. I will do that. Okay, I'll repeat those steps in just a minute. That's a good idea. Somebody said like use the agent in another notebook. Alan, can you run your AI agent and let me bring that near to me? And then the voice canceling should not detect that. Give me that laptop. Make it louder. All right, so can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. What habit are you looking to improve today?
I would like to get ready for a marathon.
That's great. Training for a marathon is a fantastic goal. To help you get started, what's your current running experience
Okay,
like?
let's see.
Have you run a race before, and what's your typical weekly mileage right
Can you
now?
turn it off, please? So it's working? Wonderful. Whoever gave that advice, that was a good idea. Thank you so much.
Marathon is a fantastic goal.
Well, there we go. So we solved the problem of sound now. Community is strong. If you distribute this, you come up with cool solutions like that. So what's that? How can I open Samantha page on ElevenLabs IO, please? I'll explain that in just a minute. Best LLM for voice AI agent. I would go with whatever default it is. it depends on what your voice AI agent does. Then based on that use case of your AI agent, then models perform differently. Either pick the top one from Google or pick the top one from OpenAI, then that should be good. There is no break. We'll go nonstop for 4 hours. There will be only lunch break, but the breaks in between steps that now, which we're gonna intensify, we'll do these 10 minutes, 5 minute, 10-minute breaks to kind of like execute your stuff. The reason I do that is, let's say if you need 1 minute to do it, I'll give 5 minutes so that you can take your bio breaks in that break, and also to make sure that the laggers can follow. There might be someone not being able to do that, and during those next 5 minutes, I'll be repeating it again and again. So for the next 10 hours, I'm on this chair. I will have a bio break, but we won't have like a bio break for the whole session. And I think what my body is saying right now to me, I can go for another 2 hours. So there won't be any break for another 2 hours, I would say. And then we'll do directly the lunch break. During that lunch break, then I'll do everything else. So no breaks. Sorry about that. So where can you send your current credits left in ElevenLabs? Where can you see your current credit? I think on the dashboard somewhere. Here on the dashboard or on settings and billing. Please ask ChatGPT about that question. Okay, then let's go to the rest of this. What do we have in front of me? We did the basics of AI agents, very shallow touch, but we'll do that in great details once we get here in n8n. So now we are getting into the deep waters a little bit. We're going to do n8n, and then we'll interface it with our ElevenLabs, and then we'll keep going on with that. So the n8n basics. Oh, indeed, I forgot that I said I will do a repeat of the steps from the before steps. So the steps are like, go to AI agents, click on new agent, click on blank, give it a name, create an agent. You will see a page like this where you can type a first message here and then click on test AI agent. And then you should be able to talk to your AI agent. I'll get a minute. I'll give a minute for that, or maybe 2. So 2 hours gone. 2 hours, we need to put an alarm clock for 2 hours. Otherwise, the thing will go away. So we're going to stop it even a little bit earlier. So we have 1 hour and 49 minutes to go. One of the other reasons why I don't want to give breaks is this. It's live session. So we're not in person. You can pause it, you can go to the toilet, come back, play it, you continue. The only thing you'll miss is a trend of like being at the forefront of the live stream, being 10 seconds behind. So right now we're running on a timer of 1 hour 49 minutes. So in 1 hour 49 minutes we'll have a lunch break, which will take us to around 1 p.m. You guys are okay with 1 p.m. lunch break? Okay. So what I'm trying to say is like we will have these breaks, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes breaks in between to do the implementations. In that time, if you were fast, you'll catch up if you were lagging from the stream behind. So all you need to do is to look at what minute you were. When you pause it, go to the toilet, come back, play it again, you'll catch up with us. And then since we are going on and on and on, and there will be these longer breaks, you will be able to catch us up because there will be a lot of silence moments in this video, and then you can skip through it like that. Therefore, there is no break. We will come to the API keys of ElevenLabs when the time comes. There's more to come. Okay, so let's go to the next step, basics of n8n. Let's talk a little bit about n8n. And let's see what is an n8n. n8n is a German-based company. It's a Berlin-based company. Almost $80 million funded company. It has 123,000 stars on GitHub, one of the very, very famous, I think it's on top 40 projects on number of stars on GitHub. I believe it's surplus TypeScript. So the TypeScript has 105,000 stars, and n8n has 123,000. And TypeScript is a huge, huge community. TypeScript has a big community, but n8n surplus that. It's a company that works on a new mode of open source, which is called Fair Code. Fair Code is a new way of building open source. It's not a software license. It describes a software model where software is generally free to use and can be distributed by anybody, has its source code openly available, can be extended by anybody in public and private communities, and is commercially restricted by its authors. That means you can't go fork it and start selling n8n software like this. If you do that, this is illegal because n8n is doing that. That's their main business model. And this concept was done by Jan Oberhauser, the brain behind n8n, a super humble guy. I met him a couple of times and I am following his story since almost the inception, because when this n8n happened in Germany, in Berlin, it's a small community of tech. I got to know, heard about it. That was the time when I was building another company called Zook. Zook is one of my startups that I did in the past. You can find it underneath my portfolio. Here on Zook, you can find a lot of videos to watch and so on. One demo video is like for 1 hour and 3 minutes. You can watch every single part of Zook, and it has like 1,000 different screens. It has 1,000 different features. So you can find out what is Zook from here. And what Jan brought forward to us in the world is n8n. He started doing it literally alone with one person. And now it's a company that's taking the world by storm in AI automation, basically. It can be used for different purposes. It can be used for IT ops, security ops, DevOps, sales, and whatever you can do. This is Max, a good friend. We are planning to do something together very soon. Sit in a park, build something. Hopefully that content game works. He's also based in Berlin. He's basically the face of n8n YouTube. He is a DevRel, dev advocate of n8n. So you can actually build anything with this. It's a new concept called flowgramming, or it's a new concept called low code, no code. You can build things with this approach. Let's start the 1, 2, 3 steps and build something. Actually build, and the next, let's say, 10 rounds of what we're going to build is going to blow your mind with n8n. What can be possible? We can actually build applications. So step number 1, I believe a lot of people will get stuck here, but I'm sorry if you can't buy the license, or you're stuck, you got a free trial, you can't upgrade, or you don't have a local host one, then you're going to get stuck. But I don't know what to do in that case. I need to find a way to do it. If you have a terminal, maybe I can quickly see if that is possible. I've never done this before, but it should do. And then we can also use this as a study material in front of us, and then you can be unstuck if you don't have a credit card. Well, if you don't have a credit card, you will be stuck in a lot of different corners, but at least if you don't have an n8n account. Not sure why this is not running. Okay, so, well, this is totally out of the context. Maybe I can, during the break, the lunch break, I'll see if I can work a little bit on the self-hosted n8n version, but other than that, I'll see if this approach will work. If this approach works, then you can get at least something up. I'll just keep this thing running in the background. Okay, so step number 1, get started. Click on get started. Step number 2, sign up. Step number 3, come to this dashboard. And for that, I'll give 2 minutes.
I'm self-hosting it on virtual private server for less than $3 per month.
Yeah,
But
it's possible. But I don't have the content planned for that. It will push the whole thing forward. Yeah.
I'm just saying this.
All of you guys have an n8n account?
I have local.
Okay. Oh, it worked.
You have 2 weeks free
there.
trial, if I remember.
Yeah, but some people already signed up before, and they may not have a chance to use it.
Just use different.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. I have a way to run it locally. This is literally locally. I'll follow this approach then. It's very unsafe, very bad, but I don't know if it's gonna work, but I'll see. Well, as I said, I think we're gonna do that because some people might be stuck in that sense. Okay. All right, so we're resuming back now. I believe you guys already have this much of access. If not, and if you have a terminal installed, then you just literally write this command on your terminal, npx n8n, and run it, and then it should give you a terminal like this, but like this. And then at the end of that terminal, there is an address like this. You copy that address in your browser, open that address in your browser, and then it should work. But it's a very unsafe and a very bad way of doing it. You will lose your work. You will face trouble. You will face issues with connecting things. I don't recommend this. I recommend buying n8n. We should support the company. I don't have any affiliations with them yet. Spoiler alert. But I would say you need to make sure that you at least have it somewhere hosted on a cloud, not on your local machine, 100%. Okay. So those 3 steps are done. Let's do another 3 steps. Step number 1, click on Open Instance. Step number 2, click on Create Workflow. And you have to be here. Just those 2 steps. 1, 2. And I'll give you guys 1 minute for that. I will repeat the steps, what needs to be done. You need to go to your main dashboard after login, and then click on Create Workflow, and you need to be here. Get yourself there. Somebody says their n8n account ended. Can I use self-hosted one? Yes, you can use self-hosted one, or follow my instructions just a few minutes before in running it locally. Okay, now step number 2, 3, 4 goes as following. I will click on the first one, and I'll add a chat window, chat trigger, and I'll get out of there. Just put a chat trigger.
Chat data?
Chat trigger.
So you go, and the steps goes like this. Step number 1. When you click on chat, don't put chat data, put chat trigger, and look at that little trigger sign there. Because the sign indicates that this is a trigger, and we need to put a trigger right now. And then you see a window like this. Just click anywhere in these areas, like literally in this area. You should get out of that window. Or you can also press on the escape button, you get out of there. Or you can also press, click on this little button. You can get out.
To configure nothing there.
Yeah, not yet. So you don't need to do any configurations yet. So you just need to get out of there, leave it as it is right now. Okay, now let's do another 1 to 3 steps. Click on this plus button, and then type here AI agent. So click on that button, type AI agent, and then click on that AI agent node. Once you click that, you see a window like this. I'll give you guys another minute to get there, and I'll repeat those steps again. Click here, type AI agent, and then press on the escape button. You should get here. Okay, now once you have this, let me quickly check the health of the live stream. 68 people. More people dropped. That's fine. I want to see that number going to 1 so that okay. Now I can see if I can still have the same level of energy and follow Les Brown's advice. Les Brown has this motivational story about he went somewhere and then there were not so many people and he didn't talk so nicely, so motivational. And then he went in another place where someone from those 2 people in that smaller group was. And then he felt the difference in energy, and then he challenged him about that on a question and answer. And then he said, from then onwards, I have never changed my energy level if it was like 2 people in the room or 20 people or 2,000 or 20,000. Like he gives these like stadium full of. Yeah. Okay, so now you have this AI agent. We spoke about it earlier. An AI agent should have a chat model, a memory, a tool. Now, what can you do with this? You can add a chat model, click on chat model from here, and then from here, click on OpenAI, type OpenAI. Yeah, I know you're bored, sorry. And then click on OpenAI chat model. Okay, now once you have that in place, you see a screen like this, where you need to do some settings in here. Click on this drop down, click on create new credential. So literally from here, this drop down has to open, create new credentials. And then you see this list. And here you need to put the API key. Where do you get the API key from? That comes from your OpenAI API key. How do you get the API key from OpenAI? You go to platform. What is it called? Platform API key, OpenAI API key, something like this. Wait. I will share this link in the group, in the WhatsApp chat. Not WhatsApp, the here, yeah. And also in the Notion, put it on the Notion. Good point. OpenAI API key URL. You have to go here. Click on that link. It takes you to this place. And then you click on create new secret key.
What is? Because
So the steps that you need to follow are already in the recording. I'll repeat it from the beginning to the end in just a minute. You click on this, put a name to it, select the project, click on secret key. It will give you a secret key, and then you can use that in your database. So I'm starting again from scratch. So I am clicking on the chat model. Then I'm putting OpenAI chat model. And then from the OpenAI chat model, I open this drop down, and then I click on create new credential. And then in here, I need an API key. How do I get the API key? I go to the Notion page that I shared. I open that link. Or I go to the YouTube channel where I shared the link. I open that link. That link takes me to my OpenAI, and I have to make sure I have an OpenAI account, sign up if you don't have one, and then click on Create New Secret, put a name to it, click on Create Secret, and then copy that and then bring it back here on this box. And once you have it there, click on Save button. You should see a green message, not a red message like this. If you see a red message, then something is wrong. Right now, I see a green message because I put something there. I'm gonna create one now, copy it, come to my secret place, paste it, save it. This is what you should see, like a green message. And once that's in place, then you're done. So the video is recorded 2 times. I'm gonna give for this step 5 minutes, and see you guys in 5 minutes. And in between, I will answer questions. If anyone has one, they can ask me. So there's a question if I can use Gemini chat model instead and still follow the tutorial. Absolutely yes, you can do that. Alex Baronet in the comments said, get n8n for Claude Code to deploy n8n for you. I know how to deploy it, and that's a good point. I should use Claude Code to do that. We have a Claude Code session coming up. Perhaps we can do that actually. Use an LLM to do that. But it's not a complex thing. It's very simple. Like literally you need to click a few buttons. But I just need to fetch it somewhere in my system. Oh, Alex said E used it to, okay. I thought he's saying like I should do it in the first message. Yeah, the link to VibeStage, Ahmad Moili, is vibestage.emilsire.com. I will send it to YouTube. Hi, Elf. I can see you left a comment. How are you? This hi is for Hel from Vienna. We met in person. Good to see your comment here, man. Thank you, Half, for the follow-up message. Okay, I think we're good to go. I believe everybody is done with their n8n. We have tips about n8n while we wait. Any notes, anything like that? I will take these totally ad hoc random questions like AMA questions. AMA is short for Ask Me Anything. During the breaks will keep getting bigger and bigger. So 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. So then I will kind of like take the more questions there. I'll keep this question here. I will not delete it. And then we'll take it from there. Okay. And I will also explain the mechanics on how to still follow and not be disturbed from our conversation, because you might be talking to your AI agent. And if we also talk and I also explain somebody else's questions, and then it becomes a little bit annoying for you, I will explain it, but you can always use this mute feature. You can mute a live stream, only one tap, or your entire computer, if you have another system. Okay. Now I have this. Okay, step number 1 to 3. Step number 1, click on Open Chat. Step number 2, type, "Hi, how are you doing?" And have a little chat with that. I'll give you guys another minute for that.
Check this out. I did that already, but I built
Like open router. Yeah, cool.
This is a problem in Node. No, AI engine.
Click and open it. Open that. No. Chat. It's the same account? Yeah. It's a plus account, but I don't know why. Maybe mail ID could be different mail ID or same. I'll cover that in this. I'll explain this here. Okay, so let's get to the next step. So the ChatGPT has to have balance. So this is important. Right now, Christina had a blocker. Sorry, Christina. That's right, no? What's your name? Christina?
Yeah.
Why my brain kind of like, maybe I'm relying too much on Samantha to remember names now. So Christina had a blocker with n8n code, with ChatGPT Cota. And this particular problem can happen to others. If you have had any blockers, you can tell me. You guys also had a very similar blocker. Same problem, quota problem, something with quota. And that is pure balance issue, pure money issue. You need to have quota on your platform. Let me then, since it is a problem that may have happened to other people, I will go and explain every single step on how to resolve it. And then you guys can follow, okay? Can we have any tips on n8n? Well, okay, that's the old one. Yes, you'll need to resubmit your question, sorry. Can you just explain shortly how you connected the OpenAI? I will do that, and I'll also tackle the quota. Insufficient quota detected. Okay, I'll tackle that. I have this error. Also the same thing. Okay, perfect. So then let's do that. When you type and you don't get anything, that means you don't have balance on your credit. So that needs to be done. You need to buy credits from OpenAI. Even like $2, $5 should be okay. Now, in order to do that, you need to go to Playground. You can also just chat GPT and find those places, but let's find it together. Here, I believe billing or limits, either of those two places. There you go, balance. So I have $135 here. You need to click on add credit. So I'm gonna go and tell you one more time. Click on the settings page. Once you click on the settings page, then click on the billing page. Once you're inside the billing page, then you see this button that says add to credit balance. You need to buy some balance. I will give you guys 2 minutes to do that, and then we'll come back.
Now I'm here. I don't know.
Use the YouTube, please. Use YouTube and then go back.
Link. YouTube.
Go to my YouTube, use the YouTube, and then go back and then see the steps. And also on the screen. Because if I talk, then the whole YouTube will listen. Could you find it? You can't find it? Okay, I'll repeat it one more time. Please pay attention here.
No, but
So,
it's not option here for billing. No option for billing. No option for.
okay, we
Give
can.
me no option. No. They give me no option.
Here you can.
Yeah, maybe here.
Is there a balance button? No idea. This is a totally different UI. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, at least we had in the room 2 people having this problem. So online, folks, if you have still this credit problem, please let me know so we can chat GPT and find it together. Stock after connecting API. If your API is connected, then the next steps is coming. The ElevenLabs part can be done like literally by going back to the YouTube channel. I don't understand what does CC mean. Please try to be descriptive here. Okay, so same thing as Christina is facing. The UI is different on that billing part as the one that I am having here. So that means we can tackle this problem now. Can I see your UI one more time, please?
I found it.
You found it? Where was it?
I found it
Collapsed. It was in another URL. Organization, billing, overview.
Now I see there's billing. Before I didn't see it. I see something like views or something like that.
Okay,
Let me make a
so
screenshot.
yeah, maybe you guys can also chat. How did you find it? You just clicked around, or you chat GPT? Just clicked around. Okay, yeah, just keep poking. You'll find the billing thing. Okay. Okay. Then let's go to the next step. What you have done here is like literally you put together a chat bot that would go and talk to this entire chain of things together. Now we want to do way more than that. I want to turn this into an API. I want to make a workflow that can run by itself. And then next step would be I want to make a workflow that has Supabase access, that has access to information that's stored in a database as a vector, so that I do vector search. So there's a lot of content coming up next. So what I want to do now is I would like to refresh the whole page, and then ask, hi, my name is Emal, and see what magic happens. It greets you with your name, says, hello, it's nice to meet you. How can I assist you today? And then if you ask it again, you say, what is my name? It won't remember your name. The reason is because we don't have a memory yet. And the way you will put a memory is very simple. Now, I would like to start the step 1, 2, 3, or you said? You got the API key?
Yeah, I'll try.
Okay, can someone help there?
Do you want to come here?
No, on her laptop so that she can get an API key.
I have it.
You got it?
Yeah.
Your chat is running? If you say hi here, what happens?
Yeah.
Wonderful. So you're set. So now what do we do next is...
I also, just to say, I also tested with the Open Router for free API key, so you can choose free model. So if somebody doesn't have credit card or whatever.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's an Open Router node.
Oh, wow.
And you just add your API from Open Router and select DeepSeek free, and it works just the same.
Oh, there is one?
Yeah, just tested now.
Wow.
So it's completely free.
Great. Big thanks to the big guy showing us how to do free things. I don't have like, can you show it to us like this?
So, okay. So I'm just gonna disconnect this, and I'm going to connect to the Open Router.
No, that's too many steps. Remove it from the tab, like remove it from everywhere, like remove, and then show us step by step on how to do a free ChatGPT API call, but through DeepSeek, the Chinese company.
Okay, so just gonna click here.
Yeah,
I'm gonna search for Open Router.
Don't click yet.
Sorry.
Go back.
Okay.
You're too fast. Delete it. Delete that one.
Okay.
Delete the. Yeah, delete it. Delete. Yeah, and then type here open. Just type open. Don't move. Which item should we click? Show us with your finger.
Here you can click Open Router Chat Model.
Okay. Then we do that. Then
gonna click there, and then you're gonna select your.
Open that drop down. Which drop down? The first drop down. What says?
It says credential to connect with.
Okay.
And then you're gonna choose your. I already added, but if you don't, you will click
Show us how to do that.
Credentials.
Show us how to do that.
Okay, then I would need to delete.
No. Yeah, you can create a new one. Go back there.
Okay.
If you're in this drop down, you click on create new credentials.
Create new one. and then you will have the API key. So you're just gonna paste in your API key
From
the open router, and I
you-
will show you now. So I'm
nice.
just gonna
That
go
was my point. Yeah.
Open router.
Can
So
someone check if
it's,
the voice quality is good?
openrouter.ai,
Yeah.
and you have API keys, and you can just click here.
And you don't need a credit card for Open
You
Router?
don't need credit card. You can just have a free account, completely free.
Okay.
So when you click here, you just give any name. You can just put test, whatever, and then you can leave this blank if you're going to select free ones, or you can just put like $5 just for the sake of having it, and click create, and it's going to create a key, and then you click here.
Yeah.
This will copy the key, and then you go back to the n8n, and you will just paste that key here. I'm going to delete the key anyway, but yeah, and then you're gonna click save, and when it goes green, it means that the key is saved. So,
and then you connect it like that. And then after that?
Yeah, you just connect, and then when you click on it, you double click. Here you will have by default it will be the paid one. So you're just gonna click here, and you can start writing deep, and you will see DeepSeek, and then you can find DeepSeek Chimera free or some other, wherever there is this free written, that will be completely...
Can you type free, -free, just in the search?
Yeah, let's just try free. And so you
there are so many free models.
There are so many
wonderful,
free
wonderful.
models.
And then that is gonna work just the same way as as the other chat model. Wonderful. That was so cool. I didn't know that. It's gonna be now a part of my teaching content. Okay, so just doing that one more time on a higher resolution so everyone can see that. It's something I also got to know and learn now. So you go to OpenRouter. The good thing is that I don't have any OpenRouter account, so I will show every single step by step. So we go to OpenRouter, and then we sign up for OpenRouter. And then once we sign up for OpenRouter, it will take us to wherever in the world. And then I agree to whatever they are saying. I don't know what they want, but I will agree. And then I will go to this menu. I'll go to keys. I'll create an API key. I'll use test. Nice. Since it's optional, I'll leave it blank. I'll click. There we go. I got the API key. I'll come back here. I'll create on credentials. I'll paste this thing here. Click on save. Oh, that's so cool. This is working. Thank you for finding it. It was sitting somewhere in the corner of a list for free, like free credits. That's cool. I'm not sure how intelligent that would be and how it's gonna change the outcome of the work that you will do later on, but at least it's free and you can start it. So it might not be that intelligent. It might have problems in remembering names and telling you what is the thing, but that's just my anticipation. Let's see. So I have done that. Let's see the moment of truth. Oh no, it's the ChatGPT by default. So we need to go free. Do you have any free recommendations? You said you just started it, right?
Yeah, if you go for
so let's DeepSeek.
Chimera, it's usually quite good. And
DeepSeek Chimera.
Yeah,
this one?
Yeah.
So it's like this.
Exactly.
DeepSeek Chimera. So make sure that this is the model that you have on your list. And then you say hi. And it comes back with hi. Come on. It's a little slower. Yeah, cool. It works. Nice. This works. Now you can literally go for free and do n8n workflows. Oh yeah, literally for free, because then n8n can run locally on your system, and you can use OpenRouter for free, and then you can literally run everything for free. Okay, that was done. That was done. What I want to do is play the simulation, like play this thing, greet it with your name. Say, hi, my name is Emal, and see what happens. It greets you with your name. But if you say, you see that? It says, hi, Amal. How can I help you today? If I say, what is my name? It's a Chinese company. I don't trust them. If it comes back to me and says that your name is Amal, I'm terrified. Okay, no, it didn't. So it says like, I don't have access to your personal information about you, including your name, unless you chose to share it with me directly. So it means indirectly they already got it. If you'd like to, whatever. So it doesn't have access to. That's spooky. Yeah. Check whatever. I don't know. Like they should not be able to. It's a new API key. It's somehow finding a way to find you. What was your question?
So I said, hi, my name is Alan, and then
That's spooky. It should not be because it doesn't have any memory. But if it has a memory, then it means it's tracking you. So we need to put tracking in an AI agent. We need to put this feature that it can remember our name. If it can remember my name, later on it can remember Christina's name. Later on it can remember Div's name and everyone else's name that I meet in these random meetups. Okay, it was not saved. So the spooky thing that we saw from Chinese company was not that spooky. It was just a UI bug. Okay, so now let's go to fix this problem. We'll try to fix this problem and I'll explain the whole concept around that on our whiteboarding session. And then we have 1 hour to our lunch break. I'm sorry, you guys are stuck with me in the room. Non-stop crazy things happening in Berlin. Okay, so we go, I will keep this open routed thing. If we found some hallucinations, some problems, then I'll replace that with ChatGPT OpenAI. All right, so now I would like to add memory to this. Step number 1, click on memory. Step number 2, click on simple memory.
it works simple. I double check.
Yeah. It's a part of the course content that I do. Yeah, simple memory. I will explain how simple memory works. Okay, Dookie. So we get simple memory and then leave everything as it is. Just click outside or click on back canvas. And now try to do the same thing. Like say, hi, my name is Amal. It will greet you with your name. It will greet you with your name, hopefully. It's a slower model than ChatGPT, so I'm waiting longer. And I can imagine it's free. I don't know why they do it, perhaps for training something else or having this kind of like context generated. And then after that, I'll say, what is my name? And then this time, probably it will greet me back with my name if it's an intelligent. There we go. Your name is Amal. You share it with your first message. So you see, it's not like really intelligent model. It's kind of like adding those parentheses and kind of like giving me a way to kind of like doubt and change the model now. I'm going to change the model back to ChatGPT. It's just my preference, but you can keep it with your free way. So what happened right now is a lot of things, like literally a lot of things under the hood. Like we literally touched 2 very, very important concepts. This thing that we talked about with earlier on ElevenLabs, this ASR LLM TTS, that cycle. And now we touch something else. We chat with an AI agent, or at least an AI, an LLM, and it comes back to us. And in the programming world, it's a lot of work to be done. So let's do a little bit of a whiteboard session like this one. We asked inside n8n, we asked n8n to talk to ChatGPT. Actually, it starts, the story starts somewhere else. It starts right here. In our browser, in our web browser, we ask something from n8n. We said hi. That message went to n8n. And then after that, that message went to ChatGPT, and then from there it came back to n8n, and then from there it came back to this one. So this entire loop that goes from browser to n8n to ChatGPT and then coming back all the way, it takes a lot of time to build it. Like literally you need to be in a coding school for let's say 6 months in order to build a scalable web application that can build a chat interface that can chat with n8n. It's that complicated. Now, how about I remove this and I create a little click even listener here, a click trigger that can initiate this. This is another piece of trigger. It's another type of a trigger that literally clicking this will initiate something in here. If I click it or execute it, it will initiate something. We don't have something written here. What that can be, it can be a system prompt. I can say like, what's the population of Germany? And if I execute that, without knowing why this is failing, oh, the model here doesn't have credentials set. Oh, I'm on localhost. I'm in a totally different place. I have to be in this one. So if I remove this and I add a click listener, the first one, and then I put what's the population of Germany? And then I run it. What is it saying? It says the model. Oh, simple memory. So we don't need simple memory for this right now. If I execute it, I get an output. Look at that. It says, it gives me an output in JSON. And there is an input here. So like with a click, I sent some information to ChatGPT and it came back. But one thing I would like you guys to learn is the way the UI of n8n works. There are certain specific kinds of UI in n8n. And I will take them to the whiteboard. I'll just put this thing away so that it's easier. And then I will try to comment things on it and then take those comments to the Notion page. There's one type of thing in here where we see settings, these kind of settings. We see these kind of panels that you can expand and collapse from this button. And you see like literally this entire grid having these little workflows. And the workflows can be of different types. We'll talk about that in a minute. And then you can zoom in and zoom out from there. You can switch the modes here. But what you will see is a common pattern emerging. Imagine if this is your window. This is any window of n8n. It comes with two types of main settings. One is this type of a setting, and the other one is very, very similar to this, which is a setting that have like a window in the middle, and a very similar window on the right side. Now, this is a type of a window that's used usually for triggers. This is a type of the window that's usually used for nodes. What's a node? We'll come to it in just a minute. And then this part is usually used for output. This part is usually used for settings. And this part is usually used for output. Now, if we take this whole idea and then we put something, we simplify something, that something, a node, goes into another node, or the old school input, process, output, that's absolutely digestible here in this workflow as well. So something is inputted, and it's processed, and then that something is going to be output. Why am I using something instead of an actual vocabulary? Because that something can be one of the 400 things. Okay? That's the whole concept. And each time an input of one node goes as the output of the next node, and so on, it cascades. And imagine it, or remember, it always, the execution goes from left to right. So the execution of n8n workflows goes from left to right. What do I mean by that? When we go on here, when I click this, or let's put back the chat. So when I chat, the moment I chat, I say hi, look what happens. The moment let me refresh so everything is clean. You don't see any those green check marks there. No, nothing. Everything is white. Keep an eye on this and then see how it moves on the right side like this. The moment I say hi, I press enter, the execution goes from left to right. This is a principle in n8n. You do it like that. It is done like that. Now, if I open this window, you can see that this window is so much similar to this trigger window. It has this little part, usually for settings. A trigger is set. A trigger can be done in a way that it is a setting. And then that trigger will do an output. Like literally this guy is sending an output. So this is sending an output to another node, whatever node that it is going to connect to. And that individual node will receive that data as an input and will send that next data as an output. Okay? And all of them are happening into something that's called JSON. JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. And we have 50 minutes left. We will get into JSON before going to the lunch break. Let me see if there are questions coming. I'm using Excalibur. It's a European Prague-based company. It's called excalibur.com. All right, so we have the basics of this done. Like if I go here, I see JSON. If I go to this one, I see JSON in here. I see JSON in here. I see some settings in here. So this window is so much like this window. And I know that now the input is basically the output of the previous node. This output is going to turn, probably is going to turn as an input of the next node. But one thing you see here is JSON, JSON, JSON. And this is very, very important that as a flowgrammer, as an n8n expert, you need to know how to read and write JSON. So let's get to that in just a minute. We are starting our JSON journey. No questions so far. No extra steps so far, except the memory. Oh, indeed, I forgot to explain what happened to the memory thingy. So you guys added memory. You guys tried it. Let's do that. So what happens in this world is a lot of world of any web development happening underneath the hood. Something that I have been doing for 17 years in a row. So let me first put this into the here so that you guys have something to look at later on. And then I will explain what happens into this one workflow. So if I always keep thinking that this is a browser and I keep pressing Command Tab. So if I take a screenshot of this, I'm gonna give you guys some smiley face so you guys can remember me next time. Okay, so whenever you have like a workflow like this, that workflow have a similar pattern, and we already spoke about that pattern. And now what happened here with these little number of nodes was a world of web development involved. A world of web development. We already spoke about this chat going, where was it? Here. We're gonna expand on this. We did an HTTP request here, and we got an HTTP response from there. What is HTTP request and response? It's a very simple concept. It's what is fueling the entire internet. You can see here HTTPS. The extra S is for the term secure. That means it's a secure connection. Now, behind the scenes, something else happened. n8n had a little, let me quickly do something here. I think this should do. Yep. So there was a little database added the moment we added the memory here. The moment we added memory, under the hood, n8n said, well, on my n8n cloud, I'm going to add a little memory for this little work that I have. Now imagine this is your n8n infrastructure. It added a memory, and each time the request comes and it says that, what is my name? And it has the entire structure or the entire data saved in here in all those little, imagine if each of these rows, each of these lines are one row in the database. Now it already has that information in here, but it doesn't know your name. What knows your name is ChatGPT. But what is that session? That session could be Redis. Redis is a caching system. Could be something else. Could be Supabase. Could be whatever. Under the hood, the simple memory, I think it's using the browser or something, but it doesn't matter. What matters is the term memory. The exact implementation, this simple memory, what under the hood this is using. Is it going to the server? Is it accumulating things in the browser? Doesn't matter. You can also do other types of memories. Like you can add a Postgres chat memory. You can put a configuration of your Postgres, and then it goes and stores things in a database for you. But what matters is that with a few clicks, this flowgramming concept, or this concept of building sophisticated, scalable web applications with literally clicking and also having the capability of building really complex things with code, brings you this off the shelf. So when I say, what is my name? This, what is my name, do not know this. Like, this doesn't happen in the memory part. It finds your session and says, this is your session. It pulls it out of the database, it bundles it, and then it sends it to ChatGPT. And then in this piece of work, which is a JSON, again, JSON, so JSON is important. We're heading to learn how to read and write JSON. But JSON is important. It is a piece of JSON. That little line is a piece of JSON. It goes to ChatGPT with the entire chat history. Like literally here we said, hey, stay focused with those 5 last chat messages. And same thing happens here. Last chat messages goes there, and then it comes here. It says like your name is, and then it knows your name. And then it says your name is Emma. Because it had it in the memory, it pulled it all, went here, came here, and then it finally came to the browser. So that is the power of Flowgramming. You literally digested, put together one API call here, a response in here, all of them happening with a lot of back and forth API calls, and yet scalable, all underneath this one little piece of URL on either on n8n cloud or on your own self-hosted cloud. It all came with no extra efforts done. So it's that powerful. And I love n8n. And that is the basics of n8n. We're gonna do basics of JSON. Okay. I will see the questions. What software are you using? That's called Demo Pro. Demo Pro. This allows me to do these arrows, and this thing is my own software. Like this, something that I'm writing everywhere is my own software. And in one branch, I have also these arrows done, but I'm too lazy to finish that, or too busy to finish that. Alrighty, we're going. There is a very good momentum right now. I hope we'll continue doing this before the lunch break. Alrighty, so now it's the time to do some more knowledge work, and then I'll put you guys to do some actual writing of JSON. So JSON is JavaScript Object Notation. It stands for JavaScript Object Notation. That's the short for JSON. Why are we going to do JSON a lot? Because everywhere we go in n8n, you will see JSON. Here. You will see JSON everywhere. And if you cannot read it, you can change it to table format like this, but it's not sophisticated. If you still want to see that hierarchical way, you can change it to schema mode. You can still see this. But if you start learning the details of JSON, I believe you will be way much faster in finding what's the problem in your n8n workflows than if you don't know it. Okay, so let's go in and learn that JSON thingy in just a minute. Okay, so a JSON can be a type of different things. It can be an object. This is the object. This is basically the starting of the one possible way. Another possible way, it can be an array. An object this is called basically an object. I will just we will come to the object. What does it mean in just a minute? And that's an array. And then another thing that can happen is it can be a string. These are small little things that you need to understand and know the name of, and then we'll go to it. I think that's enough. Like literally these three things, these three little pieces should take you to a long way. There should be enough. So if I put a simple JSON object in here, there are certain rules in it. Like there is a key and there is a value. It's a way to represent data, okay? JSONs are there for you to represent data. The very first or the very simple rule is that it opens and closes, an object opens and closes with the curly braces. Don't ask me why not parentheses. It was how it was designed before. And then it has another rule that you need to put these quotation marks around the key and around the value. And there has to be a colon in between. This is how it has to be, no questions asked. And the key value pairs can be nested. So if I have this, I have to put a comma at the end of this, and then put another key, and then another value, and then so on and so forth. So that comma is another important piece of this entire puzzle. So one more time, a curly bracket, open, a curly bracket, close, that indicates that this thing is an object. So when we know if something is an object, we know because it has a curly brackets and it has a key value pair. Let's see. JSON. Oh, this is an object, look. This is an object, look. It starts from here, it goes all the way here. And then it has a key. Let's pick an easy example. This is an object. It starts from here, it goes all the way to here. It has a key that the key is called completion tokens. Another key is key 1 is called completion tokens. Key 2 is called prom tokens. Key 3 is called total tokens. And the values are here. Okay? And you can see that that rule is also followed. They are separated by commas. Same concept here. Okay? Now, since we are good with this, let's move it to Notion. And then go and see how can we put more than one object. How can I put a simple array of objects? You can do that by this. You can put it like this, curly brackets, and then you put one object, the same object that we spoke about earlier. The first key could be name. The name could be, you spell it with C, right? Christina. The name could be Christina, comma, the LinkedIn profile could be, I'm just making a LinkedIn profile, HTTPS. Something like this. Now that's one person's information, and I need to also Christian. So I want to save some information. Like we met at AI Builders where we vibe coded this pad and ball game, and we played it on the TV with our bodies, like moving our bodies. So now I saved some information there. That whole text that went inside that little thing. This is why JSON is there. It saves information for you. And that's why we need it. So now it has one property, two property, three properties, or three keys. name, LinkedIn profile, notes. And it has a colon in between. It has one colon always in between the two things. You can see that. And then it has string around them, like these quotation marks around the value. And then it's one object, right? And I stored one person's information. What if I want to store one more person's information? I can do that. I can just literally take this entire object, put that comma where it belongs. You can see that this comma belongs here, right? I put that comma there, and then I change it to dev. And then let's say this is dev's Neal dev is his name, but he goes with short with dev. I met Dev in a masterclass where we used Claude code, and he is one of my first YouTube subscribers. So I took some notes, and then I represent that note like this in here. And this is important. The last piece of information should not have a comma. This is a rule. You must not put a comma at the end of your object. So now what I did, I created an array of objects. One object goes in this box. The second object goes in this box. All of them have the same properties. All of these objects have the same properties, but they do not have to have the same properties. They can have different properties. In the other one, I can have like, I don't know, number of meetings I met and so on. So these are user-defined. So this is an array of object. This is a sample JSON. This is how it looks. Now, how you would want to practice your JSON writing skills and your JSON reading skills. Go on the internet, search for JSON validator. Online, you'll find like 1,000 different websites. Pick the first one, paste what you have created, and click on this button, validate JSON, and you should be seeing this JSON is valid. I had a comma here last time, if you remember. I had a comma, I removed it, and I said like this is an invalid JSON if you put that. Let's see if that's true. If I click it, you see it says invalid JSON. So with this thing, you can practice your JSON writing skills. Okay? Now, what I would like to do is leave you guys for 15 minutes to practice your JSON writing skills. Try to do that, but right after, let me put this website as well, JSON validator. So you guys can use this website to validate the JSON right after, how many minutes did I say? 5 minutes? 15? No, let's do it for 10 minutes. Because we have 30 minutes to lunch break. And once you're back, then I have more to say about JSON. There's one more thing on how to nest it. The nesting part is important. I need to show you how to put things together the way it is usually done. Like here, you can see the part that it is like one JSON inside another JSON inside another JSON, one JSON inside another array, and so on. So you guys can go and practice JSON. Meanwhile, in 10 minutes, and then we'll see each other. Please, guys, make sure that when I'm out of the room, the microphone is being streamed and this camera is being streamed. So we're not touching anything. I'll take a small bio break. I don't have any microphones with me, so I don't want to. have 5 minutes left. Okay, now if anyone has any question who could already do or have an error, they can share so we can see it. Okay. So we have 1 minute left. I think this was way too much time for a lot of people. So there's a good question coming from Amir, who is the provider of the memory? A simple memory, it sits on n8n, so n8n is the provider of the memory. And then this session is not on Supabase, it's on simple memory. I don't know exactly internally how do they do sessions in Supabase, but yeah. It's not, so simple memory is not in the browser. Now I remember I said it in browser earlier, but it's not in the browser. Why? Because you'll see it in just a minute. Like we will do something with Postman and then you'll see it's not in the browser because from the browser I can send things out and then it works. Okay, so we're streaming for 3 hours, 30 minutes. In 4 hours, there's a bug in Riverside, it stops, so we'll stop streaming right after that. Like exactly at the border of 4, regardless of how we evolve with our next piece of course. We have another 20 minutes, let's say, left to touch that 4-hour border. We'll cut it a little bit earlier so that the video goes in one go in one chunk. And it has been also recording the whole time with QuickTime. That means like much higher resolution will be coming soon. All right, so you saw the normal way of doing it. Now how, all right, so we are going to now do the next step, which is nesting JSON. If you nest JSON, then you can, okay, if you nest JSON, let's actually see how big was that screen recording. Look at that, crazy. 54 GB. It's really high resolution, like 4K resolution. All right, so now we're gonna nest JSON. What does nesting JSON means? It means like if you open any of these little nodes, you will find yourself. Oh yeah. How did that happen? This is what happens after 3 hours. The session gets a little bit bad. It could be ARC not sending signals, but whatever it is. Something breaks after 3 hours. Oh no, sorry, screen. Okay, well, also close the door so that we have less noise coming from outside. All right, so now we have pretty much a setup, or we at least had a little first steps towards understanding how to write and read JSON. Now let's go in and see the nesting JSON, because it's important. And we always have it in this input and output worlds of n8n, and it makes sense that we as vibe coders should know JSON a little bit. So what I will do now is I will go and show you one of these outputs here. You'll see here that it has nesting, like these things can go inside each other. How does it work? Let's work on it on a simple example. This example that we had here. In order for you to make it easier to see, I'm going to put these ... so that you imagine like there is some more string coming here, so that we have some more space to talk about how to nest things. So what if I want to capture about the favorite things about them, like let's say favorite sports. Okay. Now I want to capture Christina's favorite sports. What's your favorite sport?
Sport?
Yeah, sport. Boxing?
Yeah.
Running? So let's say it's running. I'm going to give you a favorite sport. Running, boxing, I don't know what else. Boxing it is then. So now I captured Christina's favorite sports, and let's give Div a few favorite sports. And he gets like, I don't know, he's from India, so it's going to be cricket. How do you spell cricket? C-R-I-C-K. ET, right? Cricket, I don't know, jogging and whatever. So now, this is one way to do it, but the problem with this is that you cannot run nodes on these individual items that you have captured here. You may want to do something with your workflow that captures these little pieces of information separately. That's when you can nest things. So if you remember this key value pair, this value does not need to be here as a string. The value can be also this key 3 can also be an array, or let's say it can be an array of strings, or it can be an array of objects. Let's say, I'm just for the sake of simplicity, I'm going to keep empty objects, but I will explain it in just a minute. And this can also be an object that has another key. So key value. This is how it can be nested. So the nesting can go like this. It can be an array of strings, it can be an array of objects, or it can be an object that has another key and another value. And since we said, well, they can also be like this, key number 6. It can be an object that has a key, but the value of this can be another object. Just the same way as the value of this key 5 is an object, it can be also inside an object, another object. And then if I take it down the rabbit hole, it can go forever. Like it can just keep going forever. Like the number of nesting in here can go forever. I'm just going to keep it an empty object for now to make sure that it's kind of like visible in one screen. But since we have 12 minutes, I would like to close this round before it gets too complicated. And I would like to explain it on actual data. So here, this is one solution that I can have. Another solution that I can have is, before I forget, let me keep updating this place for you guys. So this is one solution, bad one. And then we have a better solution that is the favorites should go in its own array of objects. Sorry, in its own array of strings. You just put those square brackets around that, then it's easier to go. And then you can build a workflow that can loop around this, and then you can do something about each favorite sport that they have. And then you put that like this. That's a better. In order to make it easy, bad one, I'll just keep pushing this here. Another solution. And then I'll just keep embedding, developing this further down the road while explaining so that you guys can get an idea. And always go back to that website, JSON validator, and kind of like try to validate this and see if this is gonna, I'm learning it or not. It's nothing you will need it. It's like mathematics at home in the school. You don't need mathematics to do a lot of things, but it's the basis of everything. So it's important that you need to learn this. Now I have the array of, this is wrong. It has to have this closing things in both sides here. Something like this, so that it can iterate through that. something like that. Now, what I want to do is I want to capture more information about these individuals, about their favorite sports. Like, what is their favorite sport and when was the last time they played it? My favorite sport is Kung Fu, but I played Kung Fu, or I was practicing Kung Fu 20 years ago. And I was really good at it. Really, 3 years in a row, like really. I found a YouTube video of myself.
Which style?
Huh?
Which style?
Tua. Kung Fu Tua. So now I want to capture more information about this. What I can do is that instead of like literally getting a string, I want to get an object from that. So it's easy to put it like this in a tab-oriented format. So I will just kind of like create a kind of a nest here so that we can follow. So not just capture string running, I'll say what is the sport name that she's playing? She's playing running. And when is she let's say active, that's it, active, yes. So she's actively running. And this can be also nested, right? I can do the same thing for boxing. I can do this because it's an array, you see? Because it's an array of objects, this entire thing is an object. I can literally put a comma here, and then I can capture another sport that she's done. And this sport could be boxing. Maybe you were an ex-boxer, right? You did boxing 20 years ago and now you don't do boxing. So now I'm capturing data about my prospects in a very intelligent way, in a very detailed manner. And AI can do that. AI can go and structure this data based on a conversation that I have, based on content that's coming to the microphone. And I can do the same thing for dev and so on and so forth. So I'm just gonna quickly take the entire favorite sports, replace it here. It was, I think, cricket, right? Cricket and jogging. So this is how we can do nesting. It's an advanced thing. I don't expect you to understand it right away from the get-go. It's something that, I don't know, I have been writing JavaScript for 17 years, so don't see me as someone that you should become in the next 2 weeks. But at least if you can read a little bit about it, like literally, if you go here next time, after this torture that I did with you guys, sorry. If you go here next time, you're gonna say that, holy moly, I can understand things now. It's an array that it has an object. Let me see what happens if I collapse it. Oh, okay, this object has 2 items. Let me see what are those 2 items. I collapse this, I collapse this. I see that, oh, this object has 2 keys. Each key has a name of response and tokens, and the value of this object is not a string, it's another object. That's also possible because Uncle Emil taught us that. So it was like this. The object can be object, right? The key value can be also an object. So that's the case. The key is an object. Let's open that. Oh, I see. There is this object as one key called generations. The values of that is an array. Oh yeah, definitely. These could be arrays. And then I open the array, I see, oh, the array has an array. That's a nested array. It can go that deep, okay? And then there's another object. This object has 2 keys. One key is this is string, and the other key is this thing. And this key is also an object. The object has the key called finish reason and the value called stop. And that's how you start, your brain starts understanding this thing on the left side and this thing on the right side, that you see it most often in your business. With that, I would like to update the latest basics of JSON. It's done. After the break, we're gonna try some Postman. We're gonna install a software called Postman, and we're gonna do some really cool stuff with Postman, and we're gonna turn that little workflow that we started earlier, this little workflow, we will turn it into an API. We'll turn it into a so-called application programming interface. I'll explain what's API, and we'll send the request from Postman, and we'll make the entire workflow. We're getting a step closer to taking this entire thing that's happening inside n8n and then sending it to our ElevenLabs AI agent and then back. And then we'll kind of create a communication line back and forth between ElevenLabs and n8n. So with that, let me get to not seeing the screen again. Yeah, this was the message. No, this was the message from before. And it would be super awesome if you offer a similar event, but for developers with much faster pace. Hey, actually, whoever wrote that, that's exactly what was coming in my mind. Like, I was saying, like, the space of this is not so fast. What if I do the same thing for developers? That's a very good comment. Whoever wrote it, I love that person. I will do this for developers. Like, literally the same thing with a very fast pace for developers. I will do the next one for developers. But I have a motto, like, I want to help the rest of us. Developers will find their way out. They will watch a YouTube tutorial. They will use ChatGPT. But I don't hate them, so therefore I'll do a session for developers. But I want to help everyone else, like those who do not know how to use those 10-minute long videos that are like 3 times edited, and I'm doing 10 hours long video with unedited. I want to give you guys the raw version so that you learn it that normal way. So therefore, with that idea in mind. So let's see if anyone else wants to say anything else from here. Can you get recordings of this live stream? Yeah, the recording is available automatically in the live tab. Do we always use simple memory? No, we'll change it. Hey, Mal. Hey, Thomas. Hey, Thomas. Good to see you. Yesterday we met. Let me take you guys to Thomas and also show you how to find this recording. You can find the recording from here from live. Like yesterday, I was live here, literally 15 hours ago. One of my cohort members, what's a cohort? I should be explaining that. I have 2 minutes. No, I will explain what's a cohort. There's a paid community I started building, not school, but kind of like literally in person. I'll show that after the break. And Thomas is this amazing person I met yesterday.
He's smart.
Yeah, he's a smart. No, that was Daniel. I'm not able to find Thomas right now. He's from the US. I think he lives in Germany multiple years. I can't find him. We had a sofa talk and he showed me something, a tournament thing happening. Anyways, so this is the recording from yesterday, literally yesterday in the room upstairs. Anyways, no more questions. Then we will take a break for about... We decide what should be the time for the break. You tell me. 30 minutes? So that we can leave home earlier? Okay, let's make it 45 minutes. So that the walking distance and everything can be okay for you guys at least. And also everyone else was sitting behind the screen for a long time. So 45 minutes it is. We'll see each other in 45 minutes. I'm gonna turn off this this particular live stream. You guys can put a timer. So at 1:30, I will go live again. At 1:30 CET, I will go live again.
How about leaving 45 minutes timer?
Yeah. No, we don't need the 45 timer. I will turn off my computer. But in 45 minutes at exactly 1:30 CAT, we will go live again. So literally 1:30 p.m. CST, or aka Berlin time. We go live again. So this is important that you guys know that this is happening. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Take some pictures. Nobody took any picture, despite the fact I said take some pictures. Okay, then let me give some vibes to the screen and then take the picture of the screen. Wait a minute. Let's the guys and the girl in the room, maybe let's take a group picture and then we will put that in the screen from this way so that the screen can be here. Everyone come here and behind me, like this way. The screen can go there and then we can do a selfie like this. Ew. How? Here. Here, fit in this frame. Then. Oh, we don't need to do a selfie. It's high resolution. We can take a picture from there. Then. There you go. Wait. Faisal. Faisal is my cousin. Oh wow. I didn't know that feature. That's not VibeKit. That's Google. What is that?
And there is this as well.
This is Mac OS?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
It's same on iPhone, yeah.
It's same on iPhone? So, I will give the microphone to everyone. Do an introduction of yourself. What you do, what's your passion. Stay here, stay here. Stay here. Okay. Everyone gets the microphone so that we have like a little bit more human touch to this video stream.
Hi, I'm Alan. I work with SAP. I'm working on automation basically and cybersecurity privately. I've been doing Thai boxing for many years. Wow. And yeah, I haven't done it for a while, but I had my club for over 10 years. I'm also international referee and the coach and etc.
Wow, I didn't know that about you, Alan.
And I'm a huge fan of AI. I've been following this for a couple of decades. Ray Kurzweil and guys before this became mainstream in the last couple of years. Yeah.
Thai boxing. I did kickboxing a little bit. Yeah, very similar.
It's similar.
Yeah. We should talk about that over lunch.
We can do sparring.
Yeah. Cool. Who's next?
Okay. Hello, my name is Faisal. Here or this side?
You can see yourself here, right?
Cool. Hello, my name is Faisal. I come from Afghanistan, and my passion is AI. I since 2 years I just finding ideas. I just try a lot of ideas. I'm kind of entrepreneur. And yeah, now I'm here to learn AI agents and also vibe coding.
And Faisal is building an AI agent with an AI with a Telegram integration that helps you find an apartment in Berlin faster. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, of course. Actually,
look at the camera there.
Cool. I just built an AI, not an AI. I just built an kind of agent that help you to find apartment or room fast in Berlin. Unfortunately, I just talk with a lot of students, and they just say that we don't want to pay for this.
Yeah, it's very hard to make money.
Yeah, so I just leave it. So find a way.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hello, I'm Hiram. I come from India. I'm new to Berlin, just a month and a half. Right now, I just jumped into the vibe coding and the AI agents and all those things. So I am here to learn and be part of it.
Yeah, welcome to Berlin. Welcome to Germany.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cristina. I'm coming from Spain. I live in Berlin since 7 years. I'm teacher, and now I'm learning about coding, AI agents. That's all.
Wonderful. And you're a kindergarten teacher.
Yeah.
That's so lovely. I have
So
two
I have
kids.
another background.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that, because Germany is lacking a lot of kindergarten teachers, and I have a high respect for you and your occupation. And I believe that Germany needs also a lot of more kids, so we need more teachers. I hope you're not leaving your job. That's okay if you're leaving.
I quit my job last
Ah,
year, of course.
No, we don't do edits. We don't do edits. I don't want to say anything. Yeah, we need. Yeah, we
Yeah.
have right now. My son graduated. My son Ash graduated from kindergarten yesterday. Yesterday was his last day, and
Sweet.
it's the kindergarten is having trouble because of lack of teachers. But anyways, that's a problem in this side of the world. We didn't have it in Afghanistan. There were more teachers and more kids and more of everything, but not money.
Yeah, in
So,
Spain, one teacher worked with 25 children alone.
one teacher with 25 children. Oh yeah.
So this is
Yeah.
Spain.
Then let's have
Here we
that
four-
discussion
four
over the lunch.
teacher
Yeah.
For 18 children.
Ooh.
So I don't know. It's not failing teacher, but it's failing system.
It's the system, yeah. The supply demand, it always goes in that direction. Yeah. Yeah. Wonderful. I was in streaming. And then Vibe Stage will become like #1 stop for live streams. Okay. Where did we leave? We left after going and having a deep dive onto JSON. So JSON is important. We discovered why it's important, because we have a lot of moving data between nodes, and then that's important. That needs to be done. Now, the next step for us is to install Postman. So step number 1, 2, 3 starts now. Go to Postman, download Postman, and then sign up Postman. I believe you guys can do it. I don't need to show you which menu to click and what. Eventually, you need to see this. So literally, you need to see a software like this once you run it. So I'm going to give you guys, let's say, 3 minutes for this. Perfect. Have you ever seen the longest charger, 5-meter long charger? There is power plug there. Oh, there. Does it work? Yep, all good. Today is day one of our 2 days long workshop, and we're in person, just a few people, but we are online. Hey, where are you? There. But online, we are way more. Therefore, I'm calmly speaking because we're in a breakout room right now. So that means like literally in 23 seconds, we're going back to business. And I'm being live streamed with this little iPhone connected here and having like a screen like this. Yep, there we go. And being projected there. And if you want to join the next one, the next workshop, Building Voice AI Agents, it's happening on 30th of August. Same format, hybrid, in person, and as well, well, the in-person there will not be 5 people, will be more. We're going back to our normal format, and you're going to learn how to build a voice AI agent. So stay tuned. We'll see each other soon. Okay. I'm just for you guys, sorry for the interruption. I'm getting into the short business, like building some more content for Reels, for what is it called? For Instagram and TikTok. So more content coming there. Obviously not this kind of promotional so much, only promotional when I have some nice content around, but mostly educational content, like for example, these little tips and tricks and so on. Okay, so let's go back. You have your Postman installed. And your Postman says something around in the lines of something like this. Probably a little bit different, but it doesn't matter. What is Postman? Let's go in a whiteboard and find out what is Postman. So Postman is an API testing tool. What is an API? API stands for Application Programming Interface, okay? And what is an API? It's just a way of connecting systems, a way of connecting two systems. Let's call them System A and System B. When you want to connect these two systems together, you need to use an API. And these APIs talk to each other through a specific protocol. And these specific protocols, guess what? They're mostly using JSON. So you just learn how to do JSON. So they're sending something to each other via a JSON, and then they're receiving back another JSON. So that communication between these systems happen through a JSON. And that JSON is usually sitting somewhere in between the payload or request, but it also goes with the names called request and response. So they request with some JSON, they get a response with some JSON. Or these are also called HTTP request and HTTP response. But nevertheless, these two systems talk to each other with that JSON approach in mind. And the way they do is using an architecture called API, okay? Now, we built this really interesting thing where we did a very nice chat interface with this memory thing, but it won't be of any use if it always sits in this, let's say the system A for us in this particular use case was the browser. And the system B was, in this use case, was the n8n AI agent. It won't be of any use for us if we have to use all the time the UI of the browser or the UI of n8n. We need to strip it out of the UI so that we can use it somewhere else, okay? So for that, we need the API. And in order to do the API, you need to use a few different nodes that we will see in just a minute. But in order to test this, we will replace these system A's and system B's time to time to test these little systems in isolation. So now, my system A was the browser. I'm going to change it to Postman. Why? Because I want to test if this is working. Once this is done, then the system A becomes n8n, system B becomes, well, maybe system A becomes ElevenLabs, so that it can send the voice message, the transcript of the voice message. System B becomes n8n, and then n8n sends something back to ElevenLabs, and then it talks. So that's how this whole thing works. And in order to test my n8n workflows, I need Postman so that I can test it locally. Locally means like in isolation. So the way you operate this software is like you click on this plus button, and then you need to know these little things, which we'll explain in a minute. And you need to know this little button, which we'll need to know, we'll explain it in a minute. And then this little button, literally those things. And then inside this box, you need to know this, obviously the send button, the URL, the body we'll talk about. And then once we do an API request, then you'll get to know more about these two little boxes. That is like the request part and the response part, which you'll know in just a minute. Now, I have a workflow sitting around this workflow that I built earlier, which is doing some chat with me, but nothing else. It just has like an AI agent node. What if I change this? I have some smileys thinking, guys. Let me keep an eye on my YouTube channel to make sure that everything is running fine. Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. So, Thomas, VibeStage. For those of you who don't know VibeStage, it's HTTPS. It's a link you go to, and then you can send me emojis and things like that. When you send that, then I get this on my screen, no matter where I am. And if you send a question here, then I receive a hand gesture, and then I know that there is a question. Why is it down? Oh, the question feature is not working. Let me restart VibeStage. Which one is it? This is the n8n. This is the Samantha that we give the presentation earlier. This is VibeStage. So there you go. So then I will receive a question like this here, and then I can talk to you guys. We should not pay a subscription to Postman, or free. Free is enough. The subscription, the Postman free is enough. So you ask your questions, and then I'll connect there, and then you can connect with me and also subscribe to my YouTube channel. Alrighty, so now these system A and Bs will change. They will change time to time. I will put Postman to n8n, and then we'll switch it, and then put ElevenLabs to n8n. In order to do that, the step number 1, 2, 3 starts now. Step number 1, select this chat window. Step number 2, delete it. Step number 3, add webhook from here. Add webhook. I'm repeating it one more time. So step number 1, select the chat window, delete it. Step number 2, add webhook with that little light on it. And then that's it. Until here we go, and then we will see what happens next. Yes, so I'm looking for contributors for, there was a question, what exactly I'm looking for contributors. So there is a repository called VibeStage on my GitHub. And then you can do this one and this one and this one. but these are old, like you can see this 2 weeks ago, this is last month. On my computer, I have more of that setting. If somebody is interested in contributing, then we can talk about it. And this was an idea that I had at the time when I started 2 months ago. Sounds like at the time like past. I came up with this image trying to project myself that I want to have a software like this. At the time, I had an idea of like running it on an external monitor, which I did. As the first version, it was that one. But then I thought about like merging it in the same monitor, in which I did. If you guys are happy to help here, I'm looking for contributors. Anyways, so we got here, we changed that webhook, but pay attention here, you have this little thing that is disconnected here, this little thing. This needs to be connected. So like literally take it and then snap it there. So make sure that it's connected. Once it's connected, then I would like you to double click this and then change this method from get to post. We'll come to it, what is post, what's get in just a minute. Just do what I say. Do that, click on listen for test events. Listen for test events, and then it's now in the listening mode. Like literally this little icon blinking here means it is right now listening. What is listening? So system A and B are now in thing. So the system B is listening mode. Like that is now n8n is listening to some information coming from Postman. So now I'm going to take this URL, copy that URL, click on that URL, it copies it, and then you go to Postman, and then in same way, in this list, you need to change this get to post. And then paste the URL in here, the URL that you have copied. And then the next step is go to the body, select raw, and then from JSON, from the text, select JSON. So those are all these steps. Let's go and put that to Postman Basics here somewhere, and also this one. Okay, now I have copied this URL, right? I pasted it here. And in this area, just put a message called query, and I will say, hi, my name is, hi, how are you? Just let's make it super simple. Hi, how are you? Time is running. Let's do 2 steps in one time. Hi, my name is Emal, and then put this session ID in here. And this could be ABC123. That's it. I'm gonna put this JSON copy. Also put this one here, so you guys can see the payload from this object. Okay. I'll give you guys like literally 2 minutes to do that, because you have the video, you can rewind it, then we can go there. Let's go for 2 minutes and do that yourself. Thank you. Whoever is sending those emojis, thank you. I love you too. Ten seconds. You guys can always find this little timer on my screen, which is also, yeah. Yeah, can someone quickly? Okay, so I'm gonna reset the timer here and look at the questions. Could you please repeat one more time, Postman? You can also so for those who submit a question that can you please repeat, I always repeat 1 or 2 times in the first place, but I will show you how to do it like this. So you can like literally go here. For example, I did it here. Instead of me repeating it 1 more time and then the recording goes as a 1 more repeating, you take this and then go a little bit backwards and then play it from there and then follow the instructions. And also in the Notion page, I'm now trying to kind of like leave this kind of detailed screenshots and in order to find out what to do first. So step number 1, you go here. Step number 2, you paste this URL that you copied it from, and 2 and 3. This way, I think you'll be much faster. You'll be more kind of like take everyone together with us so that other guys can also follow. But it's okay, like literally it's okay if we leave the keyboards and I go in one go and build the whole thing in front of you. Why? Because it's recorded video and then you can sit together next week and then do it. For me, it's important that this entire application is done in 2 days so that we leave some recordings on the internet. Like literally, we started with 74 people and now I see 25 people watching and I don't care. Despite the fact that this is kind of like hurting me a little bit, we had 784 people register. Why do you have the FOMO to register? Don't register, please. And don't give me the hope that there will be like 200 people online. I always got in a fight with my wife. She was saying like, nobody will get online, and she was right. Even 795, damn. That's just FOMO, pure FOMO registration. Like they're having this fear of missing out. They register and they screw up my numbers. But only 25 fighters are online. And I believe that 25 of you, I challenge you guys to sit until the end. I believe you guys will also leave. And only time will tell. Who exactly will stay? I will only know it from the comments here, because then I can see your name. Anyways, so let's get to work. Just to reiterate, I'm not here for the online audience right now only, and I'm not here for the 4 or 5 of us in the room only. Although I love all of you equally, but I'm here for the artifact of these 2 days. I'm here for this recording. This recording that's going on, like 54 GB data that we generated, and also this raw material that we're generating as we go. But I highly recommend if you can follow it, the mechanics that you can follow, this will make your life much easier to follow along later on. Okay, let's go for the greater good. So now I have this workflow running in here. Where was it? I think it was here somewhere. Yeah. And make sure that this is in the execution mode. This is a moment that you can really mess. This is a moment you can really mess. It's a very important moment. If this is not in the running mode, you're gonna mess it, I believe. You're gonna get stuck. Make sure this is in the running mode. And you make sure that you see this spinning animation in here. And then I'm gonna just put this on the other side, but you can decide not to put it, however you wish. You have 2 screens, whatever. Now, what's gonna happen is when I click on the send button, this URL is taken, like literally request is going to this guy. So what happens is now this is my system A, and this is my system B. So I'm gonna now literally push some information from one side to another side using a so-called application programming interface. So I'm doing an API call by clicking the send button. The send button is taking literally all of this data that you see in here. This data is sent over the wire to this webhook. Like literally it happens as soon as I click this send button. Pay attention. It's running. It happened like right in as a flashlight. You see there is now a green check mark. So this API request from Postman happened when I clicked on that button, okay? Now, let's go there one more time. This has an error. I know what's the error, and we're going to go and fix it. But right now, what we did is something that that you need to know. It's an API call. It was literally, if somebody says, what's an API? People give this example of waiter in kitchen. We talk to the waiter goes to the kitchen. Well, that metaphor is good, it's okay. But this is API, like one system is sending information to another system, that's it. And that system works on it and then sends a response back to it. Where is the response? Here. This is the response. I'm gonna do it one more time, but after fixing this. So if I go here, double click, you'll see that it is asking me there is no session ID. Why? Because this memory needs some session ID. This memory needs to remember something. If I click on memory, it says session ID, but it doesn't know anything about it. In order to, pardon me, to define your session ID, you click on that, and then you need to give it a key. So now step number 1, 2, 3 coming. Step number 1, double click on simple memory. Step number 2, select define below. So it's by default like this. So step number 1, you click on simple memory. So that's your step number 1. This is for associating simple memory ID, okay? So step number 1 is you click on that little thing. Step number 2 is once you are in, then you literally open this drop down and then select define below. So this is obviously happening number 1 and number 2. This is your step number 2, so that you can follow up in the breakout time. And then step number 3 is once you click the define below, I'm going to make it a little bit bigger so you can see the whole thing. And then click on schema and then collapse this thing. So collapse and then drag and drop session ID to the key. So this is 1, this is 2, and this is 3. Like this. It should look something like this. Okay, once you do that, and then you go out, and then you put your workflow in the execution mode, and then you go and click on the send button, it will work. But what you will see is this thing. Workflow was started. You will not see the response that came back from ChatGPT, which if you go and see this little, however it's called, this drag area, you can drag this thing back and forth. And also you can resize this thing like this. What you will find out is the output is, as of 2024, the population of Germany is approximately 84 million people. Why? Because our prompt is saying this. If you have this setup, we'll fix this right after the breakout room so that you guys can do this entire setup that I did. Let's give it 3 minutes. Three minutes.
So for me, for some reason, when I add just the webhook by itself, it executes from the postman. But as soon as I connect it to the agent, it gives me error. It doesn't go through. Isn't this supposed to come to the simple memory?
It's you're jumping 2 steps ahead. I'm coming to this respond to webhook in a minute.
No, I'm here. I wanted to do the key in the define, but I don't get. So the JSON and schema should be coming from this webhook, yeah?
Yeah. Save it, refresh. I know this. It's a bug. Save it, refresh it, and then do the whole thing. You'll see. All right. So let's resume. We have now a very nice little gadget running there. So we have my prompt was saying what's the population of Germany. I can change this prompt by doing the following things. Like I will collapse this little thing. Let me see. What was the... This is Postman, right? Still it's Postman. I think this is enough of Postman to show, and I will open another task here. We're done with Postman installation and basics. I'll call it Postman Basics. And then I'm going to start a new goal for us to n8n webhooks. Let's call it n8n webhook, so that we can get inside the nitty-gritty details of n8n webhooks. Okay? So we already have added an n8n webhook here, right here, in the workflow. But when we execute this, the problem is that instead of like a message coming out of that thing, that AI agent, I'm seeing that workflow was started. I want to see exactly what was the response coming from ChatGPT. So this is how you can solve that. So in webhook, these are the step number 1, 2, 3. So step number 1, double click on this one. Step number 2, select this and then change it to respond to webhook. So it goes like this. Okay, so the respond to webhook in n8n goes as we saw. You select this respond to webhook, you go back to the canvas, and then on the other side, you add another thing called respond to webhook. So step number 1, 2, 3 is like this. Step number 1, step number 2, you type here respond to webhook. Step number 3 goes like this. So once that happens, you get this kind of a system. You just basically get out of there. It should be attached like this. That's it. Now if I execute this, I see this error inside the system message, which says like, what should I do with this? I will just keep it chat with the first trigger, and if I keep executing it, it will run. And if I execute my n8n workflow one more time, it executes, but then it says like, what do I do with this? You pick it. This is important. I will do the step 1, 2, 3 here. So when you see this error, this no prompt specified, you go to the system, double click on the AI chatbot, and then from here, you click step number 1 here, step number 2 here. Once you do that, then you provide, so you collapse it from there, and then you provide a question here like, answer this question. Or you don't have to even write that. You can just literally just drag and drop that message in here. That's it. So that drag and drop this in here. In order to get there, you need to make sure that you are running the workflow. Otherwise, it won't work. Okay, so now I have this system. If I execute it and I put this back together and show it one more time, it's in the execution mode. What's supposed to happen is that, look what happens. So from this URL, it finds this and then goes here. In this, there's going to be some processing happening in here. And this processing happens inside the system, and then it goes and then sends it back to this node, which is the respond to webhook URL. And during this processing, you will notice that it uses this system, it uses this system. And then once the entire workflow is done, and then this guy will send the response back to me in the system, Postman. And now this is my system A, and this is my system B. My system A is Postman, my system B is n8n. And please pay attention to this payload. This payload is also sent through this webhook URL. So all of that information is going, this thing becomes my request JSON, and this thing becomes my response JSON. So you see the JSON here, now there will be a JSON in there. All of them are happening literally with no coding, like literally zero coding required. And there's a lot of concepts right now going on here. There are a lot of moving pieces. And if you followed along in the past couple of hours, you know every single bit of this in a great detail manner. So let's execute this and see. It was not in the execution manner. And it's running. Sorry, it's in this listening mode. You need to keep an eye on this thing. So it's running. And now I am going to send the request again. You can see that it worked. Voila. It worked. And this is the piece of information that you are really looking for. Okay. Now, I will do another round of quick introduction, okay? So what is an API? An API is nothing but a system that can take information from one system, takes it through basically this is the API. It is taking information from one system, sends it to another system, and then takes it back from that system. So that's system A, that's system B. We provide this URL. We provide a payload. In this case being this was our payload, right? Our query inside this query, this was a JSON. We learned how to read JSONs, so you can see that. This is the element. Everything you in here, you know what is it. And then after that JSON, it was sent to this URL. This is the URL, the webhook URL that we got it from here. And then once it arrived, it went to this entire workflow. It executed everything that it could in this entire world. And then due to respond to webhook, it sent it back. And then I got this thing. Hello, Emil. Nice to meet you. How can I help you today? Now, if I ask this question, what's my name? And I send it over, obviously, you need to make sure that the workflow is running. If I say go, it will come back and say like, your name is Emil. And this is insane. Like this level of programming, if you would have done it with code, it would take you like forever. And we did it in great detail and explained it, and it's working very, very well. What I will also do is I will also copy this entire JSON and put this thing here and here, call it n8n workflow JSON. There we go. So the way you can do this is a very important piece of information that from now on, we're going to go faster and faster. And the reason is this particular thing, what I did. I'm going to keep posting this little thing here, n8n workflow JSON. And if you mouse over, you will see this copy feature. Because I'm not going to go in this level of detail for the rest of the course, because we want to finish the entire n8n and hopefully most of it today. So tomorrow we do 100% vibe coding. So the secret to that is like this copy button, if you know how to do it. Now, imagine if your workflow is not working. Imagine if the workflow you're running is not working, but my workflow is running, right? Working. So you need to follow these instructions. I'll send you this, you copy this, and then you go to your browser, you go to another workflow, let's call this thing webhook. And let's create a new one. And then in here, you just basically paste it. And then you should have every single piece of setting that I have in place. And there's one more thing in the same setup, but on the Postman side. On the Postman, if you click on this little thing, you will get a piece of code here, this piece of code. I copy this, I paste it here, and I call it curl, Postman CURL. And then you copy this and do the same thing with Postman. How do you do that? Copy, go to Postman. I'm going to make it bigger so you know. Click on plus. Probably you don't need to click on a plus. Click on the import, paste it here, voila. Like literally everything is set up in the way that it should be. All right, so with that, we're pretty much done with n8n webhook. Since this other part was very, very important, I'm going to make another goal for that, which is using Postman CURL and n8n JSON template. So we're done with the webhook. We're going to I'll quickly do the documentation of what I've done here in order to enable you guys to follow along. faster. So step number one would be copy the code. How you copy the code, for example, from here, you need to copy the code like this. This is just for the sake of completeness of the screenshot. Let's do it like this. You do that as the first step. And then after the copy of the code is done, let's organize it underneath Postman. And then you go to your Postman, make it bigger. And then click on this one. And then paste it here. So literally click here, paste here. I hope that is good enough, clean enough. So, Notion. Okay. So that's the way you load your Postman. The way you load your n8n template or n8n JSON template, however it's called, export JSON or JSON template, is as following. You go to your n8n, you go to first your piece of work that you have on these cards, let's say webhook, and then you go on that copy thingy, and then you take a full, you take a screen, no, you don't take a screenshot for me. You go to kind of like copy the code, JSON code that I have provided. And then after that, you open your n8n, obviously a new n8n instance. And right here, do nothing but just paste with Command plus V or Control plus V. Windows is Control plus V, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. So that goes there. I see questions are coming. I'll attend the questions in just a minute. Okay. So that should give you guys clear view of how things work. Wait a minute, I have one more step to do to make sure that this goes here. And then we have like
But JSON may not work depending on the version.
it could be a version. Yeah, you're right. A version discrepancy. Okay, so now we have, this card is very important. This is kind of like a setup card. If you go through these screenshots, then you should be able to follow along this tutorial much faster. And I think this is all the learnings that I'm having. The next time when I do this, this Notion page will be a great source of information for us. Okay, so we already did this. What is JSON? We did basics of JSON, so I can delete this card. Okay, what's next on our workflow? Guys, it's getting really, really interesting. The next step is to, let me give you guys some time to digest this. I'm going to do a little bit of a recap, give you guys some time to digest this, and then we go to Supabase. Right away we go to Supabase. Let me check the live session. 28 people. Enough. The voice quality is good. Oh no, there is no voice. Source of information for us. No, there is. Okay. So now we are going to do the following thing. We already have our requirements set up. We want to store information about a requirement, like about a note that we have. And we know how to connect these system 1 and system 2s. Thank you for the emojis. And now we want to go and build a Supabase database so that inside that Supabase database, we can store these little nodes. I don't want to store these little nodes in Google Sheet or something. Well, I can't because these are so-called in vector database. Now it's the time for some theory, some nice theory that will open your mind on how ChatGPT works. This is a very, very big question, like how ChatGPT works. What's a vector database? So let's go first, find out, write down here something like how ChatGPT works. Or no, let's say, what is vector database? Let's start from that very simple version of this, and then we'll go to the next steps. It's also the same thing as how ChatGPT. It's getting complex otherwise. I would like to keep it as simple as possible, and at the same time, not overly simplify it. But the question is like, what is a vector database or a vector DB? The representation that you can think of is if you start like trying to minimize information, how would you do that? Let's say if you have two friends, friend number one, let's actually name them Christina, correct? Mm-hmm. Christina is one friend. She wants to send a message to another friend, Amal. And we have a table somewhere, like an algorithm, something. She sends me 1,476. I understand that, and I send her back. Let me see if I have enough space for that. That's enough space. And I send her back 45, 67, 98. And imagine we have communicated over that thing, but what we meant was, hi, how are you doing? Will you come today in CIC? And it was condensed with that much. And the response would be, no, I am sick. I can't come. For example, I'm just making a huge amount of leap of assumptions. It's not like that, but this is exactly what the underlying content goes like. So the way it works is like this. You have a so-called let me quickly do that. Which way is the vector? So imagine if you have a three-dimension vector. Well, it's very hard to explain complex ideas in an easy way. And then each little circle defines one piece of information. Okay? And it's a 3D dimension. Again, I'm not able to explain it because there's a lot of mathematics here in simple terms, but I will try to explain it in simple terms. If it's a three-dimensional matrix, what's a matrix? I don't know. Like, it's a 3D space of representation of information. And imagine if that little dot is one piece of information, that little dot is another piece of information, that is another, and each and every single one of them is one piece of information. What can that be? That can be a name, a location, a person, an interest, a word in English language, an attribute, an adjective, or whatever it is. For the sake of our example, we're going to do this. We're just curating that example of who is the name of the girl I met in AI Builder. It's Christina. Now, imagine that is Christina. That information is Christina. I'm just putting an arrow here and saying that this is Christina. And I have some extra pieces of information near to that. So, for example, there's another piece of information near to it, says pad and ball. Another piece of information near to that says what was it? AI builders, for example. So at least I got 2 pieces of information. I'm going to color it differently. Let's say I'll color it blue. And the actual subject that I want to search is this color, let's say purple. And the way I can search it is like this. I say, I want to search this information that is invisible. I don't know about it. And then ChatGPT goes and then puts a so-called nearest, it finds the nearest information around that. And let's imagine it goes and scans that little area, and it finds that, hey, there is one person, and it's a name. It could be Christina. And it finds it from where? From the other pieces of information. That's how the brain of ChatGPT works under the hood. And that's how the brain of RAG works under this. It's called RAG, Retrieval-Augmented Generation. So this is how the basics of underlying worlds of this thing works. And there's a lot more to it. Probably a data scientist right now watching this is gonna curse me that says that, that's not how this is working. It's working like this and that. Yes, but I'm trying to oversimplify this to someone who doesn't know anything about AI and mathematics and everything else. But at the end of the day, what happens is it is reducing, or it's changing text into numbers. That's the whole thing it does. And now let's see how does this work. we need to do certain things. Like if I get this piece of information needs to be first chunked. There are these chunking and embedding, okay? One process that it goes through is called chunking, and one process it goes through is called embedding. Chunking is doing this, like literally taking this and then puts it in small parts. Imagine it if every single line is one chunk. If that's one chunk, it creates one chunk, chunk number 2, chunk number 3, and so on, so that it can be stored somewhere. But it creates a little bit of an overlap between the chunks so that it can also chain them together. And then imagine if this chunk was another piece of information. Let's say this was cut in here, and then there is another piece of information going here. And then this U, or will U, is coming as the next chunk. I'm just gonna do the example here with Christina, but it's the same thing with Emo. Now, after the chunking, it's the embedding part. I'm gonna go quickly to my Supabase where I have some embeddings and copy paste it just to make the point, but we'll do that in a minute together. So it looks something like this. It's a lot of values. If I load it right here, just for the sake of example, it's you guys got to know what is an array. It is an array separated with comma, represented with some numbers. It's not those numbers that I mentioned here. For the sake of simplicity, I just put those numbers, but it is these numbers like this. It's a lot of them, so I'm not going to copy paste all of them, but I'm just going to copy paste enough of them to make the point that this is called embedding. So when you see this, you're not afraid of what it is. What is this? So then it looks something like this. Okay, now the embedding happened. I stored the embedding. Now, when the question comes, this is the embedding of Christina, and this embedding will point Christina in a specific place. It's this embedding that places that dot of Christina in here, not there, not there, but in here. And when the question comes, imagine if the question is this gray box. The gray box is, let's say, that is the query. What's the name of the girl I met in AI Builders where we played pad and ball? So this question is the part that is also embedded. And when the embedding happens, same thing happens with the question. So the chunking and the embedding again happens with the question as well. So the entire question here is now embedded, chunked. Let's imagine that this is the same embedding happening in there, or a little bit differently done. I'm just gonna go and grab some other values to make the point. So the question does this, and then it places there, and then you get a chunk of data. Like you get out as a result the chunks of data. And then these chunks of data, if imagine this is time series, this entire thing is time series. Over time, then you get like 1 chunk, 2 chunk, 3 chunk. That's how re-ranking and everything works. And then all of these chunks are then given to an LLM. Here, all of these chunks are given in the next step to ChatGPT, for example, for cleanup. So that's how this entire workflow works. These are the chunks, returned chunks. And then this is basically the cleanup process. And then the final response is generated from here. That says, the girl you met is called Christina. It's just one sentence, but it comes from all of that whole world of information. All right? So let's move this to your what's vector database here? Okay. Now what do we do next? This was theory. I just want to spit it out so that you guys can get a little bit more insights around this whole idea of how these how the brains under the hood works. I promise the next ones are going to be really, really interesting because we're going to actually do these steps. So let's put this here. The next step is installing and creating Supabase. So basically, Supabase setup. We're going to create the entire Supabase setup, the database setup of Supabase. And then we go to ingestion, retrieval, and then we should be done for the day. Supabase, ingestion, retrieval. So we create a workflow where we ingest this data. That's basically simple data that says like, I met this person, his name is this, his LinkedIn profile is this, and we spoke about this. That's it. And then we're good to go. Alrighty. So let me quickly check this and then say goodbye.
Call it Supabase.
Supabase. Germans call it Supabase. You're leaving, Christina. Let's say goodbye to Christina, and then we resume to the next one. Very nice to meet you. Thank you so much for coming, and see you in the next events. Follow the recordings there. Ask questions. Stop by at CIC and let me help and let me see what you built.
Yeah, we'll write you in the group.
Sure. For getting out, I think you don't need any lock, any key. If you need it, call someone from the WhatsApp group. You will find everyone in the WhatsApp group.
Thank
okay?
you.
Wonderful. Okie dokie. So now we need to do Supabase installation and Supabase registration and everything. So now it's the time for step number 1, 2, 3. Okay? Step number 1, 2, 3 goes now. Go to supabase.com. I will explain what Supabase in the breakout room time. And then you should see something like start your project. Click on start your project. Sign up. Once you signed up, you should see a similar area like this where you can click on new project. Literally go and find yourself out to this place where you can click on the new project button, and then you arrive in this area. Okay, then after that, you should be able to get to new project. Hi. And you should fill this form. Okay, so once you have created your project, you should see something like the ones that I have here, something like this, with a menu bar like that. All right, so once you're there, then we resume. Let me give you guys something around 3 minutes to get there. If any blockers, then we will tackle them by then. Until then, let me quickly go to YouTube and see what's going on there. Okay, so time is up from our breakout. Let me see. Where should I put 1 hour, 18 minutes? Let's assume those 12 minutes as well. 3 hours, that makes it 3 hours. 2 hours. Let's put 2 hours, 20 minutes more to the timer so that we know when to stop the stream. Okay, I hope in the next two and a half hours, what we are able to do would be the following. We can ingest data and we can query it. But before I go there, I would like to show you guys something that I already have in place. And then we'll go and build it, okay? So let me see, where are we? Here. So the setup I believe the setup is done, so I'm going to move the setup down there. But if you guys had any problems, then we can tackle them in a minute. So I will do this thing called rag demo. And I'll leave some information there. I didn't follow this timestamp thingy. Let's call it part 2. And the current timestamp, we take it from the CET timestamp. Because then, since the entire screen is being recorded, then you guys can, from the Google timesheet, can go here, and then wherever I am, and then here, from this little place, you can find the minute of the video where you should be looking at. Most often I'm showing the clock here, so it should be searchable. Because for me, it's very hard to find the exact timestamp because the timestamp here is going in the reverse order. It's a minus number. It's easy to follow the actual timestamp of the clock. So that's the timestamp of this particular rag demo that you can find. Now, part 2 means like after the break, so that's the part 2. Actually, I can also link the video here to the time. It doesn't have a time feature, at least link the video. But it's going to be the same link for all the parts. Okay, so now I'm going to show you how is the rag working, and we're going to go and build that particular one. My apologies if it failed because I was like really busy. I spent 0 amount of hours in everything that I have shown so far in preparation of this, and 0 amount of time in rehearsing. So therefore, there might be things that are failing. If it fails, then we go in and build it and find it by ourselves, like together. And that's what kind of like my way of things are. Like I want to do it in the raw way without editing so that you guys can learn how to fix things. So let's go to the next step, demoing part. I have a table, and that table is called documents. It has content, it has metadata, and it has embedding that you guys saw earlier. And that embedding is like all these numbers that makes RAG possible, these intelligent searches possible. And it has nodes like this that goes around the content of Dev and Christina, the 2 people I met, and I want to do RAG about. And we will do the ingestion of a new one. I should see a new record in here. So literally the first thing is this table, this data here. This is what we are going to check. And the next step is to go to the ingestion pipeline, to the workflows. I have an ingestion pipeline. So I will go and find that out. It's this one. This is the pipeline. How this thing works, we will get to know that in a minute. This is basically the whole LinkedIn of this. And I'm going to, for this one, pick Alan as the test subject here. So I'm going to find Alan here. That's Alan. I'm going to pick Alan's LinkedIn profile from here. And then I'm going to go here in the workflow and click on Edit and provide Alan's data. And these are all the steps that we can automate in order to get it from LinkedIn. And then he's also in Berlin, Germany. And now I have a memory note about Alan because he is type boxing. did you say Thai boxing? Yeah. And I did kickboxing. So we had like literal memory note that we will remember that whenever we meet again. But you and I know each other from multiple interactions, so I may have done this in the very first meeting that we did, 17th of Samantha, the big one, yeah, the 17th of May. So I'm gonna take a note there. Alan and I met on 17th of May when I did the Samantha Gmail inbox meetup, and he gave me a nice testimonial, video testimonial. And then the second time we met was in another monthly workshop where I got to know that he did Thai boxing for multiple years. And we exchanged a little bit about kickboxing and Kung Fu. I think that's enough mental note that I can take about this particular example. I'm gonna take a quick screenshot of this. So I fill this as a demo part to this rack demo. And you guys may also need to see the payload, the JSON payload. So I'm gonna put that as well as a code. Okay, now is the time of the ear. If it worked, fingers crossed, because this is the thing that I didn't prepare. I just put them together and ran. I think this happened this morning or sometimes. When was it? The last time I did it was, I don't know, like July 22nd. Yeah, it was created July 22nd, but I never ran it. And then you can see, yeah, July 26th, look. July 22nd, I ran it a couple of times, and then July 22nd, last night, I ran it at literally 12 a.m. I ran it. This morning, I'm doing the demo, so please bear with me if it fails. It may fail or it may not fail, but this is exactly what we're going to build in the next couple of hours. So what I have here is a workflow, which you'll see the JSON and everything in a minute. And if it works, then I should see one row in here in this Supabase. So if I click on the execute, and I can capture that, I think I captured that for this. When I execute it, yes, I captured the animation. I like this animation of n8n so much. So execute the workflow, see the workflow, the JSON workflow below. So here is the JSON, n8n JSON workflow. Okay, isn't there a way I can make this thing light, like smaller and height? This is way too long. I don't want it too long. I want it to be scrolled. No idea. I'll just keep it in the end. Okay, so this worked. This workflow worked. You can see here a couple of things happening. This is amazing. Like what we see here is a world full of knowledge and everything. So you can click things around in here, and then you can see when I click, you see chunking happen here. Well, this was not a big data, we didn't chunk it, but this is what I was talking about, like embedding. Like right now, you see the embedding that we're using is from OpenAI embedding, and this is what OpenAI embedding did. Like this OpenAI embedding was the reason that we got all those numbers. And all those numbers came from that theory that we just had before. So all these numbers are now stored in the database, these numbers, in the database, which is here. And if I refresh, I should have Alan. There we go. I have Alan. You see that? So now, not only this, but also the embeddings are stored. So Alan's data is so-called vectorized, or it is chunked, embedded, and vectored and stored in the vector database. So now this part is the easy part. We chunk it, store it. Now the next part of this is very interesting. I got the information here, but how can I retrieve it back? Let's go to the retrieval part of the demo. So the retrieval part is like this. Let's get out of here. And this is the retrieval part. And it works like this. I'm gonna just hide everything here. It is a chat window for now. We'll change things here. We'll put a webhook. We'll integrate it with our voice interface. We'll create a web application to kind of like take notes. If you don't want to talk to the microphone, we will put a microphone button there so that you don't want to do with a phone call and so on. That's coming next. But here it's a chat window, and I can open the chat, and this is already connected with my database. So now, if I ask this question, very fuzzy terms, what is the name of this person I met on my workshop on 17th of May, where I give this Gmail inbox skill set to Samantha, and he gave me a video testimonial. And the second time I met him was somewhere, I think it was in the July workshop where we spoke about kickboxing and kung fu and stuff. I forgot his name. What's his name? So now I'm doing a query, and this query goes to the system, and then it is embedded. Like literally, this query is embedded, and then after the execution of this, look, there is this execution going on. A result comes in. So n8n rag ingestion JSON workflow template. n8n rag. Let's put that at the end of the document. Or retriever. Okay, so this is just so that we can capture it. So I just asked a question, and look what happened. It went, so this question was vectorized, okay? This question on the fly, it was vectorized is the term that is used. And then in here, the embedding happened. Look, the embedding happened here. And then the name of the person you met on 17th of July and Gmail. Alan, there you go. So it brought back the name to me. And then the answer happened. So all of this is happening over like literally a workflow. And that's a very fuzzy term, fuzzy search. Like look at that. This piece of information that I was looking for is right there. And this is the power of AI automations with low code, no code. And it blows my mind. Like literally the amount of knowledge you need to gain for this is a weekend job, knowing where to click. And the outcome of this has real-time outcomes. And this is extremely interesting. And I'm super passionate about this. Like, look, the embeddings happened. All the information was stored on the fly, literally by putting a few boxes together. It's insane. And still, this chat window still have not only the information that Alan can do, I can still ask about the other two people I have in the database. What's the name of the person who was my first subscriber, YouTube subscriber? I hope I will see this. There we go. He goes with nickname Div. His name is this, like still. Another person, Christina. What's the name of the girl I met in AI Builders and we played pat and ball? Look. Lovely. That is amazing. Like literally your memory is being expanded with AI and we learn it in a day. It's mind-blowing. I want to just take a moment and see this. Like I got Alan's, only 3 examples, but it just worked off the shelf without much of work. And I put together this literally by not doing much. I just did this early in the morning, 6 a.m. I woke up, I spent some time, and I put these things together, and I was not really ready to finish this. And it worked. Imagine if I spend enough time on this, or I'm not a good well, I'm a good I don't know, I'm doing it for 23 years. I just want to be humble. But what if a good programmer, like me or anyone else, spends enough time on such a solution? You will build amazing tools with this. What we just saw in this demo is just the start of something big happening in the world. We're going to build software by people who are literally not aware of software. Like Christina, she used to be a kindergarten teacher, and I think there will be thousands and thousands of people who are going to change their careers from anything else to this AI native developers. And I believe we're doing a great thing to humanity because humanity needs a lot more software. The whole world is buried under bureaucratic processes, paperwork from Germany to Afghanistan, and all those processes, businesses, governments, they change to AI automation. They change their systems. They build things like this from a kindergarten teacher to a plumber to a product manager to a software engineer, any kind of occupation starts learning how to build their own digital products. Literally with English language, this is a superpower we can give to the whole humanity. And I'm so proud of being a small part of this. It's so emotionally touching me. And I'm therefore trying to do my part in democratizing AI education and taking it everywhere in the world with all this setup, the YouTube, all the crazy content I'm pushing on the internet. Whew, that was a lot of fun. All packed in one little card. We're done with the demo. Let's build it now. Okay, let's build it. Thank you. Thank you. We have 1 hour, 58 minutes left before this session ends. This current live session ends. And I think we'll keep it like that for today so that we can follow the same pattern tomorrow, 4 hour, 4 hour, in between one break. Tomorrow, maybe I can give you guys 1 hour lunch break so that we can socialize more. I really like their socializing part.
Bring our food tomorrow.
Yes, please bring out your food tomorrow so we can use this this kitchen area. So then we can go on to the next step. Before going on, let's take a small break. I will bring some coffee. Anyone else wants? Wait a minute, Faisal, we'll go together because there's only one key. Anyone else wants to go to the restroom, then they can also go. Let's go, all of us. Then we'll leave you guys here alone. Don't be scared, okay? We have to be very fast. Otherwise, let's sync with these guys and how much time we will come back. Otherwise, it's very hard. 10 minutes is enough? Yeah. I think 10 minutes is enough. So guys, we will be back in 10 minutes. Can someone put the timer?
both has its place, yeah.
Yeah. And the simpler, the better, then people can catch it easy on. So that's the whole point. Okie dokie, guys. Are you still there, or you went also to grab yourselves a coffee from the kitchen? But our kitchen was far away. And our kitchen was much better than your kitchen. Just joking, right? I'm just joking. Alrighty. So, we just did a demo of RAG demo. This demo was like literally the voice AI demo, like voice AI agent demo. Can we open the windows like literally wide open because there's no oxygen? Thank you. Thank you so much. And then after 5 minutes, we can close it down. ماشي بقى انت رزقنا كده بشير شو كده بقى. تشكرها. Okay, so now what we're going to do in this case is literally implement this RAG adjustment. So we have only 2 pieces of work to do for today. That's for tomorrow. This thing, we can literally, I will even throw it away so that you guys can not see that. And then that's our day today. Tomorrow we're going to do the entire web application, the Next.js, the vibe coding, the Claude code, and everything else. Today, at 5 o'clock, Alan is leaving. Are you guys leaving, or you're gonna the last soldiers? Yeah. You can stay until 6 o'clock. So we will take today time until 6 o'clock, 6, 7, whatever time it takes to finish the content of everything n8n related. If we are done with most of this today, and then hopefully tomorrow we can stay focused entirely on the web application and as well the coding and everything, and then we will have tomorrow more organized. But if we have a lot of leftovers from today to tomorrow, then it will be a little bit hard to kind of like have a nice organized day tomorrow. Therefore, I'm gonna at least personally stay now that I know that Faisal and you're Haram, just keep it here. No, keep it here. So when I want to refer to you, I see your name. So Aram and Faisal will stay and Alan will leave, but we'll have a lot of fun building this thing. The legacy is the whole point. And let me see who is still sticking there. 22 people. Nice. Anything I should know about here? Hello from Sri Lanka. Nice. Hey, cool. Michael is here until the end. Thank you. Yeah, because you're on your sofa, Michael. You have a big TV and we are here. I'm just joking. Next time, people who are in Berlin, please come and be here because then we have a little bit more personal contact as well. But we will not lose this online thingy. We'll always do online. All right, step number 1, 2, 3 is starting in about a minute, a second maybe. So before we do that, let me actually walk you guys through what are we going to build. We're going to build the ingestion part first. So let's see the ingestion part here. The ingestion part will be right now until we are done with building it, will be on a click of a button. You click it, it will do some sort of cleanup, and this node it's doing some cleanup. And then on this node, it's taking the entire theory that we went through by going and using an embedding and then coming back and then using a default loader by doing some recursive character splitter and then going back and then saving it here. Like literally when it comes here, and then that's the saving time. So all this execution happens and then it saves it inside a Supabase database, okay? So let's go and do these steps step by step by step. I need something to look at. So I'm gonna create like a small screenshot and keep it here in the corner of the screen so I can follow by myself and you guys follow me step by step. Click on create new, give your thing a name, call it ingestion pipeline or whatever. And then click on the first step. And then in here, click on trigger manually. And then on trigger manually, double click, and then click on this edit button. Once you're in the edit button, then you need a JSON. Where do you get the JSON from? It's already available on this page. Let me bring it for you. So the JSON for that, I already have something. I'm going to go and bring that one, so I don't need to rewrite it. Alan, is it okay if I, well, I already shared it on the internet. So you're a public figure now. So you guys can copy it from right there. Right there. That goes to the click even listener. Let's go to the click even listener. In that workflow that we have just created earlier. Ingestion pipeline, in the click even listener, on the edit, paste it, save it, get out of there. Now, if you click on execute workflow, you will see that there's something happened in this thing, there's one item and then this line turned green. This has to happen. For this much, I will give you guys 1 minute. Oh, that's 10 minutes. The goal is to get to this step where you see a green line in one item shrinking. Okay, I believe that you guys have figured it out. Otherwise, please shout out on, okay, there is one shout out coming. The name of the app that I'm using is called Demo Pro. I got this error problem in Node AI agent, no prompt specified. I think we tackled this question. You have to specify a prompt. Respond to webhook is get mode. Yeah, you need to change it to post mode. I think these are all old questions coming. I get the error AI agent. I'm going to just remove this. I believe these are all resolved questions. It's too late for me to get to this. Oh, this is coming. Like, how do I get n8n to trigger by audio? This is coming. This is the next step. So once we finish the ingestion pipeline, and then we will take back the ElevenLabs, the audio, we get the transcript, we put it back into the system. So therefore, I'm saying like, we're gonna sit here until 6 or 7 p.m. And right now it's 3 p.m. So for another 3 or 4 hours, I'm gonna be sitting here, building. so that at the end of the day, when we leave this room, we have a full-fledged pipeline with transcripts running, with everything. Like literally, I call Samantha, I say something, it ends up in the database. So that's the ultimate plan. And that's when we will tackle this ticket. How do we speak to n8n transcribe? Oh, that's coming. That's coming. How do you speak? Oh, why the same question coming? What is possible participate to workshop in Berlin? It's only possible to participate online. This was a spatial event. Like I thought it's going to be spatial. It turned out to be not spatial because some 900 people, 800 people registered, but only 20 people showed up. It's just that some people around the world have FOMO of filling a form. They just filled the form, but they never showed up. I might not do this anymore. I will do it only in person and relay it to the internet and leave some side artifacts as recordings. But the next one in 30th of August is going to happen in person. So does embedding happen in the return flow as well? I'm not sure what do you mean return flow. Can you please explain that in the upcoming next question? Okay. So I believe you guys are now in here. You could click and then you got this output. Now let's do something with this. What I want to do is click here, step number 1. I forgot to do one thing. Put this thing here. Okay. Put this payload there. And you already have the payload. So once you put the payload, you should see this. This should be your ultimate goal. That's the next step to this. Okay, then click here, and then click here, type here, edit field. Edit field set. So those are the next steps you need to do. Why do you need this? The reason is because right now the data comes in a format like this. If you change to JSON, now you know how to read this because you just got a JSON crash course. You know it how? You see that this is an array, it has an object, starting object, then there's an object, metadata, it has some data, and then some nodes. But we need to put this together. How do we do that? It's very simple. You bring some information together. In order to save time, I already have it in the other workflow, so I'm going to go in the workflow where we just saw. I'm going to go and copy this JSON, and I'll explain it to you in just a minute in the other one. So here, I will leave it to you guys in here, saying that so this code needs to go and be saved in the so I took a screenshot. No, the code base is right now. Oh, indeed, you need to change this to this in order to see this and then paste this. So make sure that you do this change. Maybe I can just do this like this. And then you have to paste it here. All right, so you get all of that in place. You should see something like this. Now, let's demystify this entire part. What is it? When you write something in here as an expression, you will see that it turns green. If I click on this little dot here, you see that it goes in the expanded mode. In this expanded mode, you can see more of this information. Like this. You see the input part. This is the input part. This is the so-called expression part. And this is the result part. Okay? So how does it work is that the input is the information that's coming from here. So for example, this notes is this notes, and then the way it looks is here, this entire notes. This arrow was extra. Anyways, so this full screen will help you do one thing. This full screen will help you digest and understand the entire workflow. How? Like this. So you see that there is like these spatial characters here. This curly braces, this curly braces. This is just indicating n8n that, hey, I'm going to write some expressions, some code. And then there is this $sign saying like, hey, this is a JSON. The JSON that you're seeing there, inside that there is a metadata, inside that there's full name. Please pick that for me. And that's how we generate full name like this. Where is that full name coming from? From here. Or alternatively, you can also do this. So select this. If it was not there, you can drag and drop it. Okay? Or you can type curly braces, curly braces, curly braces, curly braces. Then you can literally write here JSON. The moment you write JSON, it will auto-complete something for you. In that auto-completion is the thing that you can type enter, and then when you press on dot, then you see this entire window or this entire pop-up opening. And this pop-up contains information that you can see. Like literally, look at this. This metadata refers to this node. This nodes refers to this node. So this is how you navigate through this thing. All of these items. So as name is sitting inside metadata, so I'm going to select metadata and I'm going to click next dot, and then you can see that now full name refers to full name, and then LinkedIn refers to this LinkedIn, and then location refers to the location. So once you have that in place, then you can literally go and then map all of this information. Okay? And this is the outcome you get. That's it. That's all that this field is doing. It's combining all of these things together. Okay? Now the next step for us is to create this Supabase integration. So we're going to create a Supabase vector and then connect the Supabase, and then all of them, they're literally all the default settings of this technology. So I'm going to keep this in a small size in here next to me so I can kind of have a map of what to do next. Okay. So let's go back to our ingestion pipeline thingy. I believe that you guys are already here. And I believe if you execute this, you see this thing and a check mark and everything works fine. So make sure that you're here. Now what do you do next? You click on the button. Let me put it this way. You first click on this one, same options. And then in here, click on Supabase Vector Store. Supabase Vector Store. Now, once you add that in your vector store, and then you need to select retrieve documents from chain as an AI agent. No. Let me check exactly which node is that so that we don't pick up the wrong node. Insert documents. So in here, you go there, click that, and then Supabase Vector Store. Get rank document. Why is there no insert document? Here, insert document. Okay, so that goes like that. Let's go back, back, back. Was it this one? Which one was it? Pardon?
Second, add document.
Add document to vector store.
Yes.
So you select this one after that. Once you select this, then you have this window open for you, which is absolutely fine.
For new user, we have to create credentials.
I will actually, this makes sense in this option. We need to add this, like open this and then click this. Okay, once you add this credential, this is important part. Like, where do you get this from? It is coming from your Supabase credentials, okay? So for this, you need to go to Supabase. And where in Supabase? Let's go. So in Supabase, so we need to bring two things. One is the host, and one is the here. One is the host, and one is the service role secret. So in Supabase, I'm gonna let this guy go for a little bit. So in Supabase, you need to create, you need to go to settings. And then after settings, you need to click on, where was it? Database or data API? Yeah, it's there, URL, project URL. So you need to go to data API first, and then you need to copy this thing second. Once you copy that, come back to your thing and then paste it here. Okay. And then the secret thing is in, let's move there, go to API keys, I think. Yep, secret rule. And then click on API keys, click on reveal, and then copy it from there. Where were we? Here, I think. Okay, reveal, copy, go back to your n8n workflow, paste it here, and then click on save. And this should go green. This arrow key went down. Doesn't matter. It should go green like this. Okay, now I have everything set up. Now from here, I will choose a document. So this, well, just that is enough. Make sure that you pick this one. And what else do we have? And then that's it. This is step. Still more to come. Click on save. Now you get here. This is your kind of like vanilla setup until now. Now what comes next is the embedding. So there is a question coming. I will take it in a minute. I think it's OpenAI embedding. These are the options you need to.
Before the drop-down documents, I think you need to create a table.
Oh, we didn't do those setups. You're right. Because I already had it, I jumped over it. It was super obvious. Yeah, let's do that. Because otherwise you won't be seeing this documents table in the first place. So let's correct that. That's very, very important part. Because you wouldn't be able to get there and see this. So this step goes away. Now you are going to create a table and enable Victor database in Supabase. This is a very important part. Let me think, where did I see that? Docs, I think. And quick start, Victor store. Yep, there we go. So then you click on the following links. Click here. And then from there, scroll down and click here. Click here. And then from there, go scroll down and copy this entire thing here. And then go to your Supabase, click on SQL. Click on SQL Editor. And once you're in SQL Editor, you'll see a different UI like this. Click here. Then click here, paste that thing that you got from there. Okay. And then click on Run. Okay. Now you should have something that says it's done. Something that says no rows affected, no rows or something like success, no rows or something. Once that's done, then you should see the table as I see it on this part. Then you should see this documents. You should see this one?
Yes.
And this one, right?
Yes.
The chat history and people are extra that I have created, right? You don't see that. You should see documents and RPC match documents. n8n underscore chat underscore histories and people are my tables. Ignore that. Okay. Now we are 2 steps closer, like really, really close to putting this in place. Then you click this, click OpenAI embedding. What is it called? Here. Click that, click that. And then in here, you need to, we already have the OpenAI API key, so it should just work fine. Like literally leave these settings and click here. These settings as default. Click here. Okay, now what do we have next? We have an obligation to check if the YouTube is running or not. Yeah, it's running. We got some new visitors, 29 people. That's nice. Okay, so I believe that you guys followed so far so well, so slowly, so nicely. And for those of you who don't know where is this thing can be found, this is already shared before, but I'm going to share it one more time here so that you guys can follow me step by step by step. And also you have the timeline here, so you can go back if you're lagging, and then you can follow me what's the next step. And the reason that I'm going anyway slow, so you can already follow along. Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. Where is the workflow? The workflow is sitting right here. As I said, leave the default settings in there. And then we need to put a document loader. So let's go and see that. Put my map a little bit here next to me, so I can follow along what is next, and I'll continue doing that. So the next step in our pipeline is that we want to load the default data loader node. The default data loader is a document loader. It basically loads the text for us, and it does the embedding and chunking as we saw it earlier on our whiteboard session in here. When we said like it takes it, it chunks it, it embeds it. So this part is happening with this document loader. So you need to click, oh, I forgot to get to the questions. But anyways, so click there. And then from here, get the default data loader. So that's the item you need to pick. I'm coming to the questions in just a minute once we finish this entire thing. Because right now we're in a flow and we just need to keep going on in that manner. So I believe that we leave all of them as it is. Then just click on this button. No changes, just click on the back button. And then, why default data loader is, no, it's the different one. Wait a minute. I need to check it with the other. Load specific documents. Yeah, specified documents. Okay. Because we need to load the JSON merge content, right? So load JSON merge content, so that I don't forget this. Okay, I have this little picture here so that I have a little map to go with. And here we're gonna do the document default loader, and instead of load all, we load specific data, and then this specific data will come from the data in here. But we don't have any data yet. So what I will do is leave it like this, and then execute the workflow so that I get the data in here, and then we can change it. This is an important step. You can get stuck here. Run the workflow first to get the data, and then change it to mode load specific data. Okay, we did that. Now double click here, and then you should see this data like this. And then you should be able to change the, I clicked on the wrong item. I have to click in here. And if you click on that, maybe I can quickly document that. So you click on that, and then you select this item so that you can grab this thing in here right away like this. So these are the changes, like change this, drag this, drop this here. So change or select load, I just right select, drag and drop. Okay, we're coming so close to the end. And then the text splitting is going to be different. I still have a question. This is correct, but text splitting is going to be custom. Yep, you need to change that to custom. Once you do that, get out of there, and then you should see a UI like this. And then text splitter, then recursive character text splitter, something like this. And we are done. The ingestion is done, and now just keep it as the default. There we go. So now our insertion pipeline is done. If this is correct, and if I change the data to something else, let's say if I change it to Faisal Aman, Berlin, LinkedIn. Let's find Faisal's data. Where did I want to go? Yeah, to the workflow. And I'm gonna take some notes to Faisal's memory. When was the first time I met you? It was a long time ago. I'm just gonna pretend that. So the first time I met Faisal was in my engagement ceremony 13 years ago. Faisal was way younger than he is right now. I will never forget his name, so this is just an example. Okay. So I'm gonna just save it, and our database do not have Faisal's data yet. If everything works fine, I should see Faisal's record here. Right now, it is Dev, Christina, Alan, not Faisal. Let's run the entire execution. This is a common bug. Refresh. Execute. workflow executed, but it is not chunking. It is worrying. Didn't work. Let's compare these two with the JSON that we have. So this is what you can do as well on your side so that you can find out if this is right or wrong. So I already provided you the JSON template. So this is how you can find your own problems. So this one already in the bottom of the JSON, this is the correct one. So you open this and then compare the two. The one that we have is this one. This one goes away. So this is the correct one with the 26. I'm gonna add a split view with this one, ingestion pipeline. So, and then we can also change the view to be vertically split. Okay, now this one is how to debug. Load this one and load the one that I have done. So this one is like what do you call it? Like, I don't know. JSON from Notion, my buggy workflow. This is how you compare it to, like, put them side by side, two monitors or two things, and then like go one by one workflow at a time, like literally one workflow at a time, compare them. So this would be one method to find your bugs. We'll find our bug in just a minute. So our edit field supposedly is the same because we just copy pasted. That's okay. And then we go to this one and then compare them. So that's just a connection name. It could be this thing because I have so many Supabases. Yeah, it's looking at the wrong Supabase then. I think I found it. It has to look at this Supabase. You see the difference? That this one was connected to this Supabase connection. This one was connected to the bug is probably bug is that it doesn't have that feature yet. So if I change it to Supabase n8n, save, execute, still not working, refresh. Execute, still not working. Something else is wrong. So let's continue our search. This is insert, this is document, this is good, this is good. So this looks good to me. I'm gonna execute this one to see, like this one executes everywhere, right? And if I go, the expected outcome here I want to have is something like this. this expected outcome here is like first item, second item. This doesn't.
Edit field.
Pardon?
The first step, edit field, not the Supabase.
Oh, it is penned. The data is penned from the test execution. Yeah.
This is from earlier data.
Yeah. Unpenned the data. So perhaps that was the case. The edit field was not being picked.
It has correct data.
But in here, we didn't map it correctly, you're saying?
No,
No, I think it was just the pen. So now if I run it, there we go. We fixed it. We fixed it because it was edit pen. Like literally this real bug was here. So and then we unpenned it, we executed the thing again, and then it's fixed. Okie dokie. Now, this is done. If I go to, so actually there were two problems. One, it was connected to the wrong Supabase. Second, the data was penned. Like, I don't remember when did I pen the data, but it was penned. So now if I go here and if I refresh, I should see, there we go. We have Faisal's data. Why Alan came again? Because we executed the upper workflow one time as well. So I'm going to just delete this so I don't have garbage data in my database. And now I have Faisal data in place. Okay, now we are done. We're literally done with our first workflow, which is ingestion. And still, we have how many minutes left? 55 minutes left for this session to be stopped. But still, we have a lot more to do. So let me recap what we have done. We have done this part, basically. Ingesting the data of someone in the vector database. This part is done. Now, the retrieval part is left, but let's zoom out and see what we want to achieve and what is done. So we started with this just 20 seconds of putting together a few things and it can talk to you. We still have to connect our ElevenLabs to our n8n workflows so that this ingestion part can come right away from n8n. But before going there, it makes sense that we finish our entire ingestion and retrieval and then start working on putting ElevenLabs together. So eventually, what I want to do is something like this. That in ElevenLabs, so ElevenLabs sends some data to n8n, n8n sends it to Supabase. And n8n can have two different workflows, okay? It can have one workflow that is for ingestion, one workflow that is for retrieval. And then it comes back here. And this is our Supabase. So the same workflow, n8n will decide, well, actually it is ElevenLabs that decides whether to, it's called tool calling. We're going to do tool calling. It's going to be speak. This is going to be ingest or rag, retrieve, ingest or query. And this is going to be return. So this entire loop will happen once we have finished. Right now, we are like literally focusing on this part of the equation. The ElevenLab integration is not yet done. We're about to finish this one. The ingestion part is done. The query part is not done yet. As soon as we finish this part, then we will focus entirely on this part on a tiny example with Postman, and then we will go and do the next part, which is the integration of the entire system together from head to toe. That will consider putting all of them in one box so that I can talk, it stores, I can talk, it will retrieve it back. So that is going to be the next step, probably 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock today, our local time, which is now 4:30. So we're done with ingestion. We're just about to start the next step, which is the retrieval part. Who wants to go to break when it's so interesting? Nobody. I don't want to go. You guys want to break? No? Mm-hmm. Yeah, within half an hour, I think the ingestion part will be done. The query part, because we are now like really in the flow and we know what to do next. Pardon me? Peş خدمت. ما رپسنا دي. Oh yeah. Okay, so now what we're going to do next is simple. We will create a new workflow from the scratch. We'll call this workflow query pipeline. And just for me to keep an eye on the map, we have this retrieval pipeline here done. So we're going to put the chat window there. And then we will take this chat window and then turn it into a Q&A and blah, blah, blah. It's good to have like a little tiny thing there so that I can see it as a map in front of me. So for the ingestion pipeline, let me see. Okay, so the ingestion is done, right? This is done with all the debugging and everything, and the final thing was there. Everything is there. Okay. Not sure why did I put that there, but it's okay. So ingestion is done. I'm going to move this to the done column. And let's pick the last piece of work. Well, actually, it's not the last piece of work. Since we said we are going to finish everything today, there is more pieces of work. The next piece of work is to turn ingestion to webhook. Turn ingestion n8n workflow to webhook so that we can kind of test it with Postman and everything. And then we do the same thing for our other one, which is the same thing, but not ingestion, but the query. n8n workflow to webhook. Okay. Those two things, and then after that, wiring ElevenLabs to each of them. So if we say integrate ElevenLabs with ingestion pipeline, and then integrate ElevenLabs with query pipeline. And then we are done, and then we can go home. And I think we can go much faster now because we're in the flow and we can document a lot faster. So let's finish the retrieval pipeline, and then we can go on to the next one. So this is the finished product. So I'm going to just keep this finished product as it is here. And then I'll say step by step guideline. Or tutorial. Now, what do we do here is we create a new one. We put a chat window there. That's right. Click there. Click on the on chat message. So those two steps are there. It will come from here like this. On chat window. And then there is a thing called question and answer chain. It's a node. You need to click there and then question and answer chain. So you need to type that in and leave that there. Question and answer chain. As far as I remember, it was the default one, but let me quickly go and check. That's ingestion, this is retrieval. Yep, it's the default one. So chat input is coming from the chat window, that's all. Well, this is much easier. Everything here is a default. Everything is a default. Yep, everything is default, default, default. I just need to know the names of the nodes and then we'll be done in like 2 minutes. So keep all as default and you should see this. Okay. Now click on the model and from here choose Open Chat Model, OpenAI Chat Model. Again, keep everything as it is, keep the defaults. And then click here, back to canvas. You should see this one. And then after that, click on the retriever. And then from here, you need to click on Vector Store Retriever. Vector Store Retriever, this one. Okay, once the Vector Store Retriever is there, again, keep the defaults and click. You do that. We're getting closer and closer to our goal. Okay, dokie. And then after that, Supabase and then embedding, and that's done. So again, click this one, and then from here, Supabase what? Vector Store. Supabase Vector Store. And again, same thing. No, wait. We need to do this one change, which is selecting the documents. So select the documents, click on canvas. Okay, once you're here, you should see this. And then the last step is to put embedding OpenAI. So click this, and then click embedding OpenAI. You are pretty much set. And then leave defaults and click back canvas. Then you should see something like this. Now, if everything is working fine, or if I have done everything fine, then click here, start the chat, and then start asking something. If I ask, what's the name of the person with whom I spoke about kickboxing? And then it should say Alan. Look at that beauty. Look at that beauty, man. Look at that. Whew. That was so cool. It just worked like a charm. As I anticipated, it's going to be faster. It was faster. So, what we have done right now in the past 1 hour or 1.5 hours was amazing. We created a full-fledged RAG system, and we still have 40 minutes left to our current live session of 4 hours. And yet, we want to do a few more things. We want to wire things up first with Supabase so that I can show you how to decouple the current chat interface from n8n and put it on an API so that ElevenLabs can call our n8n workflow. And then we will wire it with Supabase. So let's do that in just a minute. Okie dokie. So we're gonna save everything as it is, and I will take the ingestion first as an example. So let me go to the Notion page. Go here, RAG retrieval. Turn this. Okay, RAG retrieval was done, so we're gonna done, and we're gonna turn ingestion into this. Nice, done, click, done, here. So what do we do here? I don't have this workflow in place, so I don't have like the final output as we get there, and then I'll do the final output, and then I'll put the code view of that final output once we're there. All right. So the first step we do is click this, select this, delete this. It's ingestion pipeline. You can see it from the title. So delete this. After that, click here. And then type webhook. And then paste it there. Change this to post. Click that. Okay, so once we are here, then we're almost there. Hey, get out of my face. Okay, so we're almost there. There. Now, pay attention here that this needs to be connected. Okay? This needs to be connected. This is an important step. I was giving a demo the other day in IBB Ventures, and I had a bug, and then I literally found it last minute. Let's take a small detour, and I show you the same bug that happened in a live environment for me, and that was so embarrassing. But I was lucky enough to find it here. Hey guys, today I'm and beyond. So I am giving this live demo, and then somewhere here, it's not working. It's not working. I'm doing everything, it's not working, and then suddenly I find that, oh my God, it's not connected properly. Right now it's running on. So now it is connected, but just a few seconds before, it was not connected, but you can find it from there. You can see it. And I was doing an actual live demo in here where I met the co-founder of Quadrant, the CEO and co-founder of Search thing. I met the co-founder of Wonderflats. This is the co-founder of Wonderflats. And I also had a nice little walk. Kind of give you guys a quick of Abbanov walking and talking about AI agents. So I recommend you watching that. It was 2 days ago. Back to business. So make sure that this is connected by drag and dropping it like this, okay? Now, that is there. This is a post. Let's do a few things. Click here like this. It should be in this listening mode. Put the webhook in listening mode. How you get there is easy. You click it and then you click on listening mode and copy the URL. I believe that by now, if you follow this many steps, then you find your way out on how to copy the URL. So you copy the URL, go to your Postman, and then you create a new, click here, change this to post, paste this here, go here, change this to raw, change this to text JSON, and then in here, post something. We're working on the ingestion, right? So the ingestion, we already have the ingestion data in somewhere in that node, in the other node. Let's bring it from there. Ingestion in this click node. So I'll just copy this entire thing, this entire JSON from here, bring it here, copy it here, and also copy this for the payload, and then what you do is click that, paste that there. So it goes like this: click, change, paste, click on the body, click on this one, change this here, and then paste everything here. So it goes like this. Click. Select. Paste. Webhook URL that you brought it. Select. 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 And finally, paste. So those are all the steps for setting it up. And hold on a second. We have one more step to do. Step number 8. Click. Click on the send button. So this should take you to, in this moment, it's important when you click, I will write a note here. That's not my intention. So note, make sure that the n8n workflow is running, as it has a timeout and it can stop listening after some time. So what does it mean? Like, go to your page and make sure that you are there. Well, I'm not even there anymore, so it would not work anyways. So I'm back here in the ingestion pipeline. In this webhook post, make sure that this is running. This is always in running mode. Yes. So you're welcome. Now I'm going to put this on one side, and I'm going to put the Postman on the other side, and I will try to run it. That's running, that's running, that's running, and I will try to click on send. Let's see what happens. By the way, before I click on send, let's see what is here. We have Alan's data, right? We have Alan's data. I'm going to remove Alan's data. So Faisal, Christina, and Dev can stay. Alan can go away. Why? Because if this works, then I can insert Alan's data not from a click inside my workflow that I already have. Here. Not with a click, but what we're trying to do right now is changing the click to a webhook. So if it works, then everything is going well. I'm going to refresh the page, make sure that everything is settled down correctly. And then I'm going to click on send. There we go. Wonderful. It apparently worked. So what happened here was now let's go and check first the database, and then we can do the documentation for the Notion page in just a minute. If I come here and refresh the page, voila. It worked, but there is something undefined. Like you can see it says undefined. It couldn't find the name called Alan or the full name or something. And for the matter of fact, everything was undefined. Look, everything is undefined. This is a bug. And how to fix this bug is as following. We'll go here. In the edit field, we double click, and then we see everything is undefined. Why? We know JSON now. We know that, okay, it's here, here, here. Or we can also switch it to schema, so it's easier to navigate and see. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. We can see that this doesn't exist on this because it's inside the body now. So if I click this and then go here and then drag and drop the full name, sorry, that's the wrong one, here, this full name, here you'll see that this is body, blah, blah, blah. Why? Because it's not coming from the click anymore, it's coming from the webhook. So that needs to be remapped accordingly. So let me quickly document this. How can I do that? Okay, yeah, I think you will find your way out to this place. I will document a little bit here. Drag and drop each field to update the mapping. So that's how you update the mapping. So the LinkedIn data goes here, the location goes there, and you get the drill. It's the same thing. In this case, it was only a few questions, but it could be multiple questions. It could be a lot more questions. The notes goes right here. All right. So once that is done, I'm going to do one more test. I'm going to save, refresh, keep it on the right side. On the left side, my postman goes. And this is the moment of truth. Refresh the page to jump over that bug. Run. Execute. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow. Now we see everything was executed properly. If we go to our n8n, now I have Alan not with undefined, but with Alan like this. So we're going to delete the one that was with undefined just to keep our system tidy. And everything is okay. It has the embedding, it has the vectors, and everything properly done. Now I would like to quickly update this part. So what happened was we send this JSON, well, it's just a success message. I'll just keep it there. Because I already explained this exact similar thing, I don't need to re-explain it. When I was doing it with the other postman thingy, it was just done. Okay, so we have successfully now converted one thing into a database. So now the point is, how can we integrate this? So what's next? For us, next is that they integrate ElevenLabs with ingestion pipeline. That will come to use this API and send this kind of a payload to this API. Or perhaps in between, we will need another payload to clean it up and then put it together like that. So at least this particular workflow is done. We have converted that workflow into an API, so we can literally turn this into the done column. Go down, go down. Okay, so now let's go and do the same thing with query, so that I can use a query endpoint to do the same thing. So I will go and open. Okay, there were a lot of questions here. I will tackle the questions first. Still don't know the reason of the phase. What's that phase? I don't know what's phase. Can you please explain that question again? We don't have the table documents. Yeah, this was tackled. I explained that. I have this error on my Supabase. A document sub node must connect enable. Document sub node connected. I'm not sure. This is not a common error. I haven't seen it. Maybe you can watch the video later on tonight and see if you can still see that problem. But we can tackle it tomorrow if you still face it again. Supabase doesn't work with free plan. Yes, please get a plan if that doesn't work. I don't know. If that's a question, I saw the question mark now. I don't know. I think I have my credit card there, so I don't know. It worked for me, the same thing you did. Okay, good. Supabase metadata values LinkedIn name be inserted in the actual metadata column. Yeah, it's good to put it there so that it saves it and have it there. Okay, all the questions tackled. Let's go to converting the next workflow into an API, and then we take the API to the next part. Okay. So what's next? For me, we have the ingestion pipeline done. Let's go and bring the query pipeline. The query pipeline is right now on the chat widget. So step number 1 is remove this. Okay, dokie. Step number 1 is remove that thing. Once you removed it, then click here, we'll add, and same concept, webhook. And same concept, change this to post, click, change this to post, click on the back canvas. Once you do that, again, don't forget to kind of like connect this thing. Okay, okay. Once the connection is done, then you need to okay. Now it's the time to do the payload test thingy. So go to your Postman, add a new one, change this to post. The URL copy happens here. I'm gonna just copy it, paste it, body, JSON, raw, text, JSON. Here, the query needs to be something like this. Query, and then the question, whatever it is. Who was the person with whom I spoke about kickboxing? And then I'm gonna just copy this. Payload JSON. I forgot to do one more thing here. I said I'm gonna do it and then I forgot, which is this one. I copy the curl and paste the curl somewhere in the webhook that we have created here, just right here before this. Postman C URL so that you guys can copy it in one go or use step-by-step follow it like this. And I'm going to do the same thing for this one. So that's the payload, but we'll get the curl and we'll come in and update that with the curl later on. All right, so we have now this post, this thing, and here we have this thing listening, okay? Now if I refresh this just for the sake of that, jumping over that bug, and then I click on send, you see it happens, but it gives that error. So answer chain doesn't know about our question yet. You will end up in this step. That's fine. You end up in this step. Then what happens next? You click on this, and then you click on define below, and then you click on, let me go quickly refresh my brain. What was the... So let me go and find out the... How much time do we have? We have 17 minutes. I think it's going to be done by then. So we're going to go and find out what was the query in here. So we're going to connect chat node. Okay, that was a chat node, and it's going to be different now because we're not from chat node. So it's all on my own. I don't have any source for this. It's going to be entirely on my own. So we're going to execute this one more time so that I can get the data. Refresh. Execute is still defined. I'm going to say connect. Execute so I can get the data from the payload. Once I get the data from payload, as you guys can follow, this was exactly the situation where we ended up, like with this green thing going on. Don't change anything. Go here, and then you see the payload in here. So this is these steps that you need to follow. These are important steps. What do you do next? Click on define, and then drag and drop the query. Something like that. Select, drag and drop. Okay. Now, if I rerun this, refresh, rerun, and have this thing running, run it, it will work. The entire workflow works, but I don't get a response. I'll have no response, but everything worked. I'll explain why that happens, and then we will find the solution for that in just a minute. I know the solution. I will explain the solution. Okay, so the reason is because look at this. Like it happened in 100 milliseconds, and that's not normal because all of that thing until it got me back Alan took some time. It's not 100 milliseconds, it's more. But there is a feature here that says immediately. So you need to change that to respond to webhook. So you need to change that. Once you do that, then you need to do a few more steps. I'll explain. You change that to respond to webhook, and then you get out, and then you click on this thing, respond to webhook. I think these are the things we did previously, right? Yes. So then I don't need to document it intensively. So I put this respond to webhook in the workflow, and I save it, refresh it, and now if I keep executing it and I click on send, and there we go. So this entire workflow went from here to here. And then a lot of executions happened in here. All the jumble mumble. And then came here. And then this workflow brought everything to us, this response. So this was our HTTP request happening. This was our HTTP response coming back. So this was the end of turning this API, this workflow into an API. We're pretty much done with this part as well. So now I have turned that particular workflow into an API that now I can then connect the two of them together, and still we have 11 minutes left. Pretty much on time and even before time. Alrighty. So what we do next is interesting. No questions coming. Let me check the YouTube. The YouTube says that still it's running. It's an empty space on YouTube. Can you position that either on me or on you? Oh, okay. So I have this feature in this. Let me run it here. Wait. Tiny 4K camera. It has a zoom feature. Work. It's too far away. I think it can't recognize my face. Oh, there you go. And it should zoom in. No, not zooming in. Never mind. That's fine. I think it's tracking my face now. No? Fine. That's fine. Let me see if there is any question or something coming. So Kason, you're sad. Sorry to see you sad, but if you go backwards, we explain everything about JSON. You should get a lot of insights on that. You see there are a lot of people talking about everything, but it's hard to keep up. Amir from Hamburg, come to Berlin, my friend, at least in one of the AI Builders monthly meetup or my workshops. I'm a co-host of AI Berlin. AI Builders Berlin. Okay. All right, so everyone is done, and let's go to the next step. So we have still around 10 minutes to the stream to go bust. So we have been streaming for 3 hours and 36 minutes. Let's give it another 10 minutes and then we will stop it. Otherwise, Riverside will kick us out anyways. Okay, so let's just zoom out and in these 10 minutes, kind of like recalibrate and kind of like do one thing that, where is it? Emal's iPhone, it should have changed. Oh, there's a question coming. Oh, that's a good thing. Like for the next 10 minutes, I would like to take questions. Emil, how can I grasp the code from your Notion pictures? The ones that are important, I have left it like this so that you can copy it like this. So there is no code that I haven't done. Oh, almost forgot. I'm going to copy this entire curl here. Postman. There we go. So you can copy the code like that, and go to your Postman, click on import, paste, enter. It will autofill everything that you need to do as it goes. All right, any other question? Please, time to do questions because I'm stopping and restarting the session in 7 minutes. Important note, the reason that I am currently doing this stopping in 7 minutes is not that we are going anywhere. We're restarting the session right away. We're not taking a break. We will resume right away to finish the work. What's next is the next 2 pieces of work, which is going to be, okay, so we turn the query. This one is done. So let's move this one as well to the bottom of the done thing. The next one is going to be integrate ElevenLabs with ingestion pipeline. So the next one that we're going to do is speak to a phone number and we talk about something, and then it goes and then stores in the Supabase so that we can retrieve it later on. And then the next one will be retrieving. The reason we are cutting the session in about 6 minutes is a limitation of Riverside. It goes stupid after 4 hours. I'm not sure if it's still going stupid or not, because and then you lose the screen recording, so on like that. No, it's working fine. So, questions. Shoot me questions. I caught up with da-da-da. Can you again explain the role of Postman? Okay, Amir is asking if I can explain the role of Postman. Yes, absolutely. Let me explain that. So, the reason we have Postman is for the following reason. Where's my Excalibur row? Let's put that one. It's okay. By the way, I'll provide the Excalibur drawings. All of these drawings will come to the Notion page as an Excalibur file. I'll just show it here. Voice AI Agent Workshop. Let's put it on the downloads folder for easy access. And I will add it like this somewhere where. Let's put it here. Can I put the download here? No, I can't. It has to be a page. Huh? Let's just put it as an item in progress, and then I'll move it. Excalibur drawing file. Okay, so I will put this thing here. How do I do the attachment? How can I upload a file from my computer? File, upload please. Choose file. Downloads, voice Excalibur ting. So you guys will get this JSON file. This is also a JSON actually. JSON is everywhere, so you need to learn JSON. Excalibur is, I think, one word. And then you download this file. You go to Excalibur. I'm gonna show it to you in my other browser so that it's excalibur.com, I think. And then you go to this page. Wait. Open. Go here. Go here. And then open the file that I sent you. Click on open, and voila, you get the entire Excalibur diagrams. The reason I'm going to keep it in progress is that we keep adding new diagrams as we go, and I will keep uploading this file and changing this file so that I don't forget to do that. Therefore, we're going to keep it in the in progress field. All right. With that being said, we have like 2-3 minutes left for the 4 hours time limit. I will quickly go to the YouTube and see if there's another question coming. Yeah, I was going to explain the reason for Postman. I'll do that in just a minute. Let's see what Ashkat is saying. So we are working with two pipelines, ingestion and query, yes. Could you please go through on a high level quickly to recap what each workflow is doing step by step? Sure. I will answer two questions in the next 2-3 minutes. I think we have more than 2-3 minutes because right now we are running at 39 minutes. So we have 20 minutes before the things go haywire. So there are two questions. One is, why do we need Postman? We answered that in here. We said there is something called API, Application Programming Interface. It is a way to connect two systems together. These two systems could be ElevenLabs and n8n for us. ElevenLabs will send a request to n8n saying that, hey, what is that person with whom I spoke about kickboxing? And then it comes back and it says, it was Alan. I can keep talking to my bot each time I want to test n8n, but it's not convenient. Postman is a developer tool. I don't need to keep talking. I have the payload in one place and I just click on send and then I can test the entire workflow on n8n. So I don't need to kind of like I take the entire n8n workflow in isolation, test it. Once it's done, obviously not with ElevenLabs, with Postman, and then I will just switch system A from Postman to ElevenLabs. That's why we need this system. And we spoke about that again in this diagram in here. When we said like ElevenLabs does a tool calling to n8n, n8n does an ingestion or a query to Supabase, and right now we're like literally focusing here. And then after that, we're gonna kind of like do the entire replacement. So we could do this testing because Postman was there. We literally isolated the n8n workflow in its own environment and tested it against this API call. And then we are now sure it's going to work, and then we are going to go to ElevenLabs integration. So therefore, we use Postman. The next question was if I can explain this in higher level, what are these two workflows? I will do that in just a minute. So the first workflow is ingestion pipeline. In the ingestion pipeline, what we do is as following. We created this as a webhook so that an external service can do an API call for us, like we have done it here. There's an ingestion pipeline. It sends some data, and that some data is, where is our ingestion pipeline? It's this one. So that some data is something like this. Some metadata, some LinkedIn, some name, and some memory nodes. And this URL is basically this API. It's exposed to the world. We haven't yet talked about putting it in production by turning on this toggle button. We haven't yet talked about security by putting some authorization, authentication, and so on. Those are advanced topics that could be done at a later stage. But for now, it's kind of like the introductory steps, having built an entire application together. And then we did an edit field. Why did we do this? So that we can kind of like clean it up and put it in merge content, like put it in a way that's clean up, ready for ingestion. After that, we created this node that is a native node. There are like around 500 nodes in n8n. This is one of them, which is a vector search. And then we connected it with Supabase. We chose the operation. We said it should insert the document. And then we selected which table should we insert. When we did the configuration of our n8n Supabase integration, we found some information from the documentation of n8n Supabase, where we copy-pasted some, must be somewhere here. We went here, and then we found that we can copy-paste a bunch of information here. From here, we found this code. We went there, and we executed it in here in SQL Editor, and this created these tables, this table, and a remote procedure, which allowed the n8n to show this document in here. It created this one, and it created this match document, RPC. And then we selected that one, and then we added an embed keyword, all with default settings. This one was not default. We changed it to load specific data, and then we added this specific data. We drag and dropped it and mapped it. And then after that, we added this recursive character text splitter, and then it all went and did the ingestion. The query pipeline was again something that we turned it into an API, so that an external service, for now Postman, later on after the restart of Riverside, it will turn this endpoint, this API, endpoint and API are interchangeable terms, will send data to this webhook from ElevenLabs to n8n. And then we added this question and answer node. We changed this to define below. We added the query coming from the API. And then in the webhook, we also changed this to respond to webhook. And we added the respond to webhook and then left it as the incoming first item. That's why the response to this question, if I run it quickly, will be the response coming back from the database, which is like this one, Alan Mikik. And it's not 100 milliseconds anymore, it's 1,400 milliseconds, because it is the entire time that it goes and then takes the execution and so on. And then we added this chat model. We added the vector retriever. This was based on the default settings. And then we added this one. We changed this and selected documents from here. The rest of them were the same. And then we added the embedding. It was also all the default settings. So now we are in a situation where we have everything set up as it should have. I'm going to restart this session. And in the next session, we are going to integrate ElevenLabs with n8n so that we have like a full-fledged voice AI agent that you can talk to. It stores your talks related to a specific LinkedIn profile. How do we get the LinkedIn profile over a voice bot is a question that we will resolve tomorrow with our vibe coding session. But right now in the next session, probably that next session won't be for 4 hours. It might be for 1 hour or 2 hours. I don't know exactly how much time it will take. But in that session, you will know how to connect our great ElevenLabs product with our great n8n products, two European proud companies that I love to use and educate people about. But I'm not just European, I'm an international person. I love all the companies. I love Vapi, I love OpenAI, I love all the other companies as well equally. There are a lot of other automation tools like Make.com, Lendy, Clay.com, Relevance AI, and a bunch of others. Zapier, you can name it. Like all of these low-code, no-code can be put together all like this. And I'm not sure if only days at 48 hours, I would create one course per item. But speaking of courses, just to reiterate, I have just finished my n8n and vibe coding course, and you should definitely not miss that. It's coming out very, very soon. So better you subscribe so that you can get a notification, because lecture number 57 was uploaded this morning. I'm gonna put captions and everything and release it very soon. You can see all of those lectures are not so big, like 10 minutes, 17 minutes, 7 minutes, 4 minutes, 23 minutes, 3 minutes, 9 minutes, 16 minutes, and so on, and it just keeps going on. And I have built an amazing web application in that. in that amazing web application, and this is an extremely detailed course showing you how to build a voice AI agent that answers this one, that answers leads or qualifies leads on a voice bot. Let me show you guys. All right, so this is the web application we built. It has a backend in Supabase. It has a lot of features. It has a Kanban where you can move things around. Each of these Kanban is one lead that came from a contact form. Somebody filled a contact form. In that contact, that phone number was called by the voice AI agent to enrich that field. Alex Ermozy, in one of his videos, says, let me see, Alex Ermozy, call back in 60 seconds. In that 60 seconds, he says, in this video, 21 seconds video, he says that it's a...
Money in under a minute. If all you do is call your leads within seconds, you get a 391% increase in sales on average across all industries, according to Harvard Business Review. And so if you did nothing else, you could 4x the business you have by simply contacting your leads the moment they opt in. More money in a minute.
So I took that Alex Ermozy's idea and I turned a product around that. Let me send you guys, maybe you didn't hear that. Let me send you guys that thing in here so you can watch it later by yourself. So what is the main product that I'm building here in that course is something that Alex is saying, like within 60 seconds, if somebody calls a lead, the chances of that increases by 391 seconds. And that's a Harvard Business School study showing that. So the moment somebody fills your contact form on your website, they receive a phone call from Samantha, from an voice AI agent. And I taught that. And you see a dashboard like this. This is something that we build inside this course. It's a 100% free course. It's coming out. Right now it's at 57 lectures. Probably it's going to go to 60, 70 lectures. I got busy. I didn't want to hold it up on my laptop. I uploaded it. I'm releasing it tomorrow. Hopefully tonight I can finish all the titles. And tomorrow you will get it, or maybe the day after tomorrow or whenever. And then until you guys keep reaching to 57 lectures, I will already finish the rest of the lectures, maybe 20 more lectures. And then you get to know to build like this. Look at that beautiful piece of thing. All the calls that went to the user, all the transcripts of that. The email communication. If somebody didn't pick the call, they will receive an email from Samantha. And email communication happens back and forth. And then each time something happens, then Samantha evaluates them, qualifies them or not. And then you can take some notes here about that particular moment. And then you can have like a little bit collaboration with your colleagues about that particular one. And all of that happens on one platform. And then you can search, you can filter. This is amazing. What's possible? This is all done with vibe coding. Like the amount of beauty in this one little application happening all in one go. Like you can add leads by yourself. You can trigger calls from here and so on. It's all done in that course. So don't forget to subscribe so that you can get the latest notifications. With that, see you in just a minute in the next session. We'll take like a small break. Put the timer for yourself. We'll take a break of 15 minutes. I'm putting a timer right away here on my phone. The reason I'm giving this 15 minutes break is I'm okay. I can go. Put a timer up for yourself. Come back in 15 minutes. Is because if I initiate a Riverside session right away, it connects it to the existing session. And then this 5-10 minute session that I have will not work, and then it will go beyond the time limit, and then it will start crashing. So right now we are at 357. Like in 3 minutes it starts crashing. I think it already started crashing. No, it's working fine. It's working fine. Nice. So we are going to see each other in 14 minutes and 17 seconds. See you guys. Bye. And we're going to make an amazing voice AI agent. Another one, actually. We have been building a lot of voice AI agents lately. See you, see you. What we're going to do now is use the Google Docs, the ElevenLabs docs to find out what's the exact payload we want to send back to ElevenLabs. Because I just sent the ElevenLabs, maybe it's a good idea to double check this. Maybe sometimes LLMs can do an hallucination. So what we have done is we did the tool calling properly done with this sample method, and then it's supposed to say, how are you, Mr. Bond? But it's not saying, how are you, Mr. Bond? It's saying something generated by itself. Oh, there is an async. And I'm also gonna do this. You would need to speak back the response from the test tool as soon as you get it. Make sure that you don't generate a response by your own. So it's prompt engineering 101. I'm kind of like instructing it not to be creative and immediately generate a response. Wait for the tool calling to do the response. So let's see.
Hello, how can I help you today?
I met Mr. Bond in an AI Builders meetup. My name is John Doe. Can you please say hi to him?
How are you, Mr. Bond?
Perfect. So this was just an hallucination. This was literally just an hallucination of the LLM. So all our tool calling, everything was done properly, but we had to like literally leave a message there in the prompt, as you saw it here. That fixed the problem. The problem was like it wouldn't say what we wanted it to say, like which was, hello, Mr. Bond. So now that we have created a very simple use case and we know how to wire things between ElevenLabs and n8n, now we can take this wiring and then put it on our actual RAG database. Okay? Now, the entry is an easy one. The part that goes back to ElevenLabs is a little bit tricky. Therefore, we saw a little bit of a bump there. So let's go. Let's go and do it with the tools for storing and reading information. So the first thing will be storing information. Now, the question is, how would you get the LinkedIn profile? How would you get the name? How would you get the location? Well, name and location can be almost done. Some names can be very hardly pronounced and spelled and scripted with an LLM, but the LinkedIn profile is very hard. Some LinkedIn profiles have numbers in it. It's very, very hard to do it only with voice. That's what we are going to do tomorrow with our vibe coding session. But right now, what we're going to do is just take at least the name and the notes, save it, and then read it back. For that, we may need to change our workflow a little bit. So let's do the ingestion part first. So you're going to pick the ingestion part. We have already the ingestion part in here. We're going to take this part, which is looking for full name, LinkedIn profile, location, and so on. We don't have to change anything here because if I send back something that do not have a LinkedIn profile, for example, this one, it has just location, notes, and so on. If I run this, let's go and check it out. I'm running this. I'm gonna say, let's keep it as it is, but it doesn't have. I'm gonna remove Alan from the database so that we know that Alan do not exist, and the new Alan is added. That will come without a LinkedIn profile, which is because we don't have the vibe coding session yet. Now, if I go back to my ingestion pipeline, it's running, and I use the thing, this much of data, like full name, location, notes. This can be done over the voice line. This can be done from ElevenLabs. We can send this kind of data. But sending the exact URL of a LinkedIn profile is complicated. You can't send it through a voice line, a voice call only. So therefore, we get this, we send it over, it goes through, it executes everything, and we come back here, and here, we refresh the page, we see everything, but the Alan LinkedIn profile is showing us undefined. That's fine. We don't need to change our tech in order to put LinkedIn profile here. It's okay. Let's double check that retrieval part, if the retrieval part would work with this, which is the query pipeline, right? So we're gonna run the query pipeline. We're gonna, where was it? Was it this one? Yeah, this is the one. And it runs, and there we go, kickboxing with Alan. Now this is done. Now our part is first to change the ingestion from Postman to ElevenLabs, and then the speaking part, so the response can be done. Alrighty, so let's do it. And we know how to do that. We just did it with the test tool. Now let's do it with the actual tool. We're gonna create a tool. We'll call it create voice note, okay? And use this tool in order to create a voice note. And then it's gonna be a post, and it's gonna be the URL of this little guy. There we go. Sorry, it's not copied properly. Let's go copy this and paste it here. And then now the the body parameters could be like this. Please make sure that you collect the following information before you do this tool calling. So we do this tool calling. The first thing, what are we looking for? Let's check our query parameter. We're looking for these things. Let's take a screenshot of this, leave it on the side so that we can look at what is happening here. So, full name, that's fine. It is required. Make sure that you collect the full name of the person that Emil met. So in the prompt itself, in the original prompt of the AI agent, we will say that you are helpful, you're Emil's AI assistant, and you collect memory notes and so on and so forth. Therefore, this node, Emil met, will help the LLM to make sure to find out like who belongs to who, so that it doesn't hallucinate that says like Emil is this person that was met. It's not that, but it's the Alan, the person that was met by Emil. So that's the important part. And I will add one more property, this location. It might be also interesting. Where is he based in? Maybe I meet someone online and he's based in New York City and I want to capture that information. So location. This is the location of the person Emil met. Okay, last thing, the note. This is the detailed note that Emil wanted to save about this person that he met. Okay, now I have created all my tool configurations. This is absolutely fine. I will click save. It's working. I will edit this JSON, leave it here for the notes. Okay, ElevenLabs tool calling is done. We're already integrating the other one, so I'm gonna leave this here. I'm gonna go integrate the ElevenLabs, this one. So tool ingestion tool JSON, ElevenLabs JSON. Okay, now what do I do next? I go to the LLM and I do a little bit of a prompt engineering. I go to agents, I go to Samantha, I prompt Samantha a little bit differently than those test things. I say, you are an AI agent and a personal assistant to Emil Sire. Your job is to take notes of people Emil meet in meetups, store those notes, and when he needs to retrieve those notes, you bring them back and speak it back to Emil Sire. So I use my name a couple of times here. I'm going to go and fix that. One time here. The reason this is one small prompt engineering tip. The reason I use my name multiple times is so that there are more dots. If you remember that lecture of how this thing works, there are more dots, and then it can relate more to me. Like then it can understand who am I and where it belongs to go, where it should go. And now I will say, in order to save notes, use the Save Notes tool. I'll click on Save button. I'm not sure what was the tool name, so I'm going to go back and create voice note. I'm going to call it Save Notes tool. All right, I think I'm pretty much ready for testing it out. Let's test it out and see if this thing works. So I'm in the ingestion. I have to go to the ingestion pipeline first and make sure that the ingestion pipeline runs. And there we go.
Hello, how can I help you today?
So I just met Bob Dylan, and we spoke about the future of AI agents, and especially voice AI agents, at the AI Builders meetup. And he is based in Washington, D.C. in the US. Can you please save these notes for me?
Okay, I can save these notes for you. Just to confirm, the note is regarding a conversation with Bob Dylan about the future of AI agents, especially voice AI agents, at the AI Builders meetup, and he's based in Washington, District of Columbia. Is that correct?
That's right. Now please save it to my notes.
I am having trouble saving the notes. There seems to be an error. Do you want me to?
So it said there seems to be an error. Let me double check if the URL is correctly done in the tools. So save notes tools, this one, paste. Not sure if it was the same one. Let's give it another try. It's a little bit annoying to not have like this retry button. If I was the product manager of ElevenLabs, I would put a retry button so that I could like literally re-trigger from this conversation if for by whatever reason, if the product manager of this says, please put a retry button here. Like literally, if you're the product manager of ElevenLabs, please put the retry button here. So I click it and then it executes the entire workflow on this side. But now I have to kind of like go back and talk to my agent again in order to trigger that API call. So let's do that.
Hello, how can I help you today?
So I met Bob Dylan, and we talked about the future of AI agents, especially voice AI agents. Without asking me any questions, can you please do me a favor and save it in my notes?
Okay, I can save that for you. Just to confirm, the note is about your meeting with Bob Dylan and your discussion about the future of AI agents, especially voice AI agents. Is that correct?
Yes. As I said, don't ask for confirmation. Just execute the tool called Save Notes tool.
I do not have access to a tool called Save Notes tool.
Whatever tool that you have access to, save the notes, please.
Okay, I will use the available tool to save the notes about your meeting with Bob Dylan and your discussion about the future of AI agents, especially voice AI agents. Can you please provide a name for this note? If not, I can proceed without it.
Yeah, proceed without it.
I encountered an error while trying to save the notes.
So the tool calling is failing repeatedly. Let's see. This is not the message that we were talking about. This is the one. Again, tool calling fails. Oh, it's still, okay. Very, very, very important and a very stupid thing that happened for me. I didn't assign the tool to the agent. It's still using the test tool. And therefore, Samantha was confused. She said, like, I don't have access to the tool. So you need to do this very important step. Don't forget this when you're doing it for yourself. I don't need the test tool anymore. Add the new tool that we have created called Save Notes tool. So that has to be done in here. Once you do that, save it. And now I believe Samantha will be able to save it. And make sure that you click this execute button all the time. Otherwise, it times out. So don't believe that it's going to run forever.
Hello, how can I help you today?
I met Timo Doe in Dresden, and we spoke about the future of robotics, and especially in the running churns and running errands and so on. I mean, running chores at home and running errands, and how could this save our life and the time that we can spend with our loved ones, because most of our time is spent literally on grocery shopping. How about like our robots can do that? Can you save this in my notes, please?
Okay, I can save this note for you. Just to confirm, the full name of the person you met is Timo Doe and the location was Dresden. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I have saved the note about your meeting with Timo Doe in Dresden.
So the conversation went like this. You guys can't hear it because of the background cancellation of this microphone that I'm wearing, but the conversation went very well and it worked pretty much fine. We'll see in the database in just a minute, but the conversation went like this. Just for the recording, I'm going to show you the transcript. It just confirmed the name from me, and then it re-executed it, and then it confirmed that, saying that, yeah, that's good, let's go. And now I saw at the same time that this API call happened, like literally this API call, or so-called tool calling was successful. And this tool calling, the success of tool calling executed everything, just for the sake of the notes here. And that generated a database entry about Timo Doe. Timo Doe Okay, this says everything is undefined. And we are going to go in and find out why. Because the payload is different. Same reason which we have encountered when we changed the the chat to webhook. It's the same thing now, because now the webhook had a different payload. Now the payload that n8n is sending us, sorry, ElevenLabs is sending us, is the same, is a different one. So we face the same issue as when we changed from chat to Postman. Okay, now we're going to go and fix the same problem the same way that we have fixed it last time, by remapping everything. As the postman, what happened? What happened to the screenshot? Here. Okay, now what do we do next is very simple. We're like literally minutes away from finishing this pipeline, and then the other pipeline is much, much faster because we covered a lot of the ground in this one. So in order to fix this, we need to go the following route. We go here. We already have the payload here. So literally click on this edit and then click on maximize, and then you'll see that here. So it's not inside the metadata, you see? It's not inside the metadata. Now, all you need to do is update your mapping, take the full map, full name, put it there. LinkedIn, we can even remove it because our voice AI agent can do the LinkedIn. It's okay to just do the name. Well, we will keep it for now, and we'll just put something like a string, TBD. And this one will go as the location like this. And the notes will go as notes coming from, even not notes, even it's called note. So now everything is done. That's fine, save. And let me quickly do a screenshot for the tutorial. So we got all our mappings updated. Now, if this time I run it, my expectation is that I'm gonna just refresh the page to be on the safe side, jump over that bug, and then run to the AI agent, Samantha, talk to her.
Hello, how can I help you today?
So you know what? Today I met Mark Zuckerberg, and we talked about the Ray-Ban glasses and the future of content generation with these amazing glasses. And I was on a trip to San Francisco. Can you save it in my notes, please?
Sure, I can save that for you. Just to confirm, the full name is Mark Zuckerberg, the location is San Francisco, And the note is about ribbon glasses and the future of content generation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I've saved the note about Mark Zuckerberg in San Francisco discussing.
So it just confirmed the voice that you can't hear because of this microphone. It should confirm, executed everything, and let's go see if it here. It could save it properly, and voila, it saved it correctly. So you can see that it saved the entire context absolutely correctly. The full name is Mark Zuckerberg. The LinkedIn is TBD, which we'll resolve tomorrow. Location is San Francisco. We talked about the ribbon glasses and the future of content generation. Now, before I go forward and connect the next workflow, I would like to do the following thing to give you the sense of why Postman is an important element of this entire workflow. I'm going to go to the ingestion pipeline, save it, make sure that everything is running fine. And I'm going to go to the query pipeline and run this. And I'm going to go to the Postman. And I already have this Postman thingy. And I'm going to ask this thing. Can you remind me the name of the person with whom I spoke about the ribbon glasses and the future of content generation? Maybe I have another question like, and where was it? I don't remember. So the expected answer is that it was in San Francisco. So here, you spoke about the ribbon glasses in the future of content generation with Mark Zuckerberg. The location mentioned for him is San Francisco. That is insane. Voice in, voice out. Let's go do the next step. I love this game. It's like, what was the game? The last game I played was like 20 years ago, IGI or something like that. Ironically, being a developer for 23 years nonstop, I don't play games. Don't blame me on that. Okay, so let's go and do the next step, which is tool calls. So tool calling or tool calls. Before I do that, I'm going to kind of like clarify one thing that we just kind of like switched from hands-on to a masterclass. I run these two formats usually in Germany, in Berlin in person, and also portrait online. Masterclasses and hands-on experiences. Hands-on experiences like we have like a lot of people and they have like desktops and then they can use their laptops. They do these steps by themselves. A masterclass is like everybody sits in a row and I keep doing things, and it's usually for 3 hours or sometimes it gets 5 hours. Last time our masterclass went from 3 hours to 5 hours. In a masterclass, the concept is I'm going to do something really complex, really advanced, and show the world that this is possible. In a workshop, the outcome is, or the purpose is that I teach people how to do it. In the morning, we started a workshop format, but literally in the afternoon, I had to kind of like switch it to the masterclass format to kind of like go in one speed to finish everything so that we can record it. And then since it's recorded, and also in masterclass, I don't do these screenshots, I don't run these things. So therefore, it is kind of like a combination of the two, a masterclass and a workshop. So you will get a chance to follow it along when you have time, but I really want to finish the whole thing first. So tomorrow morning when we come back, we have the vibe coding session for this workshop, and you will get to know how to build the front end for this and make it like Claude code and cursor and so on. So therefore, I'm kind of like speeding it up. I changed gears to a masterclass, and I'm going in one go, so there is no hands-on for you guys. Sorry if it's too fast. Okay, let's go and implement. So we just integrated the ElevenLabs with query pipeline. So I'm going to move this to the bottom, and I'm going to bring and integrate ElevenLabs with ingestion pipeline, which will be our last step. And then we also update the Excalidraw. I believe the Excalidraw is almost in a good shape. We don't have any more updates coming to it, unless there was one, just remind me. But for the sake of time, I would like to make sure that I have this thing done. So we update and move this one card here. Mm-hmm. Okay, so now the updated file should be there. Okay, now we're gonna do the reading parts. Same thing, but instead of ingestion, now it's gonna be a reading part. And we need just the query. This is the easier one. So we go back to our tools. We're gonna create a new tool and we're gonna call it read notes. Use this tool in order to read notes for Emil Sire. And again, we are going to add query parameters. Don't forget to change this to post. We're in query parameters thing. We're going to copy this URL like this, paste it here. And the description of the, sorry, query parameters we don't need. We're going to read it from the body of the message. Make sure that you collect at least a query from the user before doing this tool calling. And that's query, that's required. And this is the field where the question or the query of Emil Sire should be placed before the tool calling. Okay, I think this is pretty much good. I won't forget and do the same mistake as I did before, which is actually associating this tool to that AI agent. Before doing that, I would like to copy this tool, ElevenLabs tool JSON, so that for ease of use, you guys can copy paste it and then you can create the tool as exactly I made it without any URL. Now, what I want to do is go to Samantha and then add another tool to Samantha. Scroll down here, add a tool, and then read notes. We had somewhere save notes. Oh, save notes is already added, therefore it's not in the list. So read notes, get the read notes. So you have to add this and make sure that you have this. And don't forget to save. And I believe that we don't need to do this step that I'm going to do, which is this line. In order to save notes, use save notes tool. In order to read notes, use read notes tool. This is not probably needed. Why? Because the descriptions there is already injected by the engineers. Under the hood, ElevenLabs is already injecting those descriptions of tool calling. Therefore, I think we don't need it, but I'm just being extra careful and I'm just putting that extra things in there. I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna go here, save, refresh, make sure that this is query pipeline, execute this, and start talking to Samantha.
Hello, how can I help you today?
Can you remind me with whom I spoke about ribbon glasses?
Mark Zuckerberg spoke about ribbon glasses. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Can you remind me with whom I spoke about kickboxing?
Alan Mikic spoke about kickboxing. Anything else?
Yes, I met this girl. I forgot her name. We played this pad and ball game that we vibe coded in AI Builders. What was her name?
Ayamal Sayer met Christina Cerezo at AI Builders while playing the pad and ball game.
That is mind-blowing. We just finished day 1 of our amazing 2 days long voice AI agents series of workshops called Samantha, which is something we're building every month. And what you just saw is just the result of a day work. Not work, just work, but something that we taught a lot of people. And if you would like to join next time, it's happening. It's happening literally next time on 30th of August. You can see it here. Already 14 people registered, but look at that. For today and tomorrow, 795 people registered. So come over here, learn a lot about AI agents, voice AI agents, vibe coding, n8n, ElevenLabs. Next month, we're going to do a whole different game. It's something that when you connect to LinkedIn, with people on LinkedIn, it sucks a whole lot of information from their LinkedIn, it scrapes it, and then it puts it on a nicely organized information on your Google Docs, and also gives you a nice little dashboard. So we'll do some vibe coding using Claude Code and Cursor and Taskmaster using a proprietary open source toolkit that I have been building called VibeFlow. So stay tuned. See you on 30th of August so that we can build another skill set to Samantha and continue this culture of ongoing monthly workshop series that I have started on 15th of March. See you guys there soon. So what we have done here is basically completed our entire journey. It started from, where was it? Notion. Now we have a complete journey of going from Samantha having that conversation right here, I think. Was it this one? 650, 654, I think it was this one. And having this thing, like literally, look at this. I said, with whom I spoke with here. Remind me about with whom I spoke with this. And then it said Mark Zuckerberg, which is correct. And I said with whom I spoke about kickboxing. And then it did the tool calling. And then it said Alan Mimic. And so on and so forth. And what happened was, like, literally from here, a tool calling happened. n8n processed, read something from the vector database, and then put it back and it spoke back to us. So this is the future of product development. Literally without touching a single line of code, we build a full-fledged automation, and that finishes our first day of long list of things that we have done. Look at that. It's a lot of work we have done, man. So what we are going to do tomorrow is vibe coding. Start from literally 0 to nothing to everything. And you will learn how to build a web application in Next.js that's connected to this Supabase database that we have just done. Like literally all of this conversation that we just saw Like this conversation went through this workflow and it was saved inside this Supabase database, not in any way, but look at that, in an embedding, like it is a vector database. So, and then it can retrieve it back. So all of that will happen tomorrow. We'll give it an interface so I can have a UI where I can put a LinkedIn profile of someone I just met in a meetup, and there is a microphone button on it. I can turn it on and I can talk to my microphone, and then it goes and saves it in Supabase so that my phone call Samantha through ElevenLabs can read it back to me and remind me whom I met. So tomorrow we're going to do that. It's 27th of July, and the next workshop is happening on 30th of August. Stay tuned. Until then, see you guys, and I'm looking forward to seeing you guys in person. This was an exceptional version. It was the 4th version. Every quarter we want to do a different version. This was a version where we went all in for remote first. Therefore, I'm almost alone in the room. We had only 4 or 5 people in the room. Now we have 2. But the one on 30th of August, we're gonna do it again in person. And again, we're gonna have a lot of people in person. Not only that is happening on 30th of August, but on 6th of September, we're gonna do a hackathon. And in this hackathon, we already got 4 registrations. That's nice. You can read all the details there. And these are some of the pictures that you can see from our previous in-person experiences. There were a lot of people, a lot. And we want to bring that personal connection again. So if you are someone who wants to learn about AI agents, you don't want to, or you can't afford to miss the series of workshops that we have started 100% for free. I don't know for how long I'm going to keep it for free, but I come from Afghanistan. Somewhere I had like nothing, and now in Germany I'm a little bit settled down, and I spoke this morning about my story. I grew up as a refugee in Pakistan. This is a picture of us from our refugee times. And you can see that we didn't have money to paint our walls, or we didn't have money to buy a new chair. That's a welded chair. But we had enough money to buy 2 computers. That's a Visual Basic 6 book. That's me, by the way, 16 years old, drinking a lot of green tea. This motivates me to democratize AI education, and I am willing to do that. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. It's more than 10 hours, 12 hours. I'm talking nonstop, and I will keep doing that as much as I can to spread the word of AI education. And I came to this country in 2015 to do my master's in AI through a scholarship called DAAD. I dropped out of that in order to build a voice AI company. At the time, I built, for the past 9 years, I've been an entrepreneur. I built 5 companies. But the company I started in 2023 was Voice AI Agent called Voice Kit. It was a Voice AI Agent platform which connected to a lot of tools. And we were trying to build something for the car industry, kind of like connect through your Bluetooth and so on. But later on, I found n8n in this moment, which kind of orchestrated everything. And this is 2023. And then I found that, well, this is kind of like not just the cars. It's everywhere you go. You just need to have like an AirPod, and then this voice AI agent can go with you, just as depicted in this movie from 2013, Samantha. And guess what? I'm building now Samantha every month because my startup failed due to lack of funding. We are based in Berlin. We couldn't secure more funding, and we had to liquidate the company. But as a good entrepreneur, as a resilient entrepreneur, I learned the lessons. Now I'm back in the market as an educator, and I'm educating everyone, not only people in Berlin who can participate in my workshops in person, but also everyone else who has an internet access, because everything I do is live streamed through a software that I vibe coded, this software that you see that I'm moving back and forth. This is called vibe stage. This is something I vibe coded 100% in 20 hours. And I've generated a lot of vibe coding crash course material. Like literally, if you go to my website, go to my YouTube channel, and then go to the playlist. Here is one course that I generated, Vibe Coding Crash Course 101. Here's the very first course I generated. This is the other course. This is the other course. In another course that I have generated about vibe coding and n8n is yet to be announced in just about 2 or 3 days. That is here. 57 lectures already uploaded. It just needs titles and so on. Really good content, like really high quality content. I can just quickly do a preview of one of them randomly. Let's say lecture number 20. You can see it is really nicely done in 2 cameras and everything explained in great detail using ElevenLabs and using n8n. And we are building a voice AI agent that actually does something for you. It takes these leads. Here I have it running, the web application we're going to build, or we have built during that course, is this thing. It calls leads, and it's basically creating this Kanban view as soon as they call them, and it qualifies the leads. As soon as someone fills a form, they end up in this column. And then voice AI agent calls them and qualifies them. If they are qualified, the voice AI agent can also do a calendar booking. And then after that, the appointment is booked, and then they're automatically moved here. And the amount of data that is collected here is enormous. The number of calls that happen with the client, the email back and forth communication that happen with the client, the evaluations that the LLM did, and you can also go and add some comments, and your colleagues can collaborate with you on this platform on a comment, and so on and so forth. This is an insane amount of work to do, and you can also move them manually, literally just as a Kanban, and you can also add leads. And this all happened within that crash course that is going to be announced. So a lot is happening around n8n and vibe coding and ElevenLabs and voice AI agents. So stay tuned, follow me on LinkedIn, and subscribe to my YouTube channel, because you're not going to miss this much cool information. See you guys very soon, in person or online. Bye. Okie dokie. Let's call it a day. We're done. So let me see this. We'll go together. Wait a minute. Or it's too quick. Let me see if there are questions or the online folks right now available. Here. So there we go. So 10 people still watching. If there are no questions, then I'll leave. Well done. Thank you, Emal. Thank you, David. Super high quality content. Thank you, Giveoni. Great course. Shared it. A bit lost. Derson, probably you lost because you joined recently, because this was like a 10, 12 hours course. If you watch it from the start, you won't be lost. But behind the workflow will catch up in next hours. Okay, amazing. Still behind the work. Okay. You guys can watch the entire series. It happened like multiple sessions. I'm going to put them all together in one playlist so that you can follow what's the reason behind about creating the different workflows, query and ingestion. The separation of concerns. It's a better idea to kind of like create 2 workflows, because if something fails one place, then you can easily debug it. Thank you. So everyone is done. Just as a recap, we have done it since morning, 9 a.m. nonstop. We only got like 30 minutes break. So right now it's 7 o'clock in the evening in Berlin. We started at 9 o'clock, so it's like 10 hours nonstop content. You can watch it. Everything is literally minute by minute connected. So you can see there was 1 4-hour session there, 1 4-hour session there, and I don't know how many hours of session is the current one. So I believe it should be something 3.5 hours or something. Oh, I can't believe it was 1 hour 20 minutes. I thought it's longer. Never mind. So we finished everything that we planned for today. Tomorrow it's going to be a bigger day, an even cooler day. It's going to be about vibe coding. And what I'm going to show tomorrow is a toolkit that I built literally myself. It's putting together 3 different voice AI is in my head right now. 3 different AI agents, Claude Code, Cursor, and Taskmaster. All of them together work and they build code for you. And it goes in an autonomous way, in YOLO mode. And what happens next is it goes forever inside a Docker container. So it doesn't damage your computer if it goes AWire. So it's going to happen very soon, like literally in less than 10, 15 hours, 12 hours, 13 hours. If you're available, you can watch it later on of the recording, but it's like 10 hours of recording. I'm not sure if you would like to watch 10 hours of recording or you want to feel the vibe as we go. So see you guys tomorrow. I'm stopping the screen sharing now. Oh yeah, you're here since 9 a.m. and you're still lost. Sorry about that. Maybe tomorrow I will bring you Derson on a Google Meet and you can talk. And then we can have you on the call, and then you can discuss your points where you were lost, and then we can tackle them, and maybe the points that you have noticed and you're lost, you felt lost, disconnected, maybe those are the points that other people also need to learn. With that being said, it was a long day, non-stop, 10 hours. See you guys tomorrow, non-stop 10 hours. Bye.